Hey y'all. Welcome back for the third part of the Yellow Fang. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I really wouldn't be able to make any of these videos without your immense support. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 10, The Root of All Fears 3. That's a load of bullshit. Naruto's quiet whisper caused everyone in the nearby vicinity to jump. He ignored everything and everyone around him, focusing entirely on the blonde woman in front of him. After getting over his initial shock at the radical news, his rational mind started to take focus and he immediately wasn't convinced that this woman in front of him was pregnant. There was absolutely no way the seal he placed on himself was dysfunctional. It was tasked to eliminate any sperm cells that entered the vagina during ejaculation. And the last time he checked, it was in working order and it wouldn't fade for the next 10 years. The only way she could have become pregnant was if he removed the seal. Which he didn't plan to do anytime soon. So that's why Team 7 gasped in shock as Riha was hauled up into the air, leaving her feet to dangle as Naruto's hand gripped her throat. "Sensei! What are you doing?" Sakura immediately made a move to step forward, but she was held back by a stern-faced Konohamaru. Her confusion was evident as he just shook his head. The Uchiha of the team remained quiet, glancing from one adult to another with the tomoe of the Sharingan slowly twirling in his eyes. Riha's words were muffled by the hand clamping around her throat as Naruto hauled her higher into the air until his line of sight faced her pelvis. His Sharingan spun rapidly, focusing sharper and sharper, peering into her chakra flow, deep enough for his focus to become microscopic and view the tiny cells coated in chakra slowly floating through her bloodstream. His eyes narrowed to slits at what he saw. Riha's face was beginning to turn blue from the lack of oxygen and she dropped to the ground lifelessly as Naruto opened his fingers, releasing his grip. She heaved desperately, holding her throat as she dry coughed, trying to suck in the much-needed oxygen into her lungs. Team 7 looked on warily. Slowly Naruto went down to one knee, staring directly into her face, as Riha pushed herself up on her palms. He stared blankly into her tearful baby blue eyes. "And Naruto, what are you?" She trailed off as he leaned in closer, his masked nose slightly brushing against hers. "How long have you been pregnant?" She stuttered in response. What dash?" Riha nearly squeaked as his sword pierced the ground, right in the place between her fingers. Sharingan burning an angry red, Naruto bared his teeth underneath his mask. "How long?" He gritted through his teeth. Riha began to shake under his stare. Team 7 gulped as they felt his killing intent start to permeate the air, bringing that uncomfortable pressure that they felt not too long ago. 1 week. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed. He drew himself to his full, imposing height, staring down at her. By the position of the afternoon sun, it shined directly behind him, illuminating him in a golden glow. His form was highlighted by the angry red of his Sharingan, making Riha shiver at the image. "Now, why don't I believe you?" Naruto questioned menacingly. The question was rhetorical as he ran his thumb slowly down his sword, drawing blood. The blade was left indented into the ground from where he slammed it previously as he began to slowly go through hand seals, to Riha's growing dread. Summoning jutsu. A small pug appeared in pile of smoke, having a small scowl on his face. "Aw, bad time, boss. I was chasing some squirrels and," Pakun trailed off, immediately sensing the hostility in the air. He glanced at a stern-faced Naruto, then to a tearful-eyed Riha and finally to some wary-looking Genin. Yo." He offered lightly. When no one said anything, he frowned. "Okay, what's going on, boss?" He addressed Naruto, who hadn't once taken his attention off of Riha. Wordlessly, the blonde Jounin tilted his head in Riha's direction. "Tell me if she's pregnant." Pakun's eyes went wide at that and he nearly choked on his own saliva. "Pregnant?" His eyes turned to Riha. "The hell? Is this some type of joke? Because this dash." "Pakun." Naruto's stern voice caused the pug to stiffen. He peered up at Naruto's face, seeing his cold glance. This wasn't a joke. Naruto was serious. His eyes never left the Riha's form as the woman shivered under his unwavering gaze. Pakun gulped. Naruto wouldn't he had seen the both of them together, how happy the relationship had made him. But deep down he knew the blonde. He had seen him at his worst. Pakun resisted the urge to shudder. Naruto wouldn't hesitate. Ever. He nodded in acceptance and slowly trotted up to the sprawled woman. He stopped before her, staring blankly up into her blue eyes, before briefly glancing back at Naruto. He slowly shook his head before he leaned his nose down to her pelvis area and took deep sniffs. Despite the situation, the woman flushed from the nose, poking her private area. The silence was agonizing. The inspection went on for a few minutes. Team 7 glanced to Naruto, seeing him still a statue, unblinking as Pakun finally finished. The pug stepped back from the woman staring up into her face. Riha didn't stir under his stare, but the sweat coating her brow betrayed her expression. Pakun dropped his stare before he trotted back to Naruto. Staring the pug down, Naruto wordlessly awaited his answer. I can smell a fetus growing in her womb. Everyone in the vicinity jumped as they were hit with a chakra pulse. Lightning sparking around his form, Naruto snarled before he started to pace around the training ground, furious. His hands were pulling at his hair and his muttering was filled with curses. He was putting out so much killing intent that his team began to shiver. Riha slowly got to her feet watching Naruto as he paced around the grounds. She was about to step forward but a growl made her hesitate, staring down. Team 7 had their eyes wide open as a feral-looking Pakun bared his teeth. If you want to lose that leg, take another step. Never had they seen the friendly dog look so vicious. Riha frowned but stayed where she was. Pakun slowly trotted up to Naruto as he paced, sitting on his hind legs watching him walk back and forth. Boss, his whisper caught the eyes of his master but Naruto didn't stop his pacing, glancing at Pug out of the corner of his eye. The pug frowned as he watched Naruto walk, his stride like an angry tiger, his form sparking with lighting. Naruto looked ready to kill. Internally, his mind was racing a mile a minute. He didn't believe it. Even though he saw that thing with his own eyes, and had Pakun's powerful nose check, he didn't believe for a second that this woman was having his child. He stopped suddenly. Wait 1 fucking second. She dash. He jumped as he felt the Thunder God marker on his back begin to pulse. Visually aware of the surroundings where any marker was placed, his mind was filled with the image of his shadow clone. He could feel the dangerously low chakra levels of his clone and frowned in worry as it looked like it would dispel in any second. It kept the flow of chakra steady to his seal, ready for Naruto instantly teleport. The pulses came fast in Morse code. TELEPORTNOWROTAGENTCAUGHT. Naruto. Pakun finally had Naruto's attention as he turned to the small dog. I know you're angry, but my nose doesn't lie. You have to dash. Wait. All eyes turned to Sasuke. He had been quiet the entire time watching the exchange. His Sharingan slowly twirled in his eye as he stared at Riha, a frown forming on his face. Naruto turned his full attention to him, slowly beginning to walk closer. Sasuke didn't divert his attention from the woman as Naruto walked closer beside him. Giving the woman a stare that would have made his ancestor proud, Sasuke's voice was cold as steel. When that medic was healing you, I saw her chakra become disturbed. Naruto narrowed his eyes in remembrance. He had seen the chakra disturbance but had been too far away to clarify. He didn't think anything of it, dismissing it as medical chakra interfering with her network. But Sasuke was beside her the entire time. Your chakra briefly fluctuated and her hands went stiff. I would have missed it, if I wasn't paying attention to the way your chakra imprinted in her mind. Everyone stared at the blonde whose eyes were growing wide with dread. It's a mind-erasing technique that I've witnessed before. The revelation stunned everyone present into silence. Even Pakun had his mouth open in shock. Naruto had his eyes scrunched together. Watching her wide blue eyes meet his, he realized it was true. To use a mind-erasing jutsu on a police medic so quickly and discreetly without notice was no small feat. Naruto took a threatening step forward. Okay, enough with your bullshit. I want answers. Now. Riha slowly began to edge back with each step he took. What are you talking about, Naruto? Shouldn't you be happy that you're a father? She asked hesitantly. Naruto's eyes narrowed to slits and he wordlessly held up his hand. His sword rose from the ground and levitated into his open palm. Extending to its full length, the Kusanagi blade glinted dangerously under the afternoon sun. You must be stupid, if you think I believe that child is mine. Team 7 gasped at the revelation. Pakun grimaced before he began to growl. Riha stopped, having gained a fair amount of distance. Her tearful, frightened visage faded into one of blank empathy. She sighed slowly, shaking her blonde locks. It looks like I'm found out. What a pity. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Just what the hell was she going on about now? More lies? He resisted the urge to rub his face. She was caught red-handed. Speaking was just making the situation worse. How did you become pregnant? Naruto started, slowly striding forward. His team followed, but a warning glance made them stop. He wanted answers. He knew the kid wasn't his. So whose was it? He knew for certain she never could have gotten raped or anything, so that left the only explanation that she had cheated on him. Whatever, he would kill whoever it was and make her watch. Riha remained unintimidated by the incoming danger. Resting a hand on her hip, a slow smirk curved at her lips. Wouldn't you like to know? Naruto narrowed his eyes and increased his stride to a brisk walk. Seeing his eyes, she began to giggle quietly. Is that jealousy I see, Naruto-kun? She purred. Would it make you feel better if I say he was bigger than you? His walk turned into a sprint and Naruto's form blurred across the training field. Let's see if she had kept that smirk when he cut her open. He was no doctor, but he could practice on her how to perform an abortion. He poised his sword ready to cut one of her legs off. He didn't want to kill her yet, just immobilize her and dash. He froze. Team 7 eyes had widened when Naruto had suddenly started charging the woman but were shocked into confusion when he suddenly froze. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he peered at Naruto's chakra flow and saw a foreign chakra source start to appear. Riha had her hands held up into a seal, her face turned into a deceptively beautiful smile. Naruto grunted as his sword fell from his hands. His body was locked into paralyzation as he felt his chakra become disturbed. His eyes glanced down to his body and saw black markings starting to appear spreading all over his form. His eyes narrowed as he realized the owner of this jutsu. Dansu's binding seal. His eyes glanced forward to the blonde woman holding up her hands into the ram seal. Riha met his eyes as she dropped her hands as the binding seal she had placed on him solidified. Naruto snarled in fury at the realization. Riha was Dash. His clone running on the last of its chakra dispelled and he shuddered as he was hit with a sudden rush of memories. Mind reeling as 3 days worth of information resonated in his head. Naruto would have collapsed if wasn't for his frozen body. All the events that his shadow clone experienced was rapidly dumped into his head. His brain was working in overdrive as it tried to short the rapid amount of information, giving him a piercing migraine. All the pain he was feeling was suddenly rendered numb. His eyes went impossibly wide as the information in his head sorted itself and he turned his attention to Riha. Their eyes met and time seemed to stand still around the two. Riha. The betrayal on his face was evident, even with his mask on. So enraptured was he, that he ignored the burning sensation in his eye. Riha's eyes momentarily widened as she saw his Sharingan change shape to 3 stretched triangles evenly spaced around the center pupil. They each curved at the top around his eye, forming a circle, similar to a pinwheel. Naruto didn't even notice. At the sight of Naruto freezing, Pakun charged with a growl. Team 7 charged after him, Sasuke at the lead with a vicious snarl on his face. Riha gave Naruto a smirk before leaping backwards as Pakun reached her. The pug jumped for her face, small jaws snapping like a rapid animal. Despite not being a battle type amongst the ninja hounds, at the sight of Naruto in danger he would take on a cage. Riha dodged his attack skillfully, palming a kunai and swiping at the pug's neck. Pakun rolled through the air to avoid the swipe and landed away from her, growling. Riha smirked at him before she turned her head just in time to dodge the kunai that would have pierced her head. She flicked the kunai in her hand, aiming for Konohamaru, but it was knocked off course. Sasuke rapidly fired a set of shuriken at the woman as she made a seal, a steel tanto appearing in her hand and a cloud of smoke as she parried all of them. She didn't have time to pause as both boys blitzed forward and she leapt backwards in the nick of time to miss the slash of Sasuke's kunai that had been aiming for her neck. With his balance off, she slashed forward with her tanto aiming for his eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, slowing down his perception of time. He ducked the blow, bending to level his back horizontal, smirking when he felt Konohamaru use him as leverage, leaping off his back, striking forward with a kunai in his hand, swiping at her face. She bent backwards just enough for the kunai to nick her hair, allowing for Konohamaru to sail over her. Sasuke grimaced at her flexibility and speed. She was good. She suddenly backflipped, palms on the ground, extending her feet rapidly, clipping Sasuke in the jaw and hitting Konohamaru right between his legs, sending both boys flying opposite of each other. Sasuke and Konohamaru both grunted as they hit the ground, the former landing on his back and the latter his stomach. The both smirked as they pulled on a set of wires. Riha frowned before she glanced down, seeing her feet tied by a nearly invisible wire. Cha! Both boys smirked as Riha's face contorted under Sakura's blow. Her eyes were wide open in shock and spit flew from her mouth as she was sent flying from the impact. Riha impacted the ground harshly before using her momentum to roll herself to her feet. Her beautiful face was marked by the small imprint of a fist, the skin around it turning an ugly shade of purple. She lightly rolled her tongue, tasting blood, before she frowned. Holding up her hand, she spit a tooth into her open palm. Glaring at the Team 7, she crushed the tooth in her hand. Standing side by side in front of their paralyzed sensei, the Genin returned her glare full force. Konohamaru let the Kyuubi's chakra mix with his own, turning his brown eyes red. His slitted eyes narrowed at the woman in front of him. There's only one person I know who uses that same binding seal. Both his teammates briefly glanced at him, keeping their attention on Riha. So you're Root, he said with a snarl. Sakura frowned. Root? It's a secret faction of the Anbu that should have been disbanded. A man named Dansu Shimura is the official leader. Sasuke felt his anger rise at the name. So he was the leader of that organization. Dansu. He would want to question the man over a certain missing nin that was once a member of his Anbu faction. Riha gave him a look of pity. Big words from the failed experiment. They should have just locked you up in a cage like the animal you are. Konohamaru's growled at her words before his eyes went wide. Wait, why you? Riha smirked, her eyes taking on a smug look. So you do remember, eh? She cocked her hip. But how much I wonder. Do you ever wonder why your dad left? She grinned, seeing his eyes burn with tears. I must say, you Sarutobi men are as wild as the monkeys you raise. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the implications. He snarled at her, his voice thick with emotion. You fucking whore. How dare you? She ignored Naruto, focusing on Konohamaru as his eyes were wide. And no. It's not true, he stuttered. She grinned. Sorry, but he couldn't keep his hands off of me. She shrugged. I can't even blame him. He had to come home to a constantly crying wife and a son that was turned into a monster. He needed release. She licked her lips. I just gave him what he wanted. Konohamaru let the tears flow at her stinging words before his form began to shake. The tears running down his face rapidly evaporated as the burn of the Kyuubi's chakra started to take effect. His form glowed red and an intense killing intent rolled off of him. Opening his mouth, he let out a bestial roar before he charged forward. Sasuke tried to grab him, but the enraged Genin was too fast. Konohamaru was before the woman in a flash, his hand cocked back and ready to smash her face in. Riha ducked the blow, slicing at his arm with her tanto. Konohamaru didn't flinch or give any indication he felt pain as he attacked like a wild animal. His form was sloppy and wild, his anger hindering his attacks. With every blow he missed, he received slices to his muscles and tendons, leaving his form bloody. She snapped her leg forward, snapping his head back, dropping him, and griped her tanto ready to slice his throat. Sasuke was already flashing through hand seals, inhaling as his throat filled with chakra. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A volley of small fireballs spewed out of his mouth, arcing around Konohamaru's downed form, locked onto the traitorous blonde. She backflipped, skillfully dodging them before flipping through hand seals of her own. Water release, Water Wall. A shield of water appeared, blocking the rest of the fireballs, coating the area in a cloud of steam. Riha used the moisture in the air to her advantage, inhaling the steam. Blitzing through hand seals, she returned the favor, sending a volley of water balls at Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan rapidly spun, and with great reflexes he dodged all of them, twirling gracefully. He wasn't prepared as Riha spat out a huge ball of water that rocketed towards him. His eyes widened and he quickly managed to spew out some flames, but they were snuffed out by the water, and spit flew from his mouth as the water hit him like a bullet. He was sent flying from the impact. Konohamaru's anger vanished at the sight and he jumped in time to intercept Sasuke, grunting as he caught him. Both boys landed in a heap, Sasuke grinding his teeth together in pain, grabbing his injured stomach. He lifted his shirt to reveal the damage the pressurized water ball had done. The skin around his stomach had turned a mixture of purple and red. He was sure a rib had cracked from the pressure attack. Riha narrowed her eyes, seeing only two Genin, and she ducked the blow from behind. Sakura had her face set into a scowl as the agile woman danced around her before catching her wrist and turning the girl around with an arm behind her back. Sakura let out a pained whimper as the woman twisted her arm painfully. Bending enough to whisper into her ear, Sakura growled as the woman licked her ear. Little girls shouldn't pretend to play ninja, Sakura-chan. Sakura grinded her teeth together before spitting on her feet. Slut. Go suck a d-ah. Riha tisked, twisting her arm. What a bad-mouthed girl. Didn't her parents teach her to treat her elders with respect? She twisted the arm enough for tears to prick at Sakura's eyes. Seeing both boys rise to her feet, she gestured for them to stop. If you want me to snap Sakura's arm like a twig, please move, she said cheerfully. Sasuke and Konohamaru stopped in their tracks. Both their forms were bruised, looking exhausted. Sasuke was nursing his stomach and Konohamaru was sporting bloody wounds that were slowly healing. Riha smirked before turning her attention to a livid Naruto. She blew him a kiss, giggling at the look in his eyes. "Aw, you upset Naruto-kun. If looks could kill, she would have been dead a long time ago by his gaze alone." Naruto's form twitched with rage as he fought against the cursed seal. Bitch. If you hurt them, I'll skin you alive. Despite his rage, he was in mental turmoil. All this time this woman was nothing more than a spy, a seductress. Sent from Dansu to get his genes. He didn't know what was more disgusting, the fact that he had loved or the amount of men and women she had slept around with. She twisted Sakura's arms, winking at Naruto's before turning her attention to the boys. Sasuke sneered at her face. Why, Riha? Why betray Sensei? He snarled before coughing as his movements roused his broken ribs. Riha just sighed. You are all so naive to think I'm the same woman you knew since we met. She peered blankly at the two. I'm a seductress. I am sent in to either assassinate or spy on. I never cared about any of you, to be honest. I never even liked any of you. But I'll admit, I did feel sorry for you lot. She finished, giving them a look of mock pity. Naruto sneered at her. So that time you met me in the bar. That was when you started your mission? What happened next surprised everyone present. Riha titled her head back and laughed long and hard. She laughed so hard that she had to wipe away the tears that hard started to form. Despite everything, the sound was pleasant to the ears, fake as the personality that she had used to fool them all. Riha took a few moments to compose herself, holding Sakura. Oh, Naruto-kun. She shook her head. You're so pathetic. Both boys bristled at jab, and even Sakura managed to glare up at her. She ignored them, focusing on Naruto. You were the easiest prey I ever had. I mean, I wasn't even trying. What a poor bastard you are, to be so respected, so feared, yet at the same time so lonely and isolated. No wonder your life was so miserable. It was so easy to learn everything about you, even your weakness. Imagine that you didn't even notice the binding seal I had placed on you. You must have been desperate. She smirked. I guess the saying is true, all men are dogs. Just pet them right and they'll become obedient little slaves to your every whim. Riha laughed, seeing everyone's expressions. Look at Big Bad Team 7. How does it feel to know you're all as pathetic as your sensei? As I mentioned, I pity all of Dash. A small body suddenly busted out of the ground under her feet and Pakun's jaws snapped around her ankle. Riha shrieked, releasing Sakura from her hold, and swiped at the pug with her tanto. Sakura immediately spun and used her uninjured arm to knock the blade from her grip. Sasuke and Konohamaru seized the moment, charging forward, ignoring their pain. This bitch was dead. The moment she started bad talking, the one man they respected more than anything sealed her fate to a very, very painful death. Sakura cocked her fist ready to send the woman flying with an uppercut, but received a blow so hard, her nose broke, dropping her to the ground in a heap. Snarling, Riha stomped on the pug hard enough for something to crack before she kicked the small body away. Just as the boys were upon her, she flashed through hand seals and both of them froze in their movements. Both Genin locked up as they felt woman's chakra invade their nervous system, and to their horror, the kunai in their hands started to turn on each other. Both Konohamaru and Sasuke shuddered as the knives pricked at their throats. Despite her promiscuous nature, she was one of Dansu's best. Considered even better than her brother because of her talent with her clan's techniques. Her mental prowess could even be considered telekinetic. Riha smirked before dropping her hands. That should hold you for now. She grimaced before tenderly rubbing her wounded ankle. That damn dog. Thank Kami it had been only Pakun. She didn't think she would be able to handle all his ninja hounds together. Speaking of the dog, she had wondered if he had disappeared, but the sneaky pug had been hiding. He was of no importance now. She retrieved her fallen tanto, smirking down at Sakura. She roughly kicked the girl in her side, getting her to whimper. Sakura grunted as a foot stomped on her stomach. Unforgiving, Riha stomped harder and harder to the point Sakura began to cough out blood. Both Genin and Sensei watched helpless as the young girl was ruthlessly stomped on till her ribs gave way to the force. Sakura turned to the side and puked out blood, heaving as her body shook. Riha sighed, stroking her hair before she turned to a tearful Naruto. "Aw, is the yellow Fang going to cry?" She poised her sword ready to pierce Sakura's throat. "Stop. Leave them out of this," Naruto shouted desperately. "This is between you and me." Riha just shook her head. "Naruto, you should realize now that your life is nothing but failures." She held up her forefingers, ticking them down. "I mean, your parents died, your sibling died, your sensei died, and now you have to watch your students die." She finished smugly. Naruto's form twitched. "You fucking bitch. I swear I'll kill you. I'll cut you to pieces, you whore." Riha laughed. Oh, how she loved the old names. "How you going to do that?" she asked lightly. Naruto sneered under the mask. "I'll gut you just like I did your brother." He would have laughed at her expression. She had immediately lost her smiling face and adopted one of complete seriousness. Her baby blue eyes narrowed at him. Naruto grinned underneath his mask. That's right. I fucked him up real good. You should have seen how a grown man moaned like a bitch every time I cut through his mind. Left him so mentally scared he won't be able to wipe his own ass for the rest of his life. Riha's blinked in realization. That's how you found out. Fu, she whispered. Naruto would have nodded if it wasn't for the seal. That's right, Fu. I tell ya, he puts the F. You, in fucked because that's what he is right now. But you? No mercy for you. His form twitched violently as the Mangekyo Sharingan began to glow. I'm going to kill your brother and make you watch as I torture him alive. But this time I won't use genjutsu. No, I'm going to use my bare hands and rip your fucking eyes out. Tear you apart limb from limb, then shove that fetus down your fucking throat till you choke to death, you root slut. Naruto heaved tensely, his form quivering as he tried to calm his racing heart. Riha blinked back the threatening tears in her eyes before her pretty face schooled of emotion. She wordlessly held up a hand seal and both Sasuke and Konohamaru began to panic as the knives edged closer to their throats. Bearing an insane grin, she stared at Naruto. Well, let's see how tough you are after you witness your precious students kill each other. Sasuke used sheer willpower alone to try and hold his knife back, but it was a losing battle. Konohamaru growled before his eyes bled red, and he used his enhanced strength to try and hold the knife, as it began to pierce the skin on their necks. Stop, Naruto cried out. Seeing she wasn't listening, he snarled. Damn it, I'll tell you where your brother is. Riha finally acknowledged Naruto but still held up the ram sign. Why should I? She finally questioned after a pause. Naruto sneered at her. If you kill them, you'll never see your brother again. That I can promise. She sneered back. You'll tell me where he is or I'll kill your brats, she shouted. Naruto would have spit on the ground if it wasn't for his mask. Bitch, please. Would you really sacrifice the safety of your only sibling over a mission? Isn't Dansu going to kill the both of you if you fail? He added smugly, seeing her face. That's right, I know everything. You call me lonely, but that asshole is the only person you have left. And if you don't release my students, you'll never see him again. Naruto kept his face blank as he saw Pakun sneaking up behind her. Riha narrowed her eyes at him before she dropped her seal. Both Sasuke and Konohamaru gave a sigh of relief as their hands lowered. That was close way to close. Konohamaru wanted to dash. Naruto's eyes went wide as the Riha grinned and held up her seal again. With a crazed glint her eye, she laughed and activated her jutsu. Slick. Konohamaru blinked, staring into Sasuke's wide eyes. Seeing his reflection in the Sharingan, he witnessed blood running out of his mouth and glanced down to see Sasuke's kunai had pierced him directly in the heart. Sasuke watched as Konohamaru gave a bloody cough before his form stepped back, free of Riha's control. Konohamaru slowly lifted his hand over his heart before he shuddered and fell backwards, impacting the ground lifelessly. Sasuke watched as his best friend laid on the ground unmoving. He ignored everything around him, not noticing Naruto's shouts or the way Pakun had leapt onto Riha's arm and started biting with all his strength. Foolish little brother. The words resonated through his mind and a searing heat stirred from within. The last thing Sasuke felt was an intense burn before he saw black. Naruto watched Sasuke fall shortly after Konohamaru and willed back his burning eyes. Pakun was still attached to her arm and the crazed woman was punching him with all her strength. Naruto watched as Pakun kept up his grip, snarling with each hit. His gaze turned to Sakura, the girl having lost unconsciousness from her pain, and then to both Konohamaru and Sasuke. Tears ran down his eyes as he witnessed the state of his team. It was his fault. All his fault. First it was the Hokage, then Dansu, and now the woman that he had loved. Why? What had he ever done to deserve this? Having his life ruined by the people around him. The village that he had protected for all his life was his worst enemy. His parents sacrificed their life to save this very village, and in return their only son was tormented like he was in a living hell. Naruto bit back a sob. Dispel, Pakun. Dispel, he commanded. But the dog didn't obey. He just kept his jaws locked, ignoring her blows. The pack was in danger, it was his duty to protect it with his life. Naruto is his master and Team 7 his students. They were entitled his protection even if it killed him. It was the rule of law for dogs. Riha, fed up with the annoying pug, palmed a kunai and stabbed Pakun. The pug gave a pained whimper but didn't let go and was subjected to repeated stabs. Slick. 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 Naruto shuddered as he watched. Damn it, Dispel. His voice broke and he whimpered as he watched Pakun drop lifelessly to the ground. His shiny brown fur was stained with blood and the blue vest he wore had turned purple. Naruto watched as the headband the pug wore untied, clattering to the ground. He didn't move. Riha dropped the bloody kunai and let out a hiss, glancing at her mangled arm. How she hated dogs. The meat of her arms was showing and her skin was mangled down to the bone. Her once beautiful skin was left hanging from the side, coated in blood and teeth. She sneered down at the pug before she kicked the small body, sending it rolling. She dash. A piercing, killing intent froze her to the spot. Trembling, her gaze turned to Naruto and she gasped. Riha took a step back from the look in his eye as his Sharingan began to spin. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Naruto kept up the mantra, heaving as his body began to tremble. He roared, using every ounce of his strength, and his body began to move. Riha gawked in shock, witnessing the impossible. He was overcoming the curse seal through sheer rage. Naruto kept repeating the mantra, ignoring the burn of his muscles, till the lines on his body started to flicker. Inch by inch his body began to move. He took heavy step forward, leaving his foot indented into the earth. Soon enough, his form began to walk, heading steadily in her direction. Riha tried to move, but her body was paralyzed with fear as his raw, killing intent hit her. He looked like death incarnate, snarling like a rabid animal as his powerful chakra started to saturate the air. The Mangekyo Sharingan began to rapidly spin in his eye, and Naruto's body broke into a slight jog, rapidly gaining speed. With each step he took, the earth rumbled as the amount of chakra he was giving off was so thick she felt her throat constrict. Naruto was well into a sprint when Riha found the strength to flee. She turned on her heel and ran as fast as her legs could take her, running for dear life as death was close on her heels. Naruto roared and fought off the last effects of the curse seal, and his legs began to blur as he hit full speed. That bitch wouldn't get away. As his eyes focused on her, willed all his hatred at her body, just willing for it to slow. He wanted to catch her and rip her apart with his bare hands. He felt his Sharingan pulse and his pupil suddenly felt heavy, almost if a pressure was building up in his eye. Over Riha's form, time and space began to distort and she felt the air recede around her, almost like she was getting sucked into a vacuum. Naruto felt the pressure wanting to explode in his eye, and the distortion solidified into black hole. Naruto shuddered as his eye felt like it would fall out of the socket from the sudden pressure, and his head dropped. His gaze widened as the black hole followed his line of sight. When a nearby tree came into view, Naruto's gaze fell on it and the tree began to distort before it shattered as it was warped into a void of time and space. Naruto would have grinned as Riha's wide eyes witnessed what happened to the tree, if the strain of his eye wasn't so painful. The traitorous blonde pushed every ounce of chakra she had to her legs and increased her speed. Naruto was right behind her and drifted his gaze to her form. He focused his gaze directly to her head and the black hole fell on his line of sight. He felt that same pressure build up and willed it to focus on the blonde. But that same heavy sensation came with the pressure and his gaze dropped. Riha didn't have time to scream as her arm was warped from his socket. Naruto suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eye and pushed down the buildup of pressure, the black hole vanishing in response. Naruto had slowed to a walk as he felt his chakra rapidly dip and suddenly felt lightheaded. He had to lean on a tree for support as his form panted. He held a hand over his Sharingan, trying to coax the burn. He ignored his discomfort, glaring at the injured woman. In front of him, Riha had fallen to the ground holding her now stump of an arm. Hearing footsteps, she turned her attention to Naruto and grimaced as he saw the look in his eye. She vainly began to crawl on the ground using her one arm in a desperate attempt to escape. Naruto took his time, slowly walking forward as he felt his Sharingan stop burning and the familiar minuscule drain return to normal. He removed his hand from his eye, cracking his knuckles. Whatever happened to his eye just now, it was draining his chakra like a leech. In front of him, Riha pulled herself up with her remaining arm, leaning heavily on a tree. She held up her one arm in surrender. Naruto, please wait, I dash. She didn't have time to finish as Naruto blitzed forward, punching her so hard that her body went through the tree she had been leaning on, shattering a few more trees behind her and stopping with a sudden crack. Riha coughed out blood before glancing up to the sandaled feet in front of her. Such speed was too much for her. Naruto stomped down her head and grinded his foot on her face. He kicked her so hard she flipped over and then proceeded to stomp on her like he she done to Sakura. Her body sunk into the earth with each blow before Naruto stomped one final time, leaving her buried into the earth. He watched as her arm wailed around wildly as she was buried alive. Naruto let her suffocate for a few moments before he reached into the earth. Riha shrieked in pain as she was grabbed by her hair, coughing as she spit out mud and dirt. Naruto hauled her up into the air, mercilessly pulling at her blonde strands, holding her high enough for her feet to leave the ground. Form muddy, Riha continued to cough as Naruto pulled her strands so hard a few started to rip from their roots. Naruto wordlessly held his free hand up, and he only had to wait a few moments for his sword to levitate into his waiting palm. Riha thought he would immediately make it quick and chop off her head, but she whimpered as his blade rested horizontally on her side. Naruto's blank eyes met hers as he started sawing her in half. Literally. Riha screamed as the blade went through the Kevlar of her vest, reaching the tender skin underneath as Naruto moved his hands back and forth, the sword cutting away at her flesh. The blade pierced the skin, going back and forth deeper and deeper till it reached her collarbone. Blood poured out of the wound, but Naruto still continued his motions, all intentions of sawing her in half. "Wait!" Riha screamed desperately as blood poured from her mouth. Naruto didn't even glance at her. He was entirely focused on cutting her in half, as his eyes never strayed from the motions of his hands. Riha screamed again as she felt her bone being cut, as her vision was clouded with tears. Gritting her bloody teeth together, she screamed the first thing that came to mind. "I'm pregnant with an Uzumaki." The sawing instantly stopped. Blood was pouring from her side like a fountain, and by the way she was held by her hair, her blood dripped to the ground below, quickly forming into a puddle. Naruto left the blade wedged inside of her but jammed the blade into a tree, ignoring the way she screamed again. Pinned against a tree, held up by a blade inches into her side, Riha couldn't contain her sobs. Naruto watched her cry with a sneer forming on his face. He cracked his knuckles before he unleashed some blows that shook her skull. He stopped as her nose gave way and the woman sobbed pitifully. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and uncaring. "Look at you, a few minutes ago you couldn't stop smiling and now you're crying like a little girl. Where's your spunk?" Riha coughed out blood before she opened her mouth to speak. "Please Pelly," she was stopped again as Naruto slapped her so hard that the tree saved her head from snapping. Lip busted and bruised, Riha glanced to Naruto's cold eyes. "Don't speak." He made a hand seal and suddenly an armored body appeared instantly through a void of time and space, landing on the ground. Fu was still in the same condition Naruto had left him in, with his eyes wide open and unfocused. Riha screamed from her position at the sight of her brother. Naruto used the blood on his fingers to blitz through hand seals again, slamming his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. His entire ninja hound team appeared in cloud of smoke. The beta male of the group, a sunglass-wearing tan dog, addressed Naruto with a bow. "Yo boss," Akino quipped. He immediately caught the scent of blood and his eyes widened behind his sunglasses as he saw Riha pinned to a tree. The ninja hound saw the sword indented into her side and wordlessly turned to Naruto. "She killed Pakun." His voice was without emotion. Before Riha's eyes she witnessed the whole group turn feral, no longer the kind-hearted animals she was used to. Naruto had to quickly restrain Bull by his collar as the large dog snapped his jaws inches from Riha's face. "Easy." Naruto's firm voice silenced them as he asserted his dominance. Bull stopped his attacks but Naruto had to pull him firmly to get him to back away from the women. He kneeled beside the large dog, giving him some calming pats before he stood. Glaring at Riha he pointed to Fu. "If you value your brother's life, start talking." A white and brown furred pit bull stuck his tongue out, watching as the blood dripped down her body. "Can I eat a leg, boss?" Urashi panted. "She's not going anywhere, right? Plus it's been a long time since I tasted human." At his words many of the dogs licked their lips, unknowingly causing Riha to shudder. This was the sweet dogs that used to snuggle beside her. They looked rabid, ready to tear her apart at a moment's notice. Naruto briefly glanced at the pit bull before looking at Riha. "Hear that? My boys are hungry. You can already guess that bitch is on the menu, so start talking." Riha bit her lip before conceded. "Okay, I'll tell you everything, just please don't hurt Fu," she begged pathetically. Naruto raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Thinking over her request he stroked his chin, glancing up at the trees. "You're really in no position to make requests, but tell you what, if you behave like a good slut, I'll stop all of this right now." His hounds stared at him in confusion but he ignored them. Riha nodded tearfully before she started speaking. "Not long ago, I was approached by one of the village elders. They wanted to arrange a meeting between the Hokage and I," she gasped as the Naruto willed the sword to edge deeper into her wound. "Why would the old man be interested in you?" he questioned. She gasped before she coughed out blood. "He has spies en route." She coughed. "He heard about Dansu wanting me pregnant." Naruto's eyebrows furrowed, already piecing everything together. His cold stare met her tearful eyes. He wouldn't," he whispered. She nodded in pain, wordlessly answering his question. Naruto's gaze took on a look of murder before he willed his mind to calm lest he accidentally killed her. Where does he keep his labs? Riha shook her head. I don't know. I was put to sleep the moment I woke up. The procedure had already been completed. Naruto shook his head. Not good enough. He raised a hand and his dogs surrounded Fu's body, saliva dripping with hunger. He forced me to do it, Naruto. I swear, she shouted desperately. He threatened my life and Fu's. He knows everything. About Dansu's plans for civil war, wanting to be Hokage, everything. Naruto glared at her. Why would the old man want Dansu dead? Aren't they partners? It didn't make any sense. The old man worked in the light, while Dansu worked in the dark. Despite their differences, they still worked towards the common goal of protecting Konoha. So why would he want his rival dead? He doesn't want any loose ends, she whispered in pain. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows at that, walking closer to peer up into her face. Loose ends? The night of the Kyuubi attack, she gasped. Dansu saw what Hiruzen did. Naruto felt his heart clench. Was there more than the old man using his dead sibling? What could he have done that was so serious that he wanted even Dansu dead? His heart hammered against his chest. Tell me. Riha stared at him before her eyes flickered to Fu. Let us go and I'll tell you. Naruto stared at her. Was she honestly trying to compromise with him? Riha, I think you misunderstand who you're talking to. Both you and your brother are going to die. No amount of begging will change that. With that, Naruto snapped his fingers and his ninja hounds snarled before ripping into Fu's body like savages. Riha screamed as his body was torn limb from limb, piece by piece, under powerful jaws till there was nothing left. Bull had the man's head in his jaws before he snapped his jaw shut, the sound of crunches and bones cracking as he chewed. Riha shrieked like a woman dying as she thrashed around like she was mad. Naruto roughly slapped her hard before grabbing her throat to hold her in place. Focus right here, sweetheart. He pointed to his face, grabbing his sword and digging it deeper into her side. Hey! Focus on me. He released his sword but not his grip on her throat, when broken blue eyes turned to him. Good. Now, as I mentioned before, tell me. Now. Riha opened her mouth, puking out blood before she let out a helpless moan. You bastard. You killed him, you killed him. She kept up the mantra before Naruto increased his grip to silence her. He resisted the urge to just snap her neck. Tell me. He ground it out inches away from crushing her throat. Riha gargled before he eased his grip and she coughed again before her head fell back. He was going to kill her. He didn't even blink when Fu was torn apart. She might have fooled him, but he had been hiding things from her as well. His true nature. The violent killer who wouldn't hesitate to kill. To slaughter. This was the real Naruto. The yellow Fang. Your mother. She moaned. She was. Naruto's eyes widened as her body locked up and froze. He stared in confusion before he peered into her chakra flow with his Sharingan and saw the curse seal on her head activated. He cursed, realizing he had forgotten all about it. Fuck. He growled. He had acted too quickly and lost what could have been his only chance in getting the hidden answers to what happened that night. She had been saying something about his mother. Naruto's mind raced at the implications. Dansu had something to do with his father's death and now the Hokage had a hand in his mother's. Those fucking old geezers, he was going to rip out their throats. He roughly grabbed his sword and pulled it out, allowing the woman to drop to the ground. Her form was frozen, save for her eyes as they stared up at him. His hounds came forward ready to tear her apart, but Naruto held up a hand. I know root agents will be coming for you, so I'm going to leave you alive. Naruto glared down at her with all his hatred. I want you to give Dansu a message for me. He flipped through hand seals before his hands pulsed with power and Naruto placed them on top of her head. Riha moaned in pain as an intense burn started at her head before running through her body. It was so intense that the hairs on her head were burnt away by the amount of chakra Naruto was running through her. Seal. Black markings solidified before they vanished. He kneeled before he staring into her crying blue eyes. His gaze held no amount of sympathy as he stared at her. In their final moments, people show you who they really are. As I glance at you now, I see nothing but a worthless sack of flesh, beaten at her own game, not able to handle the consequences of being caught. Is Dansu training cowards? It doesn't matter, because I saw your life through Fu's memories. You became a whore, lived as whore and now you will die as whore. Who's pathetic now? Her eyes misted at his words. Aw, is the slut going to cry? Here, let me dry those tears. His hands sparked with lightning and Riha moaned in agony as her eyes were melted shut. The worst mistake you could have ever made was agreeing to your mission. And you know what the worst thing is? I could have saved you. You were forced as children to join Root. That I can sympathize with, but you personally chose to sleep with people and ruin lives. He shook his head. Imagine if you chose differently, maybe we could have been together. He touched her body lightly and removed his hand, watching as a mark appeared before vanishing. He sighed, the Shinigami will come for your soul. Eternal damnation awaits you. In its stomach you can ponder how stupid enough you were to try and fool me. He stood raising himself to his full height before he turned on his heel. He took a step before he hesitated. Oh, almost forgot. Riha could do nothing but moan in agony as his sword extended, piercing her pelvis. Willing it to recede to its normal length, Naruto sheathed the blade. He willed his hounds to dispel, not even sparing her a glance, and disappearing in a burst of speed, rushing back to his team. Arriving at his team, Naruto immediately went to Konohamaru first. He had been pierced in the heart and Naruto didn't know if the Kyuubi's chakra could heal such damage. Stopping before the boy, he glanced over him, seeing his shirt coated in blood. He lifted up his shirt and frowned at he saw. The wound was healed. But peering into his chakra flow, he could see no heartbeat. He wasn't even breathing. Naruto began to rub his hands together, the friction causing his hands to spark with lightning. Satisfied that he had given them a significant charge, he placed them over Konohamaru's chest right over his heart, and willed his chakra to give an electrical charge. Konohamaru's body jerked but didn't give any indication of resuscitation. Naruto cursed. Fuck, come on Ko. He rubbed his hands together again, sparking them with more chakra before he repeated his actions. Konohamaru's body jerked and the Genin dry coughed as he was resuscitated. He was still unconscious, but at least he was breathing again. Naruto sighed with relief, peering at his beating heart before shifting his shirt back down. He glanced at Sasuke, seeing the boy unconscious, holding a hand over his stomach and eyes. Naruto looked into his chakra flow, seeing a flicker of chakra that was rapidly pulsing behind his eyes. Naruto put a hand against his head and focused his chakra into Sasuke's head, and the flickering behind his eyes stopped. He gently lifted his shirt and frowned at the bruised skin. Cracked ribs. He mused with a frown. It wasn't as bad as he had thought. He put his shirt back down before glancing over to Sakura. Naruto's form flickered, reappearing before Sakura. He frowned down at her, seeing the damage already. She was unconscious but still breathing. But her breaths were shallow and faint. Kneeling before her, he put a hand over her stomach and ran his chakra through her. Broken ribs, internal bleeding, severe blunt force trauma, ruptured liver, weak heartbeat. He trailed off, not wanting to list the rest. He closed his eyes and willed his anger to calm. He calmly figured one of the pockets on his vest and pulled out a red signal flare. Aiming it upwards, he let his chakra run through it and a bright red ball shot upwards into the air. He didn't have to wait long to feel rapidly incoming chakra signatures and was soon surrounded by one of Konoha's rapid response squads. A familiar cat-masked Anbu was before him in a flash. Oh my Kami, Naruto-kun, what hap medic now? She shouted instantly and two medics came forward. Naruto did indeed look like hell. He was covered in blood and there were bags under his eyes. His chakra was low but he was virtually unharmed. I don't need medical attention. He growled. My students do. The medics nodded before moving on to Sakura, running glowing green hands over her form. The other one moved to the boys, doing the same. Naruto watched them work in silence before his eyes widened, and Yugao watched in confusion as he disappeared. In the blink of an eye he appeared again, carrying something bloody in his hands. Naruto held Pakken carefully in his arms. I need another medic now. Yugao removed her mask at the sight and held a hand over her mouth as her eyes filled with tears. Who could have done this? Another masked Anbu appeared before them and carefully took the small body from his hands and gently placed him on the ground. Naruto watched as his hands glowed green with rising anxiety. Behind his mask the operative frowned. An extremely weak pulse. But he's still alive. Naruto sagged in relief. His eyes burned with tears and he felt his head get light before his eyes closed. Yugao could only open her arms to catch his body as exhaustion finally caught up with him and Naruto welcomed the darkness. Naruto dreamed of Konoha on fire that night. Everywhere black flames were consuming anything and everything in their path. Dead bodies littered the streets as structures collapsed under the intense heat. The smell of death was strong in the air and despite it, Naruto found himself walking forward. The farther he walked the more bodies appeared. Naruto glanced around at the destruction, just wonder what or who could have caused so much destruction to the most powerful village in the nations. All around him shinobi and civilians alike were dead, pieces of their bodies laid out mixed with debris. He momentarily paused as he became for the sight of the village elders. Their bodies were bloody and bruised but they were still alive. They were tied together on a single pole of wood laid erect for all to see. What caught his attention were the black flames that were slowly crawling up the wood. Soon enough it reached them and their screams rang through the night as they were burned alive. Naruto watched as Homura and Koharu screamed as the flesh of their naked bodies were consumed by the black flames. He stared at them before continuing his walk. For some reason something willed him not to help them even if he wanted to. More destruction and death became apparent the deeper he ventured inside of the village. This time he did stop as he came before a sight that made him nearly want to puke. Dansu was pinned to a wall. More specifically, his body parts were pinned to a wall. His arms, legs, torso and head were all separated from each other and pierced to the wall with a kunai. It wasn't the brutality of it that made him freeze but the way his body parts were set in a way to spell a single word. Root. Naruto stared at the dead man before glancing back the way he came, listening as Homura's and Koharu's cries finally stopped as the wooding pole collapsed from the black flames. An explosion caught his attention and he glanced forward. Naruto took off in a sprint, running as fast as his legs could carry him, ignoring the way his sandals became coated in blood. He came to halt before the Hokage Tower. The symbol of fire was coated an angry red as the Hokage Tower burned, black flames illuminating against the melting red. He glanced atop to the balcony where the sound of fighting was heard. He heard shouts and cries before he saw the figure of the third Hokage was thrown off the building and sent crashing into the ground below. His black armor was melting as black flames danced along his form. Still alive, the man crawled on the ground helplessly. He stopped and his eyes glanced upwards, landing on Naruto's shocked gaze. Being burned alive, he shuddered before his head fell lifelessly as his form was consumed. His eye caught movement and he glanced back to the balcony to see a figure emerge at the top. But from the dark night he could only make out the bright red cloak that the figure adorned. Cloak billowing behind him, dancing in the wind, the unknown figure let out a bestial roar of triumph so loud that very crumbling foundations of the village shook and Naruto was forced to cover his ears. Naruto removed his hands before glancing up at the figure. The red moon in the sky was blocked by equally red clouds. At his roar the clouds moved as if running away from the sound, allowing the red light to illuminate the tower. Naruto's eyes widened as the figure was revealed to him. A spinning Sharingan stared down at him. Naruto's gawked at the sight. He had done this. But how could he do this to the village? Why would he do this to the village? His questions were halted as the ground shook and behind the burning Hokage Tower emerged the Kyuubi, its 9 tails swaying hypnotically behind it. Naruto gasped. The Kyuubi? How was it free? Where was Konohamaru? By the fires of the tower its wide grin looked like the face of death. Naruto became alarmed as the Kyuubi lowered its head towards the cloaked Naruto and he thought for sure his other self would be eaten. But his eyes widened as the cloaked Naruto leapt atop of the Kyuubi's head before raising himself to his full height atop of the beast. Naruto could do nothing but stare as man and beast stared down at him from the raging black fires of the tower, the red light of the moon illuminating their forms. If there was ever a perfect picture of death, then he was staring at it right now. The other Naruto wordlessly reached behind him and pulled out something white. He threw the object downwards and Naruto caught it as it fluttered gently towards him. He stared at the Hokage's hat before he returned his attention back to his other self. He was alerted as the cloaked Naruto started to flash through hand seals and finished clasping his hands together. Naruto shuddered as chill went down his spine. His eyes widened as something formed in the air before the duo and he had to take a step back in fear as it solidified. Form ethereal and unworldly, a giant translucent gaunt specter with a demonic visage appeared in a swirl of light. Naruto took a step back as the Shinigami stared down at him. It opened its mouth revealing rows of sharp teeth and long serpentine tongue ran along its lips. The death god wordlessly turned towards the cloaked Naruto and he gestured to ruined village. What he said next caused Naruto to freeze. Enjoy. Naruto snapped awake, raising himself up abruptly. Thump. Kurenai hissed, holding her head in pain as she stumbled backwards, letting out a string of curses. Naruto nursed the bump on his head, scowling in pain before he opened his eyes and glanced around him. Kakashi's entire age generation stared back at him. Naruto blinked. He held up a hand lazily. Yo. He offered lamely. Kurenai composed herself, sneering at him as she nursed her bruised forehead. Geez, why am I always getting attacked around you? A few chuckles were heard but were silenced as her red eyes turned to them. Giving a warning glare, she turned her attention back to Naruto. You were moaning in your sleep and sweating. I came to try and wake you and you know. She gestured with her hand, scowling as both of them remembered the way he had reacted when she tried to wake him in Black River, only this time she was rewarded with a headbutt. Naruto, I smiled at her red face. Sorry Kurenai-chan. He offered sincerely. She scowled, but her red cheeks betrayed her expression as she waved off his apology. Composing herself, she ran a hand through her hair before clearing her throat. So, she started. Mind explaining what caused Team 7, plus Pakun such serious injuries and caused you of all people to suffer from chakra exhaustion? This disbelief in her voice was evident with her last few words. When they Yugao had rounded up everyone and told them that Naruto had been checked into Konoha's General Hospital for chakra exhaustion, everyone had laughed for a good 5 minutes. When Yugao didn't even so much as blink, they immediately sobered up. Seeing she was completely serious, they quickly made their way to the hospital. They had tried to be discreet, but seeing so much highly recognized Jounin heading to the hospital had the gossipers talking. News had spread through the village like wildfire that the Yellow Fang had suffered injuries of some sort, and there was quickly a village-wide panic as the most powerful shinobi in Konoha was injured. Kurenai resisted the urge to roll her eyes. People always overreacted for nothing. Their worry wasn't even sincere, they were just afraid that something could drive the village's most powerful shinobi to exhaustion. Rumors were flying, people were panicking, losing their minds, and it took a village announcement that Naruto was fine for things to calm down. So here they all were wondering just what or who had exhausted Naruto to the point he needed to be treated for chakra exhaustion. Naruto just glanced around searching for 3 young faces. Where's my Genin? He questioned tightly. Kurenai sighed before she walked closer to him and sat on his hospital bed. Glancing at her, Naruto could see she was in her civvies, filling out a lovelier red dress that accentuated her form with an opened ivory midriff cardigan. Glancing around, mostly everyone was in civvies save for some occasional uniforms. Naruto glanced down at his attire, seeing he was in his familiar black face mask tank top. He felt he was wearing pants underneath his covers. The first Hokage's necklace stood at the center of attention. Kurenai ignored it, stretching forward to smoothen out his slick blonde locks. Satisfied they were decent, she peered at him closely. No need to worry, your kids are fine. Sakura was in the worst condition, but the doctors say she'll only need a few weeks to recover. She put a hand over his mouth, seeing he was about to speak. Pakun is fine. He's at the vet with Hana taking care of him. She removed her hand, momentarily smiling when Naruto sagged with relief. Her smile fell from her face and she adopted a serious expression, crossing her arms. Now, mind telling us what happened? Everyone suddenly forgot about the term personal space and a lot of eyes stared at him closely. Naruto's Sharingan took in the faces. Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, Genma, Yugao, Hayate, Aoba, Reidu, Genma, Ebisu, Kotetsu, and Izumo, Tenzu, a few unknown faces, and was that Ibiki? Naruto stared at the tall figure in the back, waving dumbly. Yo, teach. Ibiki just grinned unknowingly, causing Naruto's spine to tingle. That guy should never smile. Ever. He nervously ran a hand through his hair. Damn, the whole gang was all here. Everyone had assembled because they heard he was injured. Not used to being the center of attention, Naruto's cheeks colored under his mask. Anko stared at him before she squealed. Oh look everybody. Naru-chan is blushing. She suddenly tugged at his masked cheeks. Kawi. Naruto-chan, if you weren't injured I would just jump in that bad and raw. Kurenai slapped a hand over her mouth and pushed Anko back with a scowl. Rubbing at his cheeks, Naruto let a smile come under his mask before his face became blank. Naruto-kun. All eyes turned to Yugao. Sorry to interrupt, but neither me or my squad found any traces of Riha. Wasn't she with you? She questioned. At the mention of her name, Naruto's eyes narrowed and everyone became tense at his expression. Did something happen to Riha-chan, my rival? Guy questioned. Naruto glanced out the window, momentarily watching as Konoha's lights twinkled under the night sky. The village looked beautiful at night. He sighed before he returned his attention to the group. Riha was responsible for this. Everyone immediately became alarmed and questions were rapidly fired. What? Riha-chan did this? The babe? She wouldn't hurt a fly. Everyone stopped as they were hit with killing intent. Naruto's form briefly glowed with a blue outline and his chakra began to rapidly spike, causing those close to him to step back as lighting crackled around his form. Kurenai remained where she was and laid a calming hand on his leg, meeting his furious eyes unflinchingly. Naruto's gaze softened and his chakra levels lowered. Everyone in the room let out a breath as the suffocating pressure that had been in the air dissipated. Exhaling deeply, Naruto took a calming breath as he lowered his head. She did this. She nearly killed my students and Pakun. Yugao immediately walked outside, and the guards at the door stood at attention. If anyone approaches, they are to be terminated with extreme prejudice. I want these doors sealed shut with soundproof seals. The guards saluted and Yugao walked back into the room as the doors were sealed behind her. Naruto kept his head down, his long bangs shadowing his face. She was a root spy, a seductress sent by Dansu to get impregnated by me. Everyone gasped at the news. That sweet woman was a spy. Yugao had her eyes wide open before she cursed out loud, startling everyone. That slut. I knew her name sounded familiar. Her tearful eyes turned to Naruto. Kami, Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I could have done something. She trailed off as tears fell down her face. Hayate wrapped an arm around her, whispering to her ears in comfort. Naruto raised his head to glance at Yugao. It's not your fault. She had everyone fooled. Not even my dog sensed any bad intentions from her until it was too late. Everyone was stone-faced. For a spy to fool them all for so long was serious. Eyes met and a wordless message passed between everyone. If even Naruto was being spied on, what's not to say they weren't as well? Who could they trust in this village now? Why does Dansu want your jeans? Asuma questioned. He resisted the urge to pull out a cigarette to try and calm his nerves. Naruto seemed to sag at the question before he ran a hand through his hair. He wasn't sure how Asuma would react if he told him his father was responsible for all this. I don't know if you all can handle what I'm about to tell you. He met each eye in the room. You're all loyal to Konoha and serve the Hokage. I wouldn't want you to feel conflicted because we're friends. Your lives could be in great danger, and if I was responsible. He trailed off sighing. You could all be killed. I couldn't allow you all to take this risk. Asuma scratched his beard. So I'm guessing the rumors of beef between you and the old man are true, eh? The tall man suddenly grinned. Well, I hope you hit him as hard as they say you did. All eyes in the room turned to him and Asuma shrugged. What? Naruto shook his head. Listen, I know you all made time out of your busy schedules to visit me, and I'm touched, but I think you all should leave. I could never ask any of you to be involved with what I have planned. For a bastard like me, you shouldn't suffer. Naruto grabbed his head in pain. Beside him, Kurenai retracted her hand, frowning. Naruto, I don't think you understand how much we care. He stared at her red eyes, seeing nothing but complete seriousness. He slowly shook his head at her disbelief. Before he could speak, Asuma interrupted. I said it before, and I'll say it again, Naruto. You're more of a Hokage than the old man could ever be. I can't speak for everyone here, but I can say for myself that I was never loyal to this village. That's why I briefly joined the 12 Ninja Guardians. My loyalty lies with my comrades. If there's someone I look up to, that person would be you, Hokage-sama. He grinned. Naruto shook his head in frustration. You don't understand, none of you understand. If you only knew. He trailed off, sighing to himself. Kurenai resisted the urge to thump him on his head. Why was Naruto's head so thick? Naruto-kun. She started, resting a hand on his leg. You can trust us. Please don't push us away. She pleaded, staring into his eyes. Naruto glanced at her before he acquiesced with a grunt. Naruto wordlessly gestured for her to come closer. Knowing what he wanted to do, she shifted closer, resting a hand on top of his head and holding up a hand seal. Using her genjutsu prowess, the whole room shifted and distorted. The shinobi in the room allowed Kurenai's chakra to invade their minds, and they were suddenly viewing Naruto's memories. Please don't start a riot when this is finished. His voice was disembodied, coming from all around them as his memories were played to them like they were front row in a movie theater. He showed them the events from the very beginning. What had happened in Black River with Konohamaru, to the revelation of the Hokage's dark secrets, to the root agent stalking him, and finally the events that happened with Riha. When his memories finished, the genjutsu ended and everyone found themselves back in the hospital room. Gazes were wide and mouths were open. Yugao broke down to tears, and even Anko had to sit down to compose herself. Ibiki remained stone-faced, but his eyes held a threatening glare. Guy's eyes were threatening to spill with tears. How could the Hokage do this? Such vile acts unforgivable, he shouted, standing looking ready kill. Asuma was worst off, taking to grinding his teeth together, looking ready to murder. That son of a bitch. He's gone too far. He stood like Guy. Naruto, what you're planning? I want in, he demanded. Kurenai held herself well, swallowing thickly, blinking back her threatening tears. She turned to Naruto, who was watching all of them quietly before the blonde slowly shook his head. See, this is what I meant. I can't in good consciousness ask any of you to get involved. Today was the last straw. I'm doing this alone, he whispered. Guy's eyes narrowed down at him as he snarled. Then what, Naruto? If you succeed, you'll be hunted to the ends of the earth, he shouted. I won't lose my best friend. My arrival. His voice cracked remembering the day Kakashi died, as the tears finally spilled. He'd be damned if he lost Naruto. Aoba laid a calming hand on his shoulder for support. Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, but I won't allow Ak. Damn it, Kurenai, stop hitting me. The woman had her fist clenched before she lowered her arm. Forget thick-headedness, Naruto was an idiot. She roughly grabbed him by his long bangs, ignoring the way he hissed. Listen here, Baka. We've all known you since the day Kakashi introduced that small little boy to us 12 years ago. We've watched that young boy grow before our eyes into a man, becoming the most powerful shinobi to ever grace this village. But despite all your power, all your reputation, we had to watch you suffer. And it kills me to know that you held us all back at arm length, suffering in silence. She stared into his eyes. No more, Naruto. We're going to stand beside you whether you like or not. If you want to be stubborn, then I'm just going to have force you into submission, and trust me, you wouldn't want that. She gave him a threatening grin. Naruto stared at her as she loosened her grip before she frowned again at the sight of his locks. She stretched forward again and smoothed them out before lowering her hand when they were decent. That was becoming a habit. Naruto briefly glanced at her before staring around at resolute faces. He swallowed thickly, suddenly feeling a rise of emotions in the pit of his stomach, and his stubborn walls refused to fall. After Riha, he didn't think he could trust Aga. She hurt you, didn't she? Kurenai said quietly. She stared at his tense form before she stretched her hand forward and intertwined their fingers. Naruto, we won't ever hurt you. We're your friends, trust us. She pleaded sincerely. Naruto refused to give in. I do trust you all, honestly I do. But Ri had just proved that. You loved her. Naruto froze, his wide eyes staring into Kurenai's tearful gaze. And she took advantage of that. Despite him controlling what they saw, she had felt everything that he was experiencing because of her genjutsu. His pain, his suffering, and worst of all, his broken heart. Don't allow what she did make you lose your faith in people, Naruto. If you can no longer place your trust in Konoha, place your trust in us. The people who love you. She squeezed his hand warmly. Please. She was practically begging as her eyes misted. Naruto felt his threatening emotions boiling over and his eyes filled with tears. Naruto. At the mention of his name, he looked into the eyes of Genma. Beside him stood Reidu and Iwashi, the Hokage guard platoon that had served his father. If there was one man I and my colleagues respected more than anything, it was your father. Before his death, he tasked us to protect what was more precious to him than anything in this world. He sighed. By your life, I failed him, we all failed him. I couldn't fulfill the request that my dead Hokage gave me. But I can start now. Naruto watched in shock as the trio kneeled before him. Please, I beg you, don't deny us the honor to protect and serve the son of the man I loved like a father. Naruto was speechless. Genma. He trailed off as Guy saluted him before kneeling. Asuma gave him a mock bow before kneeling as well. Even Anko kneeled, grinning at his face. He gasped as one by one, everyone slowly kneeled before him. He stared at their bowed heads and he felt those stinging tears finally start to fall. Why? Why were they all so fiercely loyal to him? What had he ever done to deserve such dedication? Guy smiled at him, his eyes shining. My eternal rival, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. He spoke without a hint of doubt. Asuma was grinning as he looked at him, a cigarette lit in his mouth. You already know where my loyalty lies. Faces nodding in agreement. By you word, Naruto. Naruto-senpai. Naruto-sama. Tenzu grinned. Everyone nodded at the term. Naruto-sama. They chorused together. Naruto finally broke down hearing their declaration of loyalty to him. Never in his life have expected such dedication from the people he had come to call friends. Kurenai smiled softly at him where she sat, before she tugged on his hand, pulling him into a warm embrace. She guided his head to his shoulder and lightly ran her hand through his blonde locks, whispering soothingly into his ear. As he cried, she remembered Riha's words to Naruto. The Jounin didn't show it, but those words cut deeper than any knife and it had hurt him badly. But he wasn't alone, he was never alone. He just was bad at expressing his emotions. His self-isolation had made him alien to social contact. She wrapped her arms tighter around his shaking form. How devastating it must have been, to have the one person he thought he could trust betray him. The way he had handled her, in her humble opinion, wasn't violent enough. Bitch. She internally mused. I hope you burn in hell. She rubbed small circles into his back and kissed the top of his head lightly. Ibiki had stayed quiet through the whole exchange, not one to mingle or show emotion. He favored to stand back and watch as everyone crowded around Naruto, whispering words of comfort. He nodded with pride as he watched him get comforted through the love of his peers. He always knew that boy was special. Konoha was rotten to the core. He had seen the shadows that had darkened it for years with his own eyes. Those elders had long since passed their time, mingling in affairs and plotting behind the backs of the military. It was time for a change. A new Konoha, one that wasn't subjected to the hypocrisy or sentiments of the will of fire, a false ideology that had brainwashed most of Konoha's hard-working shinobi to their deaths. He shook his head at the thought. Naruto would be the changing wind to extinguish these controlling flames. The revolution that would bring about change, with all the force of an unstoppable hurricane. And those elders' days were numbered, that he was certain. He grinned at the thought. When this brat becomes Hokage, he hoped that he would remember the one who taught him everything he knows. Dansu glanced down at his unconscious agent, her body beaten and broken, paralyzed by the curse seal he had placed on her. Her form was bloody, missing an arm bearing many lacerations and visible broken bones. Even her eyes were melted shut. But despite all that, she was still alive. He wordlessly turned to some of the soldiers around him and gestured for them to carry the girl. She had obviously been a failure. He was just thankful that his curse seal had activated before she could speak any of his secrets. As the root agents moved to touch her, she began stir awake. Her head twitched and she began to moan in warning, but it was too late. As soon as one of the agents touched her, black markings appeared on her body. Dansu gasped as 4 symbols solidified on her form before releasing from her body, branching out in a wide arc, and an inky black substance began to spray the area. Get back! Don't allow any of that substance to touch you. It was too late. Agents in the nearby vicinity had the black substance land on their form as the seals expanded into the air. Before they could run, a large back spear formed under the seals before it collapsed in on itself, sealing everyone and everything caught in it into the woman's body. Dansu had jumped back in time, narrowly escaping with some agents. His breathing was hard as he hadn't had to move so fast in quite a while. A large crater had formed in the area, leaving the land forever scarred. Dansu tissed, scowling at the notion of falling for a trap that nearly being killed. To put a reverse 4 symbol seal on a person while they were alive was even beyond his prowess. An ugly scowl formed. That damn boy. Retrieve her body, he said tightly. He turned on his heel to limp away, but one of his agents called his name lightly. Dansu turned, addressing the agent with a scowl. What? The agent pointed to the crater. My lord, you need to see this. His brow furrowed, but he wordlessly limped closer and peered into the crater. His lone eye widened at what he saw. Riha was still alive. But she was groaning in extreme pain. Whatever she was being subjected to had nullified his curse seal, as the woman was moaning loudly and holding her one arm over her stomach. This shouldn't be possible. For all purpose she should have been dead, but then again he had never seen the seal activated on someone while they were still alive. She screamed in agony and her stomach began to contort and shift. A tremor ran through her body and her form started to rapidly expand. Dansu didn't have time to cover his face as the woman exploded, showering everywhere with blood and guts. He used his robe to wipe his face before he froze at the sight that greeted him. Pieces of bone and flesh were everywhere. What even looked like a piece of her head had landed not too far from the crater. It was truly a disgusting sight, and no doubt her last moments must have been extremely painful. But what had caught his attention was the bloody message written in on the ground. You're next. Dansu sneered before he began to limp away. Destroy an evidence of this ever taking place, I want nothing left. Inside Konohagakure's Hokage Tower, the third Hokage was watching the transpiring events through his crystal ball. He had been alarmed when the seal he had placed on his double agent began to pulse, alerting him that her life was in danger. Never would he think that she would be discovered so soon. His plans had failed spectacularly. As he watched Dansu walk away from the message written in blood, he sighed. It wouldn't be soon now before Naruto came for him. He turned his attention to his guards. Make haste and get the elders. The guards hesitated. My lord? Hiruzen just sighed. Do as I ask. As the guards bowed and disappeared, the Hokage picked up his pipe. With a focus of fire chakra, the pipe was lit. Taking deep puffs, Hiruzen sighed deeply, leaning back into his chair. He didn't have to wait long as his 2 teammates came through his office door looking quite unhappy. As usual, Koharu was the first to state her displeasure. What is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? To summon us at such an hour dash? Shut up and sit down, he whispered, gesturing them to the chairs in front of his desk. They frowned, but both did as requested. Hiruzen still sat back in his chair, taking a few puffs before he turned his chair around and stood, walking to his office windows, to peer out at Konoha's beauty at night. Both elders shared a glance before Homura cleared his throat. Hiruzen, why have we been dash? Konoha is beautiful at night, is it not? Hiruzen interrupted. They stared at his back in confusion, shaking their heads. What was this old monkey rambling about? Koharu sat up in her chair, giving Hiruzen a wary glance. Yes, it is, but Konoha's beauty is of no importance right now. What is important is the Ria dash. In your final moments, you start to appreciate the things that you have. He interrupted again. It's the little things, the subtleties that you never really think twice about, that start to stand out. Wouldn't you agree? Both elders had no idea where this conversation was going. Fed up with him avoiding their questions, Koharu frowned at his back. What on earth is going on, Hiruzen? He puffed on his pipe a few times, sighing before he turned around and faced them with a serious gaze. Naruto will soon come for us. Both their eyes widened at the startling news. How, does he know? Koharu whispered in fear. Hiruzen shook his head, and she nearly sagged with relief. But their old teammates wasn't finished as sat in his chair, sighing again. But I fear he will soon find out. Homura grinded his teeth together. You see now why you should have just killed him, Hiruzen? But no, you were too soft, too weak, not having the guts to do what was necessary, and now he has grown strong, a threat to us all. Koharu willed him to calm down. Homura, please be calm. Hiruzen is the Hokage, surely he can't, she gasped as Homura turned angry eyes to her. Are you a fool? Have you felt that boy's chakra? I've only felt such ominous and potent chakra in one man, and that had been when Mito-sama was trying to control the beast sealed inside of her. Koharu gasped. Surely you must be overestimating him, she said with fear. She had heard rumors but had dismissed them as hero worship, seeing them as nothing more than just that. Rumors. Homura would have slapped her across the face. Has old age dulled your mind? He shouted in exasperation. Koharu, he killed a Jinchuriki by himself when he was only 16. 16, he shouted, and he shows more skill using the same chains as Mito and Kushina to control and suppress the chakra of a tailed beast. Who else do you know could accomplish such a feat? He bellowed, grabbing her by her shoulders. Homura. Hearing the warning tone in the Hokage's voice caused Homura to release his grip and sit back into his chair. Hiruzen watched the man compose himself before he turned his attention to a shaking Koharu. I fear Homura is right. Naruto is powerful, very powerful. And now that he has the Mangekyo Sharingan, I don't even think in my prime I would be able to match him, Koharu gasped, and Homura just shook his head in defeat. It's hopeless, we're all doomed, he sighed. Hiruzen ignored him, favoring to just enjoy the momentary peace while it lasted, puffing on his pipe, allowing the soothing tobacco to ease the tension in his muscles. Koharu looked ready to cry. What will we do, Hiruzen? If even Hiruzen was no match for Naruto, then things were hopeless. He would kill them all. Homura stayed quiet, focusing his thoughts on running from the village and heading for the capital to seek safety within the Fire Lord's court. Konoha. His whisper caught their attention. Seeing their confusion, he elaborated. Despite Naruto's strength, he cannot stand against the military might of 17,000 shinobi. I would have to be discreet, recalling our shinobi from across the continent. Homura adopted a serious gaze. What are you implying? Such words held serious ramifications. Hiruzen met his gaze blankly. You can already guess, my old friend. Koharu shrieked, having heard enough. This is madness, Hiruzen. Konoha would be weakened, defenseless, and our enemies wouldn't just stand by and watch. Her form shook with a mixture of fear and rage, and she started stuttering. Why, you see what you have caused. If you had just left dash. Hiruzen's fist smashed against his desk, shattering it. His crystal ball fell to the floor, shattering to pieces. I did what I thought was best. Konoha was weakened and we needed all the help we could get. Her lip quivered before the tears started to spill. Not that you fool. Why did you have to kill her? Why? Now we're suffering for the actions you have caused. He swore revenge, and now he will soon have it. She broke down, resting her head into her hands. Hiruzen grimaced before he fell silent. I had no choice, he whispered, turning his chair to hide his look of shame. I had no choice. The chairs emptied and he heard Homura lead the crying woman out of his office, her whimpers fading, leaving him in silence. Hiruzen sighed, taking the hat off his head before he stood walking to the window and staring out at the village. Everything that he had done, every action that he had taken was for the greater good of Konoha. As Hokage, he was tasked with the protection and perseverance of this village, and he would be damned if dash. Crack. Hiruzen jumped before he turned, walking around his desk and staring down at the portrait that had fallen off the wall. He stared at it for a few moments before he bent down to pick it up. He flipped it over and his eyes widened. Minato Namikaze stared back at him. Hiruzen features shifted into fear before he dropped the portrait and backed away from it shaking. And no. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. He screamed to the empty office. These omens had haunted him since that day, following him wherever he went. He had felt it, like someone was watching him, eyes following his every movement. Sleepless nights had plagued him and he found himself paranoid, shouting at something that wasn't there. Even in death, that man continued to torment him. Curse you. You'll pay for this. Before death, I swear it. You will pay. Hiruzen grabbed his head in pain. Linger in fear, for the belly of the Shinigami hungers for your soul. He stumbled backwards, leaning on the windows of his office for support. A sudden chill went up his spine and his head hammered almost if it was being squeezed. Run. Hide. Cower behind the walls you so foolishly believe will protect you. He felt that same sensation of eyes watching him and his eyes fell on the Hokage tower. The fourth Hokage's stone eyes seemed to pin him under their eternal stare. Naruto will come for you. Hiruzen gasped before he ran out of his office. He had to get away from those eyes. Those same cold blue eyes that tormented his sleep. Those same eyes he saw reflected in his son, as if he had been reincarnated to take his vengeance. And I will be waiting. Chapter 11, Endure. Located in the mountainous areas to the northmost region of the land between Takigakur and Otogakur, a particular dense forested area held a graveyard of ancient dead creatures. Their giant fossils were all that remained of their existence, jutting out the earth, standing as large as the mountains themselves. Hidden deep underground, thick tunnels provided the perfect source of anti-detection, preventing any chakra detecting techniques to discover the operations that took place underground. In one particular area of this secret base, a large laboratory held a single figure seated in front of a massive wall full of glass containers. Decorated above the massive wall was the symbol of the Uchiha clan, the same symbol that the seated figure wore proudly on his back. Behind the single eye hole of his orange mask, he tilted his head, peering carefully at the Sharingan eyes, individually suspended in fluids floating in clear glass containers. You're late. Seemingly speaking to no one, the ground suddenly contorted and shifted and an insectivorous plant-like shell slowly molded out of the ground. Opening like a Venus flytrap, a dual-colored face peered at the masked individual seated leisurely in his chair. Apologies, yellow-like orb stared him down, we stopped to feed on the way. Almost representative of the white and black colors of his face, two voices spoke in harmony, the first a tad soft and distinctively masculine, the other dark and filled with malice. The masked man scoffed, turning his head to glare at the plant-like humanoid. Well? He prompted after a few moments of silence. The shell opened further, revealing the same mixed skin, evenly halved down his entire body length and short green hair. His hatred for the village grows. The black side answered. Hiruzen played his part perfectly. The white side chuckled. The man nodded in acceptance. Continue, Zetsu. He bid him, crossing his arms. I've never felt such chakra. The white Zetsu uttered. It was an interesting fight. Such dense and potent chakra. Even more sinister than your own, Toby. Black Zetsu finished, hoping to get a reaction from the man. The now identified Toby hummed to himself. I hope you recorded all of it. He would want to see for himself the fruits of his labor. See how much the boy had grown. Itachi was becoming a thorn in his side and he would need a replacement. Watching as Zetsu showed him the events, a wicked smile formed on his face. Yes. Everything was going according to plan. Soon the boy would find out the dark secrets that the elders tried to keep hidden for so long. He would kill them, that was obvious. If things went smoothly, then he would destroy Konoha in the process. Yes, Itachi would die and Naruto would take his place. As he watched the Mangekyo Sharingan activate in his eyes, he smiled. Yes, Naruto, show them your power, he chuckled ominously. Then when you destroy them, come to me. 1 week later. Wasn't that such a good movie? Resisting the urge to fall asleep, Naruto nodded slowly, not wanting to disagree with her and cause an argument. They had just finished watching some geisha movie about a little girl sold into the trade by her family. It followed her life in an almost heartbreaking, slightly tragic story. Naruto was barely paying attention. He glanced to his lovely fellow blonde, rolling his eyes as she blew her nose with a tissue. They were in the living room of his condominium, curled into the couch, having just finished the horrible movie. So what did you like about it? Riha asked, looking at him curiously. Naruto rubbed his head at the question before simply shrugging. I don't know, guess I liked the setting. He answered, hoping it would be adequate enough to get her to stop pestering him. He sighed as she opened her mouth and started firing off sentences of how it was so beautiful and romantic. When she didn't stop, he began to tune her out. I mean, I can relate to the main character. He had his eyes closed, absently nodding to everything she said, and that ending. After 20 years she got her man. Naruto nodded again, nearly falling asleep before he suddenly stilled. Had he heard her right? What did you say? He suddenly asked, causing Riha to stop her excited rambling. She stared at him curiously before repeating her last sentence. Sitting up in the couch, Naruto shook his head at her. No, what you said before that. Riha tilted her head curiously. I can relate to the main character. She repeated hesitantly. Naruto nodded at her slowly. She had his undivided attention as he shifted closer to stare at her face to face. What do you mean by that? Riha shrugged, Naruto noticing she suddenly refused to meet his gaze. Dunno, guess I can just feel for her story, being taken away from family at young age and brought into a life she never wanted. She never wanted to serve. To do what she did. In the end it always became only a mission. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. So? He tried to find the deeper meaning behind her words. You were a geisha? Riha's eyes glowed with feminine fury. What? Naruto had to lean back to dodge the fist thrown at his face. Do I look like an entertainer to you, Naruto? The question was rhetorical as she jumped on top of him, straddling his waist, effectively pinning him. Soft hands gripped his throat hard, and despite the position, Naruto grinned. Well, you can dance. And you play the samisen really well. Your singing is horrible though. Damn, he loved the way her mouth turned whenever she got angry. And the way you're so good in the bedroom, one would think that you were a professional. He finished cheekily. His only warning was her eyes actually turning furious. His head suddenly turned as her fist impacted against his cheek. Staring at her in shock, he was confused at her tearful visage before she slid off him and walked away, heading to the master bedroom. He heard the door slam so loud it rattled the complex. Naruto sat up in the couch, rubbing his aching cheek. Staring in the direction she had stormed off in confusion, he wondered why she gotten so upset. Standing from the couch, he followed her path and arrived before the master bedroom door. Riha-chan. He lightly knocked on the door. May I come in? When he received no answer, he knew he should have just walked away and give her some time to cool off. Instead, he slowly opened the door and entered the room, silently closing it behind him. He paused at the sight of seeing her crying on the pillows. Walking towards her, he sat down gently on his bed, watching her in silence. Reaching down, he laid a hand on her shoulder and ignored the way she stiffened. What's wrong? He asked quietly. She sniffed before turning her face towards him, showing red puffy eyes. Have you ever wanted to tell someone something so badly, but can't? I mean literally can't. Naruto's brows furrowed down at her. What was this about? Lying down beside her, he wrapped an arm around her waist, bringing her up against him. I'm a horrible person, Naruto-kun. Naruto hushed her whimpers softly. We're all horrible people, he whispered as he dried her tears. It's how you choose to live your life that defines who you are. Horrible or not. His words struck her deep, and a new set of cries began as she rested her head against his chest. Her body shook with sobs as she cries grew in volume. She couldn't take it anymore. It was too dash. I love you. She instantly stilled against him. Slowly tilting her head to stare up into his face, she saw him smiling down her. His mask was off, showing her a full row of teeth as his smile widened at her. The hand that slowly began to stroke her cheek finally broke her. She lunged for his face, and their lips mashed together into a searing kiss as their tongues fought for dominance. She felt his hands tearing at her clothes and hers doing the same before she climbed on top of him, and Naruto wasted no time as he entered her in one smooth motion. Riha gasped at the familiar feeling of being full, and she instantly put her hips to work on top of him. Her guilt and worries melted away with each thrust he took as his hands reached up for her bouncing chest. Naruto ignored the nagging feeling in the back of his head as he lost himself to the sensations of her searing warmth. If it seems too good to be true, it definitely is. With love comes pain. The more you love, the greater the pain can be. He had learned that the hard way. In the infinite void of his personal alternate dimension, Naruto sat on the edge of his apartment entrance, letting his feet dangle over the edge as he stared into the endless black. Despite his blank face, his mind was a whirlwind of fury. Stupid. He growled to himself. I was so stupid. He took off his headband, letting the cloth dangle before he dropped it over the edge. This village was nothing to him now. A week of self-reflection had made the fact obvious. Crying over spilled milk won't change anything, Naruto. Naruto didn't acknowledge the deep voice coming from behind him. Hearing a grunt, he caught the sight of brown at the corner of his eye as a recovering Pakun shifted to sit beside him, staring into the dark abyss. You know, it's been a week now since you last visited the pups at the hospital, Pakun said lightly, hoping to a response from his silent master. Hearing only silence, he sighed, slowly laying on the ground mindful of the bandages wrapped around his body. He had to thank Hana for her work. Naruto, he said after a moment of silence. It's not healthy to stay cooped into this dimension thing he's staring at. He gestured to the dark. It's depressing as fuck here. It was really the silence that bothered him. The only sounds that were heard were that of their own voices. I want to go home, Naruto. Not stay here and have entertainment in the form of a dark abyss. There wasn't any TV here. Don't you miss home? Hakun asked in exasperation. During the week of self-isolation, Naruto had only returned home once before leaving. Her scent was still fresh in the air and he couldn't take the smell. So he had teleported himself here, choosing to sit for hours on end staring at an endless darkness. Hakun was unfortunate enough to have accompanied him. Why don't you go interact with your friends, huh? At the condo your voicemail was full from those missed calls from Kurenai-chan. You know how angry she gets when she's ignored. The pug never saw his eyes narrow. Hakun painfully sighed. Geez Naruto, I can't believe you're sitting here brooding because you got played by some chick. Wipe your ass and get over it. Like I said, crying over spilled milk won't change anything. She got you, she got all of us. How do you think the pups feel knowing their sensei only visited them once at the hospital then stayed away to go cry in a corner? What kind of coward are you? He finished with a growl. Hakun suddenly flinched as he was hit with a wave of chakra. Standing to his feet, Naruto walked from the entrance, slamming the door shut behind him as he marched through the apartment. Hakun watched with growing trepidation as Naruto's form disappeared into one of the rooms. Limping in the direction Naruto had gone, he paused at the edge of the doorway, peering into a room filled with various weapons and stockpile of armaments. A personal armory. Already knowing what he was planning, Hakun growled at him. Stop, Naruto. Not even bothering to acknowledge Hakun's voice, Naruto shed his bulky green vest and placed on his old Anbu armor. He had reached his breaking point. There was only so much one could take. Fully dressed in his gear, he slipped on a blank black Anbu mask onto his face. Adjusting his sword on the back, he attached 2 utility pouches to the back of his waist and marched out the door. Hakun could only watch as he walked past him. Naruto, think about what you're doing, he shouted, desperately trying to keep with his steps. Imagine the consequences of your actions. You're putting everyone's lives at risk. If you do this now, you'll start a war. Seeing Naruto come to a stop, Hakun huffed in exertion as he tried not to rile his injuries. Please listen, Naruto, you need to dash. Dispel, Hakun. Hearing the cold tone of Naruto's voice, Hakun froze, staring up at his back in shock. What? Naruto. His eyes widened as Naruto slowly turned to face him, the burning red of the Sharingan visible from his eye holes. I said dispel. With a broken look on his face, Hakun obeyed, reverse summoning himself in a burst of smoke. Staring at the spot the pug had been, Naruto held up a hand sign and focused his chakra, teleporting through time and space. Kurenai walked through Konoha's busy streets with a furious look on her face. Giving a rather nasty glare to anyone unfortunate to be caught staring, she ignored the way people gave her a wide berth as she marched onwards. The source of her current ire was a familiar masked individual that had been missing for a week. She would give that no good pervert a piece of her mind. Who the hell did he think he was to ignore her calls? All week she had been trying to contact him and see how he was doing, but that blonde-haired idiot had the audacity to tell her he wanted to be alone. What impudence! Giving her the cold shoulder after she allowed him to cry on hers. As she thought about his stupid smiling face, her glare intensified. Oh, she would show him why she wouldn't put up with his mannerisms for any longer. All that talk of trusting in friends had flown right over his head. Oh, give him space, Kurenai, he needs some time alone. She mocked Asuma's voice, remembering the way he tried to defend Naruto's actions when he had told them he was leaving. There was never more a time where she so badly wanted to punch him in his face. Leaving. That's the only thing he was good at. Closing himself off to any forms of contact while keeping others at arm's length. Despite her anger, her eyes burned with threatening tears. Why did he always have to act like that? She had all but begged him to stay with his friends. To be a pillar of support while his team recovered in the hospital. But like always, he had refused. Their acts of dedication, although touching, couldn't change his worst habit. Suffering in silence. They had all thought that when Kakashi died, Naruto wouldn't make it. He had thrown himself deeper into Anbu, setting anew a record for the amount of S-ranked missions completed by a squad. Eventually his own squad had burned out, but Naruto continued onward. Becoming a lone wolf, taking on missions for himself. It was essentially suicide. Taking so many missions of that caliber would eventually lead to self-destruction. It would only be a matter of time. It was the Hokage himself who had intervened and forced Naruto to take a leave of absence from the Anbu. Then he left. There were no words of goodbye or letters entailing where he was going. Nothing. He had just got up and left. It took a week for anyone to realize Naruto was missing, and a search of the apartment he had been residing in found all of his stuff gone. Everyone had demanded, outright begged for a search party to be assembled to allow search for the young boy, but the Hokage had refused. That would be the first time she had ever hated the Hokage so much that she wanted to kill him. The second time was the night of learning his dark secret. If his actions of doing nothing weren't bad enough, him knowing that Naruto would leave had caused the combined effort of Guy and Asuma to hold her back from attacking the Hokage. Although the Hokage had every right to execute her right then and there, he didn't react in the slightest and told them all to leave. Seeing nothing would be done, they all left, their respect for the Hokage evaporating as they could do nothing but wait for Naruto's return. 1 year had passed. One had eventually turned into 2. It was a few months after the second year of his leave that rumors of a so-called Yellow Fang began to pop up around Iwagakure. Said to be the descendant of Konoha's White Fang, come to lay vengeance on all her enemies. Then he came back. It had been during time when the village would annually celebrate the day of the Kyuubi attack with a huge festival. It was broadcasted event played across the entire country for anyone with the paid programming being able to view. Regretfully, it was the same date of Kakashi's death and his birthday. So everyone had found themselves gathered to silently reflect and be amongst friends. It had been during the midnight during the ending stages of the festival where the entire village would gather for a moment of silence for all those that died during the attack. And it was that very same moment that Naruto decided to appear. She remembered the shock that day when out of nowhere a toad the size of the Hokage mountain dropped into the middle of the village with the force of a bomb. In front of the population of Konoha, Fire Lord, he had decided to attend that year, politicians, military, the entire country. Naruto had posed the big question. Am I late? It would forever be recorded as the highest viewed Kyuubi festival in years, setting a new record for the most watched broadcasted event in the elemental nations. He even had the audacity to rejoin the Anbu the next day. And then came the Cold War that Naruto had unintentionally started by killing the Gobi Jinchuriki, Han in Iwagakure's own territory. Before she knew it, Naruto had somehow jumped from A-class warrior to S-class monster and become something of a shinobi celebrity to his utter disdain. It had been an interesting year. A 16-year-old had caused utter pandemonium. Tensions were high with Iwa and war was said to be on the horizon. If all of that wasn't bad enough, Kumo just had to go ahead and try to make an attempt to kidnap a Hyuga. That would be the last straw before the third would send out the message to mobilize Konoha's army. It would be the fourth great shinobi war. It would be hell. So many promising young children forced to experience the horrors and hardships that their generation experienced. It was with a desperate gamble of hope that the reigning powers of each village met in neutral territory to discuss possible solutions for peace and ease the rising tensions. The meeting was held in the Land of Iron under leader of the land, Mifune. Each cage was allowed one bodyguard. The Hokage chose Naruto. Naruto chose to be late. The details weren't solid, but from the sources she had heard, it had been well into the meeting when the Hokage had pulled out a familiar three-pronged kunai and Naruto had teleported to the meeting uttering his apologies. Sorry I'm late, I got lost in time-space. The Tsuchikage and Raikage had right then and there accepted Konoha's request for peace. It was almost heartbreaking to see how things turned out. There were days that she wished the fourth was still alive. That Naruto still had his parents. That things could be different. But those were only wishes. The harsh reality was that the very village had become his worst enemy. After everything he had done, the Hokage and elders had the audacity to look him in eyes knowing that they were cloning an army of Uzumaki from the cells of his dead sibling. It was disgusting. And was all over the fact that they didn't want to lose their weapon. No, it was more than that. After so many years, why would the Hokage tell Naruto about his dark deeds now? Didn't he know that Naruto wouldn't just sit idle while human clones are being made? Regardless, Naruto was suffering because of it. She dismissed her internal thoughts as she came into the more wealthy sectors of the village, tilting her head back to peer at the top of a sky-high condominium. Walking in through the entrance, the security guard on duty trembled at the sight of her. The burly-looking man nervously smiled in greeting. He was a retired police captain that had known Naruto since he had first moved into the building at the age of 16. Ayato-san. Kurenai greeted with a disarming smile. Gee, good morning to you, Kurenai-san. Why, you're looking lovely this morning. He whimpered as she suddenly moved forward to stand in front of him. It was almost comedic to see a man twice her size and weight tremble as she glared at him. Is Naruto in? She asked with a growl. Ayato nervously shrugged. He hadn't seen the lad in a week. Gulping as her red eyes seemed to glow with anger, he knew telling her no would be the wrong answer. Why yep. Jay just saw him this morning. He lied with a nervous smile. Staring at him carefully for a few moments, Kurenai nodded in acceptance before she walked towards the elevators. Pressing a button, she waited a few seconds for the door to open and she entered, pushing another button for the top floor. Ayato waited till the doors closed before he slumped in relief. Kami, his old heart couldn't handle these youngsters. Nearly 2 weeks ago Naruto had come stomping through the entrance looking like death itself, nearly giving him a heart attack, and now Kurenai as well. Why did I accept this job? Ayato groaned to himself. In the elevator, Kurenai waited patiently for the lift to reach the top floor, trying hard to rein in her temper as horrible music played. She tilted her head oddly, glancing at the fist-shaped indent made into the titanium walls. With a ding, the elevator opened, having reached top floor, and she walked out and only need to take a few steps to arrive before the penthouse door. Marching to the door, she didn't bother to knock and instead pounded on the door so hard that it shook. Naruto Namikaze, you open this door right now or else. She suddenly stopped, seeing a seal appear on the door, glowing briefly as it detected her presence. With a creak, the door opened itself for her, allowing her entrance. Right, she had forgotten that her chakra was recognized by the seal. Entering through the door, she stepped into his apartment, slamming the door behind her. She took off her sandals and walked forward into the living room, staring around at the silent condo apartment. Naruto, she shouted, hoping to announce her presence. When she got no answer, she frowned. Walking around for a bit, she had to marvel at the interior of such a living space. This was the very definition of luxury, as everything in sight was polished and pristine. She had to wonder how much Naruto paid each month. His maintenance fees alone were probably the same amount as her paychecks. Rich bastard. She headed for the hallway in the direction of the master bedroom. She kicked open the door, marching inside, hoping to catch him, but saw nobody. Glancing around at the room, she could do nothing but shake her head. Seeing all the interior design of the room, she felt disappointingly poor. From the king-side bed, matching ebony dressers, and snowy carpeted floors, Kurenai felt her jealousy rise. Her own bedroom couldn't even be classified as shit compared to this. She bet her entire apartment and a year's worth of salary wouldn't be half the price of the objects in this room. She sighed to herself. It wasn't fair. What she would give just to have this bed. She turned to leave before she suddenly hesitated. It was obvious Naruto wasn't here and she was the only one in the apartment, right? She suddenly shook her head. No, Kurenai, you're supposed to be pissed off, she said to herself. She would resist temptation. Glancing back at the bed, she bit her lip. Those sapphire silk sheets looked oh so alluring. And those pillows looked fit for a queen. Anger disappearing, she peeked her head out, hesitantly staring at the living room. The coast was clear. With a mischievous giggle, she ran forward and hopped onto the large bed, rolling around on the sapphire sheets. It was incredibly childish, but she most likely would never get another chance to rest in a bed worth more than her. She flipped herself over, rubbing her cheeks on the silk sapphire cheeks, reveling in the heavenly scent. She ignored the voice in the back of her head telling her she shouldn't be laying in someone else's bed, plus the fact that it was Naruto's bed. But it was so damn soft. MHMMM. She moaned in contentment as nuzzled into the soft pillows. How she wished she could sleep in this bed for all eternity. Imagine how jealous other women would be if they ever saw a bed like this in her dash. What are you doing? Kurenai let out a eep at the sound of the voice, tumbling out of the bed in surprise. Groaning, she rubbed her head and paused at the sight of sandaled feet. Lifting her gaze upward, she took in black Onbu armor and a matching black mask staring down at her blankly. And Naruto? Kurenai questioned in shock. Why was he in all that gear? Behind his mask, Naruto glared down at he. What are you doing here? Kurenai stared at him in shock before her expression turned vicious. Standing up quickly, she got into his face, roughly shoving him, but only managed to make him take a step back. What am I doing here? She echoed with a growl. Where have you been, huh? All week I've been trying to contact you and see how you were, but all I got in return was the cold shoulder. Who the fuck do you think you are, disappearing like that, making everyone think you left or worst even killed yourself? Seeing him just stare, she growled, answer me. Naruto coldly turned his back to her. Go home, Kurenai, he said, glancing at her form over his shoulder. Or better yet, leave the village. He finished darkly. Kurenai stared at his back in shock as he left the doorway. Rushing after him, she saw him move into the living room and paused at the sight of seeing various scrolls on the coffee table. Watching him begin to seal them away, her stomach dropped at the implications. He was staring this war now. Give this to my team. Her hands instinctively caught the scroll tossed at her. It's filled with explanations of the Uchiha massacre and a reverse-engineered key to Konohamaru's seal, he said as he walked up to her. There's also a bank account number that's for a trust fund that I've set up for them. They'll find over 50 million in cash saved for when they reach 16. It's to be split evenly. With that he walked around her, heading for the door. Kurenai's body refused to move for a few seconds as her brain processed what he had just told her. What? He suddenly stopped and turned to her, holding up 3 fingers. Tell them I'll come for them in 3 years, no 5 at tops, okay? They'll understand. Watching as he reached for the handle of the door, she threw the scroll at his head. Without even turning around or pausing in his movements, his hand shot up and caught it. That was all Kurenai needed to utilize an instant replacement and switch herself with the scroll, and knocked him away from the door. Blocking the door, her red eyes narrowed at him. You're not leaving here. He couldn't start this war now. At least not without planning something. Knowing him, he was going to go in guns blazing and bulldoze his way through Konoha to get to the elders. Naruto's eyes narrowed behind his mask. You're trying to stop me? What happened to all that Naruto-sama bullshit? Kurenai returned his gaze just as intensely. We will stand with you. But not like this, she gestured to his armor. Despite your strength, you can't go up against Konoha by yourself. That's suicide, Naruto, she shouted desperately. You'll die before you reach the Hokage Tower. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. Move, Kurenai. It was obvious she never seen Sage Mode. He was ignored. Think about this, Naruto. Your Genin are in the hospital while their sensei plans to kill the elders. What do you think will happen to them after this is all over? They'll be crushed knowing that you left them over some personal vendetta. All I want to do is kill the elders and get the fuck out. And how do you plan to do that, Naruto? She shouted in frustration, seeing she wasn't getting through to him. In a 10-minute time frame. Kurenai stared at him, thinking she had heard wrong. Did you just say dash? A stabilized rosin bolt to paralyze the population for exactly 10 minutes. A rosin skuriken then thrown at the Hokage Tower. Of course the elders would be already moved underground, so a rosin drill would flush them out. Kill them all, then find those labs and destroy them. When that's all done, I would have to make a run for it, hopefully making it out of the country by nightfall. After that, who knows? Maybe he would head to Kiri. Word is they were giving political asylum to missing nins. For a price. She knew she shouldn't be surprised, but she would be lying if she said she wasn't. If all else fails, use this, Kamui, and send myself and everyone around me to oblivion. He knew for certain he could make it to the elders, but getting around Anbu en route would be extremely difficult. So if he was going to die, he would at least send those bastards with him. He had been practicing all week. Having finished speaking, Naruto made to move forward, but again was blocked by Kurenai. So you plan to kill yourself if you fail? She asked as tears filled her eyes. Naruto just sighed at her determination. Be thankful I'm not planning to destroy the village. He fired back. Even if he did, he would make sure to avoid damaging the hospital. Kurenai glanced at him sharply, refusing to let her tears fall. You don't mean that. I'll kill anyone that gets in my way. Patience reaching its limit, Naruto moved forward ominously. Kurenai was already blitzing through hand seals, and Naruto paused as she disappeared before his eyes. He frowned as he suddenly found himself pinned to a tree. A large root coiled around him, making him grunt. Tilting his head back, he saw Kurenai seemingly emerge from the trunk of the tree, holding a kunai to his neck. Please, Naruto, don't make me dash. Her eyes widened as their positions suddenly reversed. It was her now stuck to the tree with Naruto standing in front of her. But when did she suddenly saw the red glow in his eye hole and cursed. Genjutsu reflection. Seeing her freeze, Naruto made to move towards the door, but stopped as a wire wrapped around his forearm. He turned in time to see Kurenai extend her leg to wrap around the wire before she stomped on the ground, causing him to stumble forward. Being off balance, Naruto barely blocked the kick that sent him on his back. Quickly rolling to his feet, he avoided the way she tried to stomp on his head, retaliating with a fist aimed at her face. She ducked the blow, tugging hard on the wire, throwing him forward, rocketing upwards with an uppercut that Naruto flipped backwards to avoid. Using the momentum of his flip, Naruto's feet clipped her chin, snapping her head upwards before he blitzed forward, wrapping a hand around her throat and choke slammed her to the ground. Don't make me hurt you, Kurenai. She spat blood into his eye hole, causing him to flinch before she wrapped her legs around the arm around her throat and rolled. Lest he have his arm snap in half, Naruto rolled with her until both of them tumbled across the living room, finally stopping as they hit the couch. Naruto managed to untangle himself from her, but Kurenai kicked him backwards and flipped to her feet and pulled on the wire still wrapped around his arm. Feeling the tug, Naruto used both his arms to pull against her, and Kurenai was sent rocketing towards him. But in an impressive display of flexibility she used the momentum to flip over, spinning in the air to make the wire wrap around his throat. Dropping on her back directly behind him, Kurenai kicked the back of his legs, sending him to his knees, and pulled with all her strength. Naruto's arm snapped backwards at the same time, choking from having the wire around his neck. He gasped as long legs suddenly wrapped around his neck and further cut off his flow of oxygen. When it seemed he was about to pass out, he suddenly disappeared in a burst of smoke. Panting in shock, Kurenai turned just in time to see hands wrap around her throat, and she suddenly felt herself thrown through the air, slamming against the wall harshly. Before gravity could drop her body, Naruto was in front of her, pinning her to the wall with his wrist. Her dangling feet kicked against his chest, but he only pressed his body against hers to effectively pin her. "Enough, Kurenai," Naruto uttered, watching her struggle. It was a hopeless fight. She couldn't hope to possibly fight him or even consider forcing him to stop. Naruto was too powerful for there to be any comparison. She didn't even realize she had been fighting a shadow clone the whole time. Sighing as she stubbornly ignored him, Naruto removed his black mask with his free arm and pinned it to his belt. Staring her in the eyes, Naruto's gaze softened at her. "Despite what you all said to me that night, I can't let any of you do this." He alone wanted to be held responsible and take the fall. "So you just leave everyone behind?" Kurenai growled at him, trying to free herself from his wrist. Naruto nodded. "I already told you I'll come back in a few years, Kurenai-chan." He felt her body slacken against him. "If you leave, I'll never forgive you," she said, suddenly staring at him with an unidentifiable emotion. Naruto didn't move for a few seconds before he closed his eyes and sighed. He suddenly removed his wrist from her throat, making her drop to her feet, wrapping an arm around her waist to steady her. "Kurenai-chan, you don't understand." "Yes, I do." She screamed at him. "I understand so much it hurts. You showed me, everyone, your memories, but they didn't feel what I did," she said as her eyes filled with tears. "The pain, agony, betrayal, the rage. Naruto, I know how much you want to kill them, but right now isn't the way." Naruto honestly wanted to laugh. If only she knew. "So what you have me do then?" he asked, humoring her. "Wait till the old man dies of a heart attack before I kill him? Or maybe let them continue growing clones somewhere?" His eyes narrowed at her. "Or maybe you all are having second thoughts about everything?" He saw the slap coming but took it anyway. "Don't you dare call me a coward, Naruto." She snarled at him. "My words weren't just talk." "So then what do you want me to do?" Naruto roared back at her. "Endure, Naruto," Kurenai whispered as the tears finally fell. "You have to endure." He watched in silence as she broke down in front of him before her sobs filled the silent apartment. Wordlessly he tugged on her arm and pulled her into a warm embrace. He guided her head to his shoulder and lightly ran his fingers through her long black hair. He couldn't stop his thoughts from drifting to that same night. Their positions had been reversed. She reflected his thoughts as she wrapped her arms around his waist and held him tight, even as her shoulders shook. Naruto savored the moment, taking in a deep breath, inhaling her scent of roses before he began to untangle himself from her. "I've endured enough." With that said, Naruto pulled himself away from her but stopped at the soft, almost pleading tug on his arm. Looking down, he saw her fingers intertwined with his. Lifting his gaze to her face, he saw her tearful red eyes shining with that same emotion that he couldn't identify. "Please." Kurenai pleaded softly, "Stay." Naruto slowly shook his head at her. His hand lifted to her face to dry away her tears. "I can't." "Then stay with me," she whispered. Both of them didn't notice her words as something took effect, and like two halves piecing together, they slowly began to gravitate to one another. Her soft hands fingered the edge of his mask and slowly drew the material down. Asuma wasn't even on her mind as the material came off and she stared at his face for the first time. She couldn't control her hand as it lifted to softly stroke the lines on his cheek, and that was all it took for Naruto to start leaning towards her. This was wrong. He knew he should have been out the door by now, but at the same time it felt so right. "Are we interrupting?" He felt Kurenai jump at the sound of the soft-spoken voice coming from behind him, and she thankfully pulled up his mask as he turned to the individuals. Eyes narrowing at the figures at his door, he frowned. "You're late." "Sorry, we had to take the long way around to sneak in here, Naruto-san." This voice was different from the first. Rougher and having a cheeky tone to it. Almost if he was grinning. Naruto finally moved out of her way, allowing her to see the figures at his door, and Kurenai felt fear strike her like a bolt of lightning. Removing the straw hats from their heads, both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki stared at her curiously. Kurenai gaped at the two missing nin taking in their attire. Matching black cloaks, with red clouds. "Where's the fireworks, Naruto?" Kisame pouted at him. "I thought you'd start by now." His small round eyes turned to stunned female. Who's the babe? He asked, giving her a charming wink. Indeed, Naruto, I thought you'd be killing the Hokage by now. Unless there were any unfortunate complications? Itachi asked, staring at Kurenai like she was an insect ready to be squashed. I'm surprised you let this lover's quarrel drag on for so long. Briefly glancing at the shivering Kurenai, Naruto shrugged. She was troublesome. He finished after a pause. Kisame scoffed, grabbing the handle of his sword in irritation. Whatever, are we doing this? Even Itachi was looking at him expectantly. Turning to the stunned Kurenai, Naruto, I smiled. See, I wasn't doing this alone, I called in some friends. He suddenly frowned as her eyes rolled into her head. Thump. Itachi sighed, watching the unconscious woman on the ground. Only you, Naruto. Kisame grinned. You silver-tongued devil. I think we are fighting a losing battle. When Hiruzen had come to him with news how he planned to combat Naruto with the Leaf's army, he had immediately, though old age had finally caught up with the monkey and made him senile. But it only took 2 words to make him see the reason why Hiruzen was ready to go to such lengths. Mangekyo Sharingan. For the first time in years, both he and his longtime rival sat down together and drank sake till they both became drunk. Things couldn't be worse. His agent had been killed, failing to become pregnant. There was no word from his other agent Fu, so he was guessing that Naruto had killed him as well. That was 2 of his most promising root agents gone. And to top it all off, here Hiruzen was mouthing to him of civil war. A war that he had no doubt intended to start. But he kept his mouth closed and listened how Hiruzen had talked non-stop of Naruto's strength and how he was no match and blah, blah. He had to raise his hand to get Hiruzen to stop his ranting. Lowering his hand, Dansu eyed his old teammate critically. Where is your spine, Hiruzen? Only a sip away from being completely drunk, Hiruzen blanched at the question. What? Dansu's lips curled into a sneer. Your backbone, you fool. Has that boy made you so afraid that you can't even begin to think straight? The Hokage recoiled as if the words struck him. Look at you, you've become pathetic, scared to even look him in the eye. Where's the so-called god of shinobi? Our enemies used to tremble at the sound of your name, if not flee the moment you stepped on the battlefield. Where has that man gone? Dansu finished with a snarl. His words had hit his old teammate hard. Hiruzen lowered his head in shame, tiredly running his hand through his graying hairs. Beneath his raging expression, Dansu was internally smirking. One more push. Where's your will of fire? Hiruzen didn't outwardly react to the line, but Dansu knew from the faraway look in his eyes, his teammate had gotten the message. Leaning back in his chair, Dansu rested his good arm on the round table they were seated at, tapping his finger on the wood in thought. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Hiruzen interrupted him. What do you propose we do? Hiruzen asked, looking up at him warily. Dansu couldn't keep the smirk off his face. Leaning forward, he bid Hiruzen to come closer with a beckon of his finger. First and foremost, I need Root to be able to operate at full capacity. A blank check. I lost 2 of my best agents and I can't afford to lose any more. He stroked his chin. I'm currently training my young protege, but I can say that my strongest agent right now is Torune. Hiruzen seemed hesitant before he acquiesced with a sigh. Positively grinning, Dansu then asked his second request. You remember that saying that Tobirama sensei always used to say? Blinking, Hiruzen took a few seconds for his vast memory to remember his younger days. The strongest of opponents always has a weakness. It's obvious you don't want to face him yourself. Even you admitted that. So why not strike those closest to him? For example, Riha. I made him fall in love with my seductress and in return he killed her. Violently. Dansu ignored the way she died. But in return his heart was weakened. Vulnerable and open to attack. We can seize the opportunity and strike. Realizing what he was entailing, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at his old teammate. No. Absolutely not. There was no way he would allow it. Desperate as he may be, he wouldn't stoop to that level. Sarutobi. Dansu began, completely serious. It's obvious Naruto doesn't care for Konoha no longer. What he cares for are his comrades and students. Imagine striking them down before his eyes. He would ultimately fall. Hiruzen grounded his teeth together, shaking his head. No. Grind fading from his face, Dansu leaned back to stare at his teammate blankly. Seeing Hiruzen just stare at him, Dansu raised an eyebrow. Knowing the deeper meaning behind his expression, the third sighed, lifting a hand to stroke his head. I can't, Dansu. His teammate's response was immediate. Why not? Hiruzen sighed. Because. He trailed off as his gaze became distant. Slowly shaking his head, Dansu's lips shifted into a frown. You're amazing, you know that. Here I was thinking you were finally showing some spine and now you've gone and turned back into a whimpering pussy. Hiruzen stared at his old teammate, almost shocked to hear him use such foul language before he sighed. He knew exactly what Dansu was talking about. From that day. How it still haunted him. Realizing Hiruzen knew what he was thinking, Dansu jumped on the opportunity. Hiruzen was open at the moment and he probably would never get such a chance as this again. Why did you kill her, Hiruzen? The sudden question caused him to freeze. Shifting his attention back to his teammate, he saw Dansu peering at him curiously, his head a tad tilted. Feigning ignorance, Hiruzen stared down at the sake cup in his hands before bringing it up to his lips, drinking the brown liquid. Kill who, Dansu? The burn didn't help at all. Dansu actually laughed before he looked at Hiruzen with open pity. Do you really want me to say her name, Hiruzen? He remembered how long it took Hiruzen to mentally stabilize, his old teammate having to visit Yamanaka therapist wanting to have the memories wiped from his brain. For some strange unexplained reason those memories refused to be deleted. Refused to be forgotten, almost as if it was punishment for Hiruzen to live with the rest of his life. It was an unexplained phenomenon. Please, Dansu. Hiruzen was practically begging, don't do this. Not now. Dansu shrugged. Why, Hiruzen? What are you so afraid of? It wasn't like he was about to go run and tell Naruto, or anyone else for that matter. He actually frowned at the thought. Seeing what Naruto did to Riha, he could only imagine what he would to Hiruzen. Just drop it, Dansu. Let the past remain just that. You're the one who's still suffering after all these years, my old friend. Neither I, nor Homura and Koharu are the ones dealing with anxiety. You are. You're the one who hasn't let go of the past, or rather I should say you can't let go. He knew he struck a nerve as Hiruzen leveled him a gaze full of killing intent. Not another word, Dansu. Issuing back a look just as fierce, Dansu held his ground. I want to know why. Be quiet, Dansu. No. Tell me why you killed her. I said be quiet. Tell him. Silence. The third Hokage slammed his fist down on the round table, shattering it instantly. Dansu watched blankly as his old teammate stared him down, panting. Breathing deeply, Hiruzen took a few moments to compose himself before straightening. They both stared at each other in silence, one of blank empathy and one of barely concealed hatred. Breaking eye contact, Dansu shook his head. Coward, he said with a condescending mutter. What did you say? Hiruzen grounded out, standing to his feet. His enormous chakra began to rapidly spike, causing the walls around them to crack and break apart under the strain of the dense pressure. Despite the overbearing pressure, Dansu remained unfazed. Drinking some sake, he savored the burning flavor. I said you're a coward. Dansu suddenly found himself slammed into a wall with a hand wrapped around his throat. Hiruzen bared his teeth as he began to run chakra through his arm, pressing Dansu further into the wall to the point that spider webs were beginning to appear in the stone. Despite the situation, Dansu kept up his gaze blank, staring Hiruzen down with utter calmness. Speak carefully, my friend, Hiruzen hissed with a dangerous whisper. Your next words may be your last. Dansu scoffed. I have neither fear, nor a single ounce of respect from the words of a coward. Despite his bravado, Hiruzen couldn't hide his shaking. Dansu knew he had always been afraid. Fear of the ugly truth getting out. Fear of Naruto knowing the secret he fought so hard to keep. I am not afraid. Hiruzen growled. Suddenly Dansu laughed. Not a chuckle, but a full-fledged laugh. It was cold, hard, and completely mocking to Hiruzen's ears. Laughter quieting down, Dansu lowered his head at him. Sarutobi, you've been afraid of Naruto since he was born. Recoiling, Hiruzen released Dansu from his grip. Why did you kill Kushina? At the sound of her name, Hiruzen's whole body began to tremble. He fell to floor as he began to pant harshly, the perspiration dripping down his form making his robes damp. Dansu watched onward, neither moving nor lifting a hand to help his teammate as the man began to violently tremble. Hiruzen reached a badly trembling hand into his robes and pulled out a small metal container. The container rattled in his hands, the small objects beginning to dance inside, making the sound of jingles from their shaking. With great struggle, Hiruzen opened the container, but his body suddenly jumped with a spasm and the container dropped from his hands, the small white pills inside spilling on the floors. Gasping as he held a hand over his chest, Hiruzen grit his teeth in pain. Hiruzen. The longtime teammates both jumped at the sound of the voice, panicking as the fourth Hokage appeared in a flash of golden light. What have you done? His body jerked at the memory and he began to violently cough. Blue eyes issued a look of such raw hatred that both Hiruzen and Dansu flinched, taking hesitant steps back. Form drenched in blood, white cloak reduced to tatters, The Minato locked his gaze with Hiruzen's as the giant spectral figure behind him began to drain his soul from his body. "You'll pay for this." Body trembling, Minato bared his teeth. "Before death, I swear it. You will pay." Hearing his words, the specter of the Shinigami slowly turned its head and pinned him under its eternal gaze. Staring into the face of death, Hiruzen's body shook with uncontrollable fear as its mouth opened wide and a long serpentine tongue hungrily ran along its lips. As the final remnants of his soul began to be sucked from his body, Minato used the last of his chakra to send a blast of killing intent so strong that both men fell to their knees. "Linger in fear, for the belly of the Shinigami hungers for your soul." His eyes seemingly glowed with malice as the skin of his body began to pale. "Naruto will come for you." Minato's body fell to floor as his soul was finally sucked from his body. Dansu and Hiruzen could nothing but tremble as they watched the Shinigami's mouth open wide, devouring his soul. On their knees, both of them shook in complete despair as they managed to hear the terrifying whisper before the spectral figure vanished before their eyes. "And I will be waiting." Lurching as his heart began to beat dangerously fast, Hiruzen began to gasp for breaths. Vision dimming, he began to feel a numbing sensation before his mouth was suddenly forced open and something small was dropped into it. Instinctively swallowing, Hiruzen felt the effects instantly as his heart rate began to slow down and the trembling stopped. Vision returning, he stared in surprise up at Dansu's blank face as the man gazed down at him. Offering his one good arm, Dansu helped his old teammate to his feet, lightly brushing off the dust on his back. Panting, Hiruzen laid a hand on his chest before he turned to the last person he ever thought would save him. "Thank you," he offered hesitantly. He was honestly surprised. He had for all purposes thought Dansu would just watch him die. It would almost be too easy for him to have his ultimate dream of becoming Hokage if he had died a withering mess on the floor. Bending down to the ground, Dansu retrieved the forgotten white hat and placed it on Hiruzen's head. Seeing that Hiruzen was okay, Dansu nodded before grabbing his cane and slowly began to limp away. One day Naruto will find out the truth. It was inevitable. Dansu's mind drifted to the day when Kakashi had died. A small contingent of Konoha's shinobi had made for the Sound Village with Dansu himself leading it. That was when he got taste of Naruto's true power. Overnight, Itachi had massacred his clan. But in one night Naruto had leveled an entire village. I pray when that day comes, you'll be ready for him. Hiruzen watched as the man slowly disappeared through a door before he sighed. Staring down at the spilled pills, he frowned. Stooping down, he began to pick them up one by one, internally thinking over Dansu's question. "I'm not afraid," he spoke to himself. But the trembles wouldn't stop. They would never stop. He was afraid. He was very afraid. He had seen how Naruto had handled his root double agent, watching in complete horror as her body exploded violently in a shower of gore. He saw the bloody message he had left for Dansu and couldn't help but wonder if it was for him. P.S. I rewrote this chap about 6 times. This one of the scenes that got cut before I decided to make it into an omake. Enjoy. Motorboat. Clad in her familiar bandaged dress, Kurenai walked down the busy hallways of the hospital, dodging rushing personnel that came in her way. She had foregone her headband today as she wasn't actually on active duty, allowing her black locks to spill over her face. Fingering the plastic bag of takeout ramen in her hand, she headed for the direction of Naruto's hospital room. Seeing 2 Anbu guards flanking either side of the door as she neared, she smiled at one who nodded at her, politely opening the door allowing her entrance. Thanking him, she walked into the room, hearing the door close behind her. She giggled as the sounds of Naruto's snores reached her ear. Walking closer to his bedside, she sat down on the edge of the bed, smiling softly at his peaceful face. Reaching a hand out to gently shake him awake, she hesitated. The last time she had tried to wake him, she nearly got her arm broken, throat sliced, and a headache-inducing headbutt. She bit her lip. He wasn't moving in his sleep, and the last 2 times he looked like he was having nightmares. Internally debating, she took her chances and lightly shook his sleeping form. "Naruto." She began, slowly preparing any minute to leap backwards if needed. Seeing he didn't stir, she shifted in the bed, inching closer to him, mistakenly bringing the bag of steaming ramen closer to his face. She never saw the shift in his mask as his nose twitched. Thump. Kurenai dropped backwards, falling of the bed from impact. The ramen bag had slipped from her grasp from the hit and landed in Naruto's lap. Hazy mind taking a few seconds to shake off the last effects of a surprisingly restful sleep, Naruto's eyes opened instantly, fixing onto the source of the heavenly smell. Grabbing the bag and placing it in his lap, Naruto closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. Ramen. He took a sniff. Miso ramen. Another sniff. With pork fillet at the side. Hoisting the bag upwards to the ceiling, he tilted his head back and let out a shout. May Kami bless the soul that brought me this delicious sacred food. Without further ado, he opened the bag and paused at the sight of not one but two large servings. Eyes shining with hunger, Naruto ripped the plastics on one of the chopsticks and opened the styrofoam cover. He fingered his mask to pull it down but suddenly paused as he caught the sight of red. Peering over the side of the bed, Naruto glanced down, surprised to see Kurenai. She was staring numbly up at the ceiling, holding a hand on her head. Following her line of gaze and seeing nothing but white ceiling, Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. "Hey Kurenai," her red eyes slowly turned to him. "Whatcha doing down on the cold floor?" When she stared at him till the silence became uncomfortable, Naruto began to feel a trace of fear. Glancing at the ramen in his hands, then back at her, then finally to the ramen again, he hesitantly offered her the styrofoam bowl. Would you like some ramen?" Ever so slowly, Kurenai stood to her feet, dusting herself off, never taking her eyes of Naruto's mixed gaze. Naruto watched in anxiety as she gently touched the small red spot on her forehead. He was thankful his mask hid his grin because the mark almost matched the colors of her eyes. Almost like she had a third E-dash. "Why is it whenever I try to wake you I get hurt?" The question was rhetorical as she inched closer, getting into Naruto's personal space. "I mean, I just finished taking my aspirins from your last headbutt and now I'm going to have to go to the convenience store and buy more." Slowly leaning away as she edged ever closer, Naruto's back hit the headboard, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. His eyes hesitantly flickered to the window but reconsidered the route. It was a long way down. "I walk all the way from Ichiraku Ramen to check up on you, and the thanks I get is a headbutt." She gritted her teeth together as her red eyes seemingly began to glow, causing Naruto to tremble. "Headbutt. Headbutt. Headbutt." She suddenly lunged for him, wrapping her arms around his throat. Naruto instinctively held his ramen out of harm's way but panicked as he watched the plastic bag holding the other ramen hanging dangerously over the bed's edge. "You hard-headed oaf." She grit her teeth as she increased her grip, and Naruto ignored the pain, stretching out his hand to save the precious ramen. He was so close. Kurenai suddenly shifted and pinned his reaching arm with a knee. Naruto could do nothing but watch as the ramen fell over the bed and spilled on the floor. "No." The two operatives guarding the door heard the shout from outside and charged into the room with their swords drawn, only for their mouths to drop behind their mask at the scene. From her position, Kurenai was actually straddling his waist, having climbed on top of him for her hands to reach his throat. But that's not what caused them their shock. Her bandage dress had come undone a tad, revealing significant amount of cleavage through the fishnet she wore underneath, and from the looks of it, Naruto's baggy pants had lowered from the struggles. Both had their hair disheveled and were panting, with Naruto holding a ramen cup. One of the agents actually took off his mask, revealing a pale face, and rubbed both his eyes, staring at the scene. Yep, he was in fact seeing Kurenai Yuhi on top of Naruto Namikaze. Placing his mask back on, he gestured to his numb partner. "Come on man, we don't get paid enough for this shit." Both of them walked out, leaving the two occupants in the room. Staring at the spot both Onbu had just been, Kurenai and Naruto shared a glance and finally saw their appearances. Simultaneously both their faces colored. Kurenai looked down, seeing one hand resting on his chest and the other on his stomach. Her gaze unintentionally lowered and she caught the sight of black boxers. Naruto meanwhile could do nothing but stare at the way her chest rose and fell with each breath she took. "Holy shit Kurenai, your tits are huge." Knowing he probably would never ever get such a chance like this, he posed the question that had instantly popped into his mind. "Can I motorboat you?" Kurenai was just about to take herself off of him, paused in her movements. Frowning, a delicate eyebrow raised in confusion. "Motorboat?" Naruto's mask shifted as he grinned. "Hold still." He fingered the edges of his mask as he began to lean upwards. Minutes later, Kurenai sat on the edge of the bed with her clothes properly fixed and a respectable amount of distance in between the other occupant. Crossing her arms under her chest, she glared at the wall, ignoring the burn of her cheeks. Naruto painfully grinned at her colored cheeks that betrayed her expression. Bloody and bruised, with one eye swollen shut and his hair covered in ramen broth, he managed to giggle, causing her to sneer at him. "I'm never talking to you again." Naruto shrugged painfully. "So totally worth it." Chapter 12, Descent into Darkness. I deserve to die. Not on the battlefield like a true warrior, but a long, tortuous, pathetic, insignificant death. For the sins I have committed, the many atrocities that I have performed, even hell would not want me. Every day I feel it. A lingering presence. Of course, whenever I turn to look, nothing is there. But I still feel it. Eyes watching me. When I'm out on the streets, in my office, my home. Even in my sleep. I know what it is. I have long since learnt to just accept the reality that a presence follows me. Watching and waiting with eternal patience. But these days it grows stronger, more noticeable, almost as if years of surveillance are finally coming to an end. My end. Having lived so long in a life of war and bloodshed, I have known nothing of God. It is a fact among many shinobi, that religion has no value in a life such as this. Some may agree, and others might disagree, but the reality is praying to a higher being for salvation will not save you. Asking a priest for a blessing will not increase your chances of survival. Neither having faith will somehow give you a miracle. I may not believe in God, but I do believe in one being. Death. Nothing can save you. It is inevitable, unstoppable. Something I thought was uncontrollable. Until that day. I witnessed a man, a simple human, summon death itself. It would almost seem impossible for a higher being beyond the scope of our trivial minds, to be beckoned by a simple set of hand signs and careful application of chakra. It makes my mind boggle that the jutsu was invented by the Uzumaki clan. How in the world did seal masters devise a jutsu that summons the god of death? How? These were the questions racing through my mind that day before my world suddenly stopped. I heard the scream of rage from my successor. Such a look of pure hatred made me wonder how a human face could ever express such emotion. Maybe it was his roar, or the way he was about to die, but whatever it was, death had heard him. I realized the fact as I saw the spectral figure turn towards me. For those few moments of time, I stared into the face of death. I felt it. No words could describe it. It was simply incomprehensible, unable to be explained in words. But God, I felt it. An infinite, unquenchable hunger. One that fed off the life source of the eternal soul. I could hear the echoing screams of those consumed from its stomach, locked forever in damnation. And those eyes, they peered right through me. Beyond the realm of human sight, to the depths of my soul. Measuring, surveying, as one would look at a meal. A long serpentine tongue slithered from its jaws, tasting the air. Tasting my soul. Then it smiled. Death hungers for my soul. And nothing will save me from that. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage quickly stuffed his pipe with cannabis, lighting the pipe with a flicker of chakra and inhaling the relaxing hallucinogen to stem the flow of tremors that began to rack his body. The small amount in his pipe wasn't enough, so he opened one of the drawers of his desk and pulled out a small plastic bag filled with crushed green plants and leaves. Opening it up, he grabbed a handful of the drug and greedily stuffed it into his mouth, chewing almost frantically. Mouth full, he swallowed heavily, bringing his pipe back to his mouth, taking deep, long puffs. He had all about finished his CNS depressant pills and doctors had refused to give him any more over claims of substance abuse. The fools. He needed more. Badly. He felt a blanketing sensation in his brain and the tremors began to cease. He continued inhaling deeply, slumping in his chair as he let out long puffs of smoke. The heavy scent filled his office, the fumes clouding the air with a heavy smell, but at the moment he simply didn't care. He simply sat in utter contentment as he allowed his mind to drift. He was relaxed, mellow, and as cool as cucumber without a care in the world. His stoned-induced thoughts drifted to the time of the clan wars. The Senju and Uchiha clans were said to have been the strongest. The most feared in all the land with their unmatched prowess. Full of men and women that no shinobi would ever want to face on the battlefield. The two were like oil and water. Mortal enemies with a bitter rivalry that spanned from the time of their ancestors. It was never even considered that the two clans would unite. So it came as shock in the era of the clan wars, when the most powerful clans in history decided to form an alliance together, and create the very first hidden village. He suddenly began to laugh to himself. He began to laugh so hard that tears began to run down his face. By the time he finished, his stomach was aching, and he was rapidly panting from being short of breath. It was always about the Senju and fucking Uchiha, how he hated the red-eyed bastards. No one seemed to realize that both of those clans had another that they equally respected. Even the Uchiha had a lingering amount of fear for the so-called cousins of the Senju. It was never recorded throughout history, but the very first hidden village was formed in the long-destroyed land of whirlpools. The legendary Uzumaki clan without a doubt held the title of the most powerful clan in the entire world. They were known by all, and feared by all. It wasn't just because of their potent chakra, or members recorded to live on this earth for more than 2 centuries, it was their unmatched, unprecedented, knowledge in the sealing arts. True masters of the art that even in the mighty Senju and Uchiha were wary to face in battle. Imagine the shock to the world when the wife of Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, sealed away the kyubi inside of her, becoming its very first jinchuriki. Such acts were unheard of, thought just a myth. Nothing but distant legends of old from the days of Sage of the Six Paths. Their bodies made for perfect host, Not just to the Kyuubi but for any other Baijuu. Potent chakra, extreme life forces giving them longevity, they were meant to be Jinka-urki. It was a theory amongst many that their blood relation to the Senju was much more significant. Did the Rikudo Sannin have just 2 sons? Was there another child? It was entirely speculation, but chakra such as theirs didn't go without question. But for all their prowess and skill, they were a peace-loving clan. Not ones to initiate conflict and never ones to relish in combat. It was said they were more philosophers than combatants. Historians, teachers, scientists, essentially polymaths in an era of war. Prone to studying the secrets of chakra, over the ways of battle. Seekers of knowledge, in a time where bloodshed was the very way of life. By the time the major hidden villages had established, and the 5 great nations began to rise in power, Uzushio-gakure was in consideration to becoming the 6th. They would have been awarded the title if it wasn't for the outbreak of war. Countries had begun to aggressively expand their borders and the daimyos were seeking to increase power. The first great ninja war had passed with devastating losses to all the villages, Konoha having lost the first Hokage during the start and the second Hokage during the ending stages. Hiruzen suddenly grimaced. For all his power, Hashirama Senju was too naive. Too idealistic. He had used his immense power to tame all 9 of the tailed beasts and handed them out like candy to the other nations to promote peace. A peace that didn't even last long, as the very beasts he had given to the countries were used as weapons of war. Then the man had died shortly after leaving his brother to deal with his mistakes. It was the timely aid of the Uzumaki that had prevented Konoha's complete destruction. It was that very moment that the entire world was shown the true power of seal masters. It was that need to protect their one ally that led to their downfall. He had witnessed everything. The man that had been lying in the shadows, watching and waiting for the moment to strike. Uzushio-gakure would pose a serious threat to his plans, and so they had to be dealt with. Permanently. Hiruzen had been nothing but a toddler when he had first laid eyes on the man. Mane dark as midnight, gaze as cold as ice, and face as emotionless as it was haunting. After all these years he could do nothing but tremble before the man thought to be dead. Burning red orbs seeming to stare through his soul. An arrogant smirk curled in cruelty at his reaction. It was the voice. That same mocking, arrogant, deep, condescending voice. "You will start this war, little monkey." So started the Second Great Shinobi War. It was the most devastating of all the wars in history. Not even the Third Great Shinobi War could compare to the brutality and sheer lives lost of the second. In this state of total war, the major countries threw their entire economic, industrial, and scientific capabilities behind the war effort, erasing the distinction between civilian and military resources. It jumpstart the birth of modern warfare between the shinobi nations, pushing forth the use of medical ninja and the focus of turning children into soldiers. A time when shinobi legends began to rise into the ages. A new era of war. 4 villages, Kanhei-kur, Iwaigakur, Sungakur, and Amigakur. 3 great nations and 1 minor nation in total warfare. The largest number of participants accounting for the highest number of casualties. It would actually be considered 5 villages in total, counting the Land of Sky. 2 villages were missing from this war. Kumagakur and Kirigakur. At the time, Kumo was suffering from the rampaging attacks of the 8 Tails due to hosts not being able to control its immense power. It left the village devastated, as they were hoping to use the Jinka-urki for the war. A plan that had failed under the circumstances, as it would be years before they would acquire a perfect host. That left only Kiri, who at the time, decided to be neutral during the war. They will fade away as they're blanketed by a blinding mist. Konoha could do nothing as Kiri launched a surprise attack at Uzushio-gakure. Despite the prowess of the Uzumaki clan, they couldn't withstand the combined assault of 2 Baijuu and a hidden village with that man leading the strike. The 3 Tails and 6 Tails utterly destroyed them, rampaging through the village, driving it to extinction. A village, an entire country, destroyed in a single night. The weight of his sins couldn't be heavier than already were. He had set up Konoha's greatest allies to a swift and brutal death for the will of madmen. The overbearing shame had nearly caused him to suicide. "No, it won't be that easy, child. I still need you for now, so death will have to wait." He was forced to live with his guilt. Despite the vile nature of such a plan, deep down Hiruzen had to marvel at the sheer genius. The greatest threat to his plans was wiped off the face of the earth, and at the same Konoha was giving a new host for the Kyuubi, while he got his host for his eyes. It was 50-50. An exchange he called more than fair. But it hadn't stopped there. Throughout the years he could do nothing but submit to his will and help the extermination of the man's greatest enemies. The Uzumaki clan. The Senju clan. Kushina. The Uchiha clan. It was becoming increasingly unbearable to wake up each day. Sometimes, he wished he could just fall asleep and never wake up. Slipping peacefully into oblivion with no more worries or sorrows. He just wanted it all to end. He was old and tired. The hat on his head weighed down his old bones. He had tried desperately in the past to get Naruto to take the hat. If only the boy had accepted, he would have left this village without ever glancing back. Konoha held too many demons for him to bear. He wanted to just run, escape his tragic past and start anew in a faraway land. It was long since time for him to retire and live out the remainder of his days till nature took its natural effects. But as much as he tried to forget, to end the nightmares that haunted him, it would never stop. The saying goes, the past always come back to haunt you. The irony of what goes around comes around. Looking at his life right now, he was feeling the effects. Was there really a god or some higher form of being playing a game of entertainment with his life? Was all of life, all of creation, just some form of amusement? Or maybe it was just his age had finally caught up to him and he was going off the deep end? Driven to madness by the face that plagued his nightmares? Or maybe it was just the weed talking? Is this what fear has done to you, little monkey? His body instantly locked up. The heavy silence that had just encompassed his office was deathly still. The only sound he heard was that of his pipe hitting the ground as it fell from his trembling fingers. His fear-induced mind tried to feverishly tell himself that he was just imagining the voice he had just heard, but the sinister presence emitting from behind him made sure that this was all too real. At the corner of his eye he caught the sight of blue toe-nailed foot stretching forward to slowly turn his chair around. Now facing the man in front of him, Hiruzen's body began to shake uncontrollably. One foot hanging off the ledge of the desk and the other folded over a knee, a single Sharingan peered at him through the hole of an orange flame-patterned mask. Long midnight hair swayed as the man cocked his head at him, making him almost feel the condescending smirk that formed on his lips. Mata. My dear Saru, is this the way you greet an old friend? Hiruzen's mouth opened then closed. He couldn't even speak if he wanted to. This man, why couldn't he just leave him alone? Was he not tortured enough? Hi-Aryyy. He trailed off as he began to badly stutter. Seeing this, the man slowly shook his head in pity before leaning forward to make Hiruzen stare into his spinning orb. Almost instantly his shaking stopped. There now. The masked man uttered as he leaned back. Speak. Why are you here? Hiruzen demanded with a shout of desperate rage. The fear was heard, but at least he wasn't stuttering. I thought you said you'll leave me alone after the Uchiha massacre? The man cocked his head. But Monkey-chan, you don't even know why I'm here. His voice deceptively sounded like a pout. Hear me out at least. Not waiting for an answer, he hopped off the desk and walked towards the window to stare out at the village. Hiruzen watched him wearily from his chair. I hear your root seductress failed her mission, he said after a few moments of silence. Had a rather nasty ending to her life in the process. If Hiruzen was surprised that the man knew, he didn't show it. And? He questioned, wondering where he was going with this conversation. And, the man continued, before that you told Naruto about your mass clone production. Hiruzen absently nodded, remembering the day. If that wasn't enough, he knows about the condition of your grandson. Give or take, the boy had a year before his body broke down. Maybe even less considering the events of Blackwater. He turned to face the seated Hokage, watching the way his eyes had gone distant. Do you think after learning all of this, Naruto would sit still and just twiddle his thumbs? His mask hid his smirk as Hiruzen glanced up to him sharply. Don't you think Naruto would be, he shrugged, I don't know, pissed? Hiruzen's eyes were locked onto him as he began to slowly pace back and forth. The village that he has served from the age of 7 has betrayed him. The very Hokage guilty of using the cells of his dead sibling to mass-produce clones of the Uzumaki clan, and to top it off, one of his students is a ticking time bomb. His eyebrows rose with each word as the man listed off his crimes. How can you not expect him to retaliate? Hiruzen gasped. He wouldn't. The masked man nodded his head smugly. He would. The god of shinobi dropped to his knees in front of the man, grabbing onto his black robes. Please, help me. He'll kill me, everyone. Hiruzen begged. You have to do something? The man waved a finger down at him, sking. Little monkey, this is all you're doing. The whisper caused Hiruzen to freeze. The extermination of the Uzumaki clan, well, not them, but you still set them up, the Senju clan, and Uchiha clan, was all ordered by you. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. He nodded to himself. Vengeance, little monkey, in the form of Konoha's most powerful jounin. He shrugged. You're absolutely fucked. No. Hiruzen shook his head. No. It wasn't my fault. You were the one who made me do it. You. He accused. You're the one with the whole master plan. You're the one to blame. You can lead the horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. The man responded. You're the one that was so convinced that your life was worth more than theirs. Again, his shoulders shrugged. You could have just said no. He rubbed his chin. I would have killed you, but you still could have refused. Hiruzen knew it was true. He could have just said no and fought till his dying breath. Death would have had him that night, but at least he could say he died fighting the legendary Uchiha. But now he was just an old man, tired and weary. Bastard! With a roar, Hiruzen rose, striking forward with a kunai. The masked man simply stood there, watching with amusement as the blow simply phased through him, causing the old Hokage to stumble. If I were you. Hiruzen turned around in time to see the man disappear in vortex of time and space. I would strike now. And as quickly as he came he was gone, leaving Hiruzen alone in his office. Anbu came bursting into the room with their swords drawn. They stared at the panting Hokage before glancing around the room, seeing nothing. Easing out of their stances, but still on alert, one of them looked at Hokage in confusion. Hokage-sama, are you alright? We heard shouting. Hiruzen didn't respond to the question, still staring at the spot the man had been. The Anbu shared a glance, staring at the lingering smoke in the room, the steaming pipe on the floor, and finally back to the trembling man. Hokage-sama, one of them started hesitantly, maybe you should take some rest in the residence wing. Hiruzen slowly turned to them. Their masked faces hid their expressions as they took in his bloodshot eyes. His robes were messy at the front and his hat hanged at an odd angle on his head. What had caused them to take a hesitant step backwards was the crazed grin that was plastered onto his face. Kill Naruto. Both Anbu members paused, thinking they had heard wrong. One actually removed his mask, exposing a pale face and dark hair as he stared at the third. Pardon me, sir, but did you just kill Naruto? The Hokage's voice grew in volume as he walked closer to the two. Kill Naruto. Kill Naruto. Kill Naruto. Kill Naruto. An eerie silence filled the office. The two Anbu stared at the Hokage with a mixture of fear and apprehension. What the hell was going on? Had Naruto done something to the Hokage? Their thoughts halted as a familiar black armored body appeared. Red cloak swaying with each movement, the Anbu commander walked inside the office, bowing before the Hokage. What troubles you, my lord? Behind the powerful leader, both Anbu couldn't contain their shivers at the sound of the voice-altering software. I want Naruto Namikaze dead. The commander's head tilted ever so slightly. Hokage-sama, you cannot kill one of your soldiers without Squelch. Two kunai suddenly flew through the air and the two Anbu guards in the room dropped to the floor, choking to death, from the kunai buried into their throats. Namikaze just killed two Anbu. The punishment for such a crime is death. The commander bowed. By your will, Hokage-sama. Send word to our forces, he whispered as he adjusted his robes. But do it quietly. Genma Shiranui slouched in his chair as the gathered shinobi awaited to hear the emergency summons they had received from the Hokage. He chewed on the senbone needle in his mouth, absently staring around the sea of green vests that filled the large hall they were in. To fit Konoha's large army into one place, they had met underground the Hokage's tower, with a large hall specifically designed for meetings such as this. At the front of the large hall was a stage for the Hokage and high-ranking officials such as the Jounin and Anbu commanders to address the group. In the past week there had been a large influx of shinobi in Konoha. It was usually only 25% of Konoha's forces in the village during peace times, as the brunt of the military were either on border defense or carrying out missions internationally. But now, green vests were everywhere. He gestured to the smoking individual beside him. Yo Asuma, the bearded Jounin turned to him. Did you catch sight of Naruto when you came in here? The man chuckled in response. You should know by now that Naruto's schedule runs an hour behind everyone else's. Genma shrugged, not entirely convinced. Yeah, but even he would know better than to arrive late to an emergency meeting. Asuma slowly puffed on his cigarette before exhaling. Don't worry about it, Genma, I'm sure he's fine. He patted the man's shoulder. Lighten up, Naruto's a big boy. He can take care of himself. Genma shrugged again. Of that I have no doubt. But then again, nobody has seen him in a week. Asuma didn't know how to respond to that, so he just remained quiet. Speaking of missing faces, he glanced around. Where was Kurenai? All conversation in the hall came to a halt as the Hokage appeared on the stage, followed by high-ranking officials and the Anbu commander. He stopped before a small speaker, coughing before he cleared his throat. Good evening. I just want to say thank you all for coming here on such short notice. I'm sure you're all wondering why you are here. He paused as his eyes suddenly grew weary. I regret to inform you all such troubling news, but it is my duty as the Hokage of Konohagakure to say this: we have another traitor to add to our bingo books. Simultaneously everyone of Kakashi's age group sat up in the chairs. It is with a heavy heart that I, the third Hokage of Konohagakure, add Naruto Namikaze as an S-ranked criminal to our international bingo books. The silence that fell upon the Great Hall was absolutely deafening. All eyes were staring at the Hokage with open shock, not quite believe what they had just heard. The only warning were mouths opening before the situation erupted in pandemonium. Shouts of protest and disbelief grew in volume till the sounds deafened the hall. Literally, every shinobi in the hall was standing on their feet shouting. Asuma glanced at his father in complete shock before his gaze slowly narrowed. In front of him, Guy had his head down, his rage evident as his form began to tremble. Both Asuma and Genma shared a glance before they both rocketed forth and held Guy down just as the man exploded from his seat. The Jounin snarled, his chakra beginning to spike, as he tried to wrestle himself from their grasp. I know Guy, Genma hissed into his ear, seeing the stares they were receiving. He was glad it was still too loud for others to hear. But if you act no, you'll put us all in danger. His pleas fell on deaf ears as the man began to channel chakra to open his 8 inner gates. Reacting quickly, Genma took the senbone from his mouth and stabbed it lightly into Guy's neck, causing the man to freeze up. Quiet! The Hokage shouted, the noise quieting almost instantly. Sitting back in their seats, Asuma weaved a quick genjutsu to mask the needle as the hall filled with a heavy silence. Beside the paralyzed man, Hayate's familiar face steadied him. Nodding at him, Genma turned his attention to the stage as the Hokage began to speak. Now I know emotions are high, but I assure you, what I am saying is not false. His voice grew empty. It has come to my attention that there is a rumor going around that Naruto and I had conflict. His head lowered slightly. It is true. As gasp echoed through the hall, he continued. Naruto has made an attempt to kill me. The Hokage shook his head in sadness. Someone that I loved like a grandson tried to take my own life. Voices of sadness rang out. Fearing for my own safety, I sent one of my personal Anbu on mission. A projector in the room suddenly flickered on and a picture of Riha Yamanka was shown to everyone. Some of you may know this woman and some may not. This Kunoichi, he pointed to the picture. Under my orders was sent to watch Naruto. Genma bared his teeth. Her only orders were to watch him. But Riha was a loving soul. Too loving, in fact. She went beyond her orders and fell in love with him. Hiruzen's voice was thick with emotion. A love that led to her demise. Beside him, Inoiki Yamanaka stood stone-faced. His expression was betrayed by the tears in his eyes. The picture of Riha flickered and everyone in the vicinity flinched as they were shown bloody body parts. This is all that remains of Riha Yamanaka. A jutsu was used on her that caused her body to explode, with this message written in her blood. They were suddenly shown the words, "You're next." She was also pregnant. Hisses were heard as numerous faces grimaced. Monster, someone whispered. It's always the geniuses that turn traitors. Another Itachi. Genma and Asuma shared a glance in rising alarm. The situation had just turned from bad to worse. The Hokage tapped the microphone to quiet the hall. The killings hadn't stopped there. For you see, in his anger, Naruto, feeling betrayal at Riha, went after her brother sent to guard her. Another picture was shown, this time of an auburn-haired man. Fu Yamanaka. The Hokage sighed wistfully, he died trying to save his sister. Faces were in horror. Like a true soldier, he sent out a message in time before Naruto brutally killed him. And just this morning 2 Anbu sent to survey him were killed. Another picture showed the Anbu in reference with kunai lodged into their throats. Death to the traitor. A man shouted as he stood up. Others around him stood up as well as the line was repeated like a chant, growing in volume till it echoed through the great hall. Only those that knew the truth remained seated staring at those around them in disgust. Quiet. Hiruzen uttered lightly, trying to calm the rising emotions. Quiet please. Eventually everyone calmed down and the chanting stopped. Looking at the now seated shinobi, he cleared his throat. Despite his betrayal, Naruto was like a grandson to me. The legacy of our beloved 4th Hokage. Many nodded in understanding. I ask you all this, harden your hearts, as I have hardened mine, and let not former feelings of comradeship blind you. Naruto is a traitor. A roar of approval rang out. The Hokage held up his fist. And all traitors must be punished with death. Death to the traitor. The roar was echoed back. I hereby order immediately, the death of the S-class traitor Naruto Namikaze. His face turned grim. Do not be afraid of his power. As powerful as he may be, he is no match for the will of fire. He nodded sagely. Even the strongest of opponents cower before our flames. Hiruzen watched as anger grew on the faces of the soldier. Shouts were rising in volume and he held a hand up to quiet the room. He lies in the village at this very moment, preparing his next plan to strike. You could be next. His eyes met each face he could see. Your friends might be next. Your family, even your children. He nodded to the shocked faces. After witnessing such acts of violence, what's not to say he would massacre a clan? Never. An Inuzuka roared. I'll rip him apart with my bare hands. Hiruzen nodded at the soldier. Fear not. I have taken the liberty to begin the evacuation of civilians and noncombatants to the underground shelters as we speak. This way I am allowing you all free rein to hunt him down and kill him. A small smile formed on his face as he surveyed the soldiers ready for blood. Genma could only watch in horror as the army in the room began to move. Wait. The Hokage's quiet whisper caused the activity in the room to stop. Despite Naruto's traitorous nature, he was loved. His eyes searched the hall focusing in on specific faces. What's not to say he hasn't brainwashed many with that Sharingan of his? He does have friends, does he not? Fuck. Genma felt dread swell in the pit of his stomach as one by one, every head in the hall turned to look at them. He slowly moved forward reaching to remove the senbone from Guy's neck. They could seriously use the 8 gates right now. Seeing the hostility on nearby faces he quickly pulled the needle from Guy's neck as soldiers closed in on them. With a deafening roar, Guy shook off the last effects of paralysis, immediately rushing forward, sending bodies flying with bone-breaking punches. Asuma and Genma immediately went on the offense engaging any unknown faces without fear. Simultaneously, everyone that had met the night of the hospital went on the attack. Genma's eyes caught the form of a purple-haired Onbu killing others without mercy. You're all fools, Asuma roared as he ran his chakra through his trench knives. With a swipe of his hand, the wind-enhanced knives cut through bodies like butter. The Hokage is lying to you. The small group of friends made a semicircle, standing back to back, looking on at the sea of green surrounding them. You fight for a traitor. An Inuzuka roared. He spits on the memory of his father. Guy's pupil faded as opened more of his gates, till only the whites of the sclera remained. He understood now, Naruto's disgust with this village was justified. How the leaf had rotted, fading from the green it once was. Everyone listen, Guy whispered urgently. I'll make an opening for you all to make a run for it. We'll rendezvous outside of the village. Nobody had time to protest as Guy charged forward, the sound of his movement cracking the air with a loud boom. Morning Peacock. Fireballs caused from the friction of high-speed punches rained down on the army like hellfire. The close quarters of the hall provided a disadvantage to those on the receiving end of the taijutsu attack, as bodies were crowded together. I'd rather die than run. Asuma's chakra flared as he spat out a plume of ash, clicking his teeth, setting those caught in the haze on fire. With a roar of their own, everyone charged the Leaf Army, uncaring of the massive numbers they faced. Some faces bore shock at the sight of the few individuals fighting so fearlessly in the face of defeat. Hiruzen frowned as he watched his own son cut down his soldiers before him. Almost feeling the gaze on him, Asuma looked towards the stage, meeting his father's eyes. With a roar of exertion, he threw his trench knife forward, the blade sailing through the air like a bullet, ripping through bodies on a direct path towards the Hokage. The sound of rushing air suddenly echoed through the massive hall. Swift as the wind, the Onbu commander appeared, knocking the knife off its path with a well-timed blow of a steel sword. The commander turned towards the Hokage, getting a hesitant nod of approval before the black figure disappeared in a blur of movement. Asuma barely managed to dodge the sword that would have decapitated him. He quickly backpedaled, only for the black figure to appear in front of him, snap kicking him in the chest, knocking him to the floor. The commander surged forward, stabbing downwards, aiming for the man's head. Asuma rolled in the nick of time, barely escaping the sword that managed to cut some strands of hair, using the momentum to speed through hand seals. Wind release, he rolled to his knees, inhaling deeply as chakra began to surge forward out his throat. Vacuum. His head suddenly snapped backwards, the wind jutsu he prepared expelling from his mouth violently from a sudden brutal uppercut. The bone-jarring blow flipped him backwards, Asuma barely recovering in time to land awkwardly on his feet. Unrelenting, the commander blitzed forward again, sword poised for a strike, and Asuma swung his knife in desperation. But before his arm could even move, A red cloak flashed before his eyes and vice-like grip suddenly stopped his hand. Asuma stared into the blank mask, panting in exertion. Such raw speed and strength. Almost like... Crack! Asuma screamed, the knife instantly dropping from his hands as wind chakra sliced through his wrist. The sickening crack came as the Anbu leader twisted his wrist, instantly breaking the bone as blood spurted from the motion. Surrender! Asuma fell to his knees from the pain, wheezing as he suddenly began to gasp. A hand wrapped around his throat, and he suddenly felt the air in his body being forcefully sucked out. Vision dimming, Asuma struggled to stay conscious as he felt the last of his oxygen being sucked from his lungs. The commander's form suddenly stilled and turned just in time to block the knife attack coming from the back. Still holding a hand around Asuma's throat, the commander stared into the face of Genma Shiranui as the Jounin struggled against the sword blocking his kunai. What the hell is this guy? Genma gritted his teeth in frustration, sweat beginning to dampening his brow. No matter how much he pushed against the sword, the arm holding it didn't so much as budge despite the fact that Genma was using both his own. Aiming at the black mask with the senbone in his mouth, he spat the needle, only to have it dodged with a simple tilt of the head. Why fight? The commander suddenly asked. Why fight in the face of defeat, and for a traitor no less? The black mask tilted to one side ever so slightly. Genma bared his teeth. Naruto is no traitor. His muscles were beginning to scream in protest, his feet sliding against the ground as the commander casually began to push him back. The hand wrapped around Asuma's throat finally relinquished the suffocating grip it had on the man, prompting the Jounin to drop to floor unconscious, the shape of hand indented into his throat. The former elite bodyguard of the Fouth Hokage really began to struggle as the commander wrapped both hands around the ninjato, pushing him backwards as if he was cart. He plans to kill the Hokage and entice civil war. The ominous voice replied. Why die for a scum? As if Genma weighed nothing, the commander pushed against the kunai with enough force to send Genma sliding backwards, the man having to stab the ground to come to a stop. Eyes wide at the display of strength, Genma tried to control his breathing as he stared at the silent figure. Without a doubt, the commander had physical strength comparable to Guy's. If my family was being cloned, I would do the same thing. Underneath the black mask, a blank gaze narrowed. Already witness to the terrifying speed of the Anbu leader, Genma barely managed to duck the sword swipe that would have taken his head off. He spun, leg jutting outwards in a sweeping kick that stumbled the commander. Genma swung his other foot, using his hands to propel himself upwards as he clipped the armored chest, hearing a satisfying grunt. He rolled just in time to avoid the retaliating sword swipe and with a burst of speed accelerated forward and grabbed the commander. Now! At his signal, Reidu and Iwashi appeared at his side, the three of them in close proximity, enabling them to perform the jutsu exclusively taught to them by the fourth Hokage. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The loud shout seemed to pause all the fighting in the hall, as hearing the name of the famous jutsu alone gained the attention of everyone. Hence seconds went by. You three are good. The former Hokage guard platoon couldn't mask their shock as the commander stood standing, regarding them with the black mask titled to one side. Questions running through their minds all simultaneously came to a stop as there was a spike of chakra. Blood squirted in the air. Their heads slowly fell from their respective bodies with a bloody hiss. The commander's hands lowered, the wind chakra used to slice the bodies of the surrounding men dwindling down to a halt. But I'm better. As quick as the fight started, it was ended as the headless bodies of the Hokage guard platoon hit the ground with dull thumps. No! Guy's roar echoed over the chaos as he rushed forward with a blinding rage. The commander saw the man coming and blitzed through hand seals as the air in the large hall suddenly became heavy. Roaring at the top of his lungs, Guy struck forward with a flaming fist. Only to have his blow hit an invisible wall. His brows furrowed as the flames on his hands suddenly dissipated, the oxygen fueling them being sucked out. The commander held up a hand seal and the air suddenly condensed around him. You traitors will receive no mercy. Guy's form levitated from the ground as the condensed air surrounding him started to fluctuate, blades of compressed air beginning to form. Only a swift and merciless death. Then came the stings. Millions of tiny stings hitting him at once. Guy tried to block the attacks but screamed as he felt them coming from all around him. Blood flew through the air as Guy's body became lacerated with millions of tiny cuts as he gurgled from the pain. Holding up another hand sign, the commander ended the jutsu and Guy's body fell to the floor in a bloody mess. His once green attire was saturated in blood, and his vest was in tatters. Seeing the group's most powerful members defeated, the rest of them were quickly overwhelmed and beaten to the ground. Hayate let out a cry as he watched Kotetsu and Izumo have their throats sliced open with steel swords. The blow was sudden. A sharp sting to the back of his neck, dropping him to the floor in a daze. He weakly lifted his head and witnessed a purple-haired Onbu get burned alive. No. The blunt handle of sword smashed against the back of his head. World fading into darkness, Hayate's last thoughts were on those of his beloved, burned to ash right before his eyes. Behind him, an Onbu flipped the sword in his grip, holding the blade downwards in a killing blow. Stop. The third's voice halted all movement. He sighed, massaging his temples as he looked at the chaos. Some of Konoha's best had just been killed by their own people. He glanced around for any survivors, and to his hidden ire, some were still alive. The call for a swift execution paused on his lips, a dark idea entering his mind. Yes. They could be of some use. Do not harm any remaining survivors, I want them all brought to me. His eyes glinted dangerously, make sure they're restrained. I'm sure a certain someone would like to see his so-called friends. Kurenai, now fully conscious, sat in the couch of Naruto's living room staring at the three shinobi standing in front of her with growing apprehension. With Naruto standing in the middle, Itachi and Kisame flanking his sides, they looked like a dangerous unit with their matching black colors. They each returned her gaze, one dull, the other annoyed, and the last in amusement. So let me get this straight, Kurenai drawled slowly. The three of you, she emphasized, pointing at the men in question, are planning to kill the upper echelons of the Leaf by yourselves? When the tall blue-skinned man opened his mouth to speak, she quickly corrected herself. Excuse me, the two of you. She pointed at Naruto and Itachi, are going to kill the elders while you. She glanced at a grinning Kisame, are going to cover them? They all ignored the disbelief in her tone. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself as he felt another presence appear. Make that 4. Kurenai jumped from the voice whispering into her ear, leaping backwards and bumping into Naruto's chest as she stared at the figure grinning at her from behind the couch. Her eyes widened and she couldn't control her body as it started to shiver at the sight of a man she never wanted to see again. Oh. The snake Sanin grinned as rose himself to stand upwards, giving a mocking bow in greeting. In the flesh. His yellow orbs glinted as they ran over her form. My, Kurenai-chan, it's been a long time. His fangs glinted as his grin widened. How you've grown. Kurenai stared at the man in shock before her brows furrowed. He was wearing the same matching cloak as the other two. Looking upwards, she saw Naruto's face locked onto the Sanin's as she stared back and forth between the two. Have you brought what I asked for, Snake? Naruto questioned as he extended his hand expectantly. Orochimaru's only reaction to the jab was smirking wider as he reached inside his cloak. Pulling out a white scroll, he tossed at Naruto. Before it landed in Naruto's hand, Kurenai intercepted the scroll. She disappeared in a blur, appearing at the other end of the living room. Here we go again, Itachi sighed as he massaged his temples. Don't say I didn't tell you, Naruto. Reflecting his actions, Naruto rolled his eyes, grunting at the man. Shut up. Okay, what the fuck is going on? The question was directed at Naruto as her eyes flickered to the smirking Sanin. Naruto. Don't you realize who that is? The same man who killed Kakashi? When Naruto made a move to step forward, she held the scroll upwards. Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll destroy the scroll. 4 pairs of eyebrows rose simultaneously. Her brain finally caught up to her mouth and Kurenai resisted the urge to run. She was in the same room with 4 S-rank shinobi. Not a very wise decision to try and make demands to them. Tearing his gaze away from the woman, Kisame turned to Naruto in amazement. Wow, Naruto, are all women in Konoha like this? Just the clinically insane, he said, rubbing his chin in thought. After a moment he added, stay clear of blondes though. Despite the situation, Kurenai's face turned red. What did you say, Naruto? The man held up 2 fingers, his index and thumb, holding them centimeters apart. Just a little bit. He added with a wink. Kurenai was about to throw the scroll at his head but stopped at the last second, realizing that would be just what he wanted. Seeing she wasn't going to move, much less give him the scroll, Naruto sighed. He felt Itachi elbow him in the ribs, and he turned to his former friend questioningly. High collar hiding his smirk, Itachi quickly flickered his gaze to Kurenai and rose his eyebrows suggestively. Naruto's mask hid his smirk as he glanced at the 2 shinobi beside him, turning his face to hide his wink. Her anxiety rose as all of them smirked simultaneously. The monster of the hidden mist grinned menacingly as he gripped his sword. Say, Naruto, it'll be a pain in the neck if she tries to make a run for it. Maybe I add a chop of a leg. Just in case? Kurenai gasped, turning to Naruto in alarm. When he didn't respond, Kisame stalked forward ominously. Right. Kurenai pressed herself up against the wall looking for an exit, but found none as Orochimaru and Itachi blocked any attempts of escape in a blur of movement. Seeing Kisame coming ever closer, she glared up at him, refusing to be intimidated. As he drew close enough to make her feel his cold breath against her skin, her composure broke. She winced in preparation as Kisame swung his sword. There was sudden rush of air. When no strike came, Kurenai cracked an eye open. Fully opening both eyes, she focused on the four shinobi lined up, watching her in amusement. The scroll that was in her hands was now being tossed up into the air by Naruto as he smiled at her. "Hey, did you see the look on her face?" He grinned at the woman. That expression was priceless. Her already red face turned purple as all of them chuckled. "You think this situation entails time for games, Naruto? How can you even stand beside those criminals?" Her last word was specifically directed to the smirking Sannin. Glancing to his right to stare at the pale-skinned man, Naruto gave him a once-over before shrugging. I'll kill him soon." Orochimaru grimaced as a gloved hand patted his head. "But for today he's my personal bitch, so he has to obey my every command." He didn't want to tell her that he hired Akatsuki. Expensive bastards cost him a fortune. Kisame grinned seeing Orochimaru's scowl. "He's everyone's bitch. Might as well take off that cloak and wear a maid outfit, Snake-chan." Even Itachi smirked at the Sannin's misfortune. "Silence, you air-headed oaf." The words were a hiss as Orochimaru glared at the man. "As I recall, you're the one who obeys the Uchiha's every command." He smirked in triumph seeing both of them scowl. "Might as well take off your cloak and bend over, shark face." The awkward silence that filled the apartment was broken by the sound of Naruto's giggles. Pointing a finger at the pair, he shook his head. "Hot damn. Burn." He turned to Orochimaru with his hand raised. "Up top, Snake." Kurenai could only watch with an empty, numb feeling as their palms slapped. Watching as the Itachi and Kisame scowled, while Naruto and Orochimaru smirked, understanding hit like a train wreck. Their attire wasn't the only thing that held some form of resemblance. Just by watching the way he interacted, how completely at ease he seemed around the worst criminals on the continent, she realized right then and there that Naruto never truly was a part of Konoha. He belonged with them. It was almost like adding a missing piece to a puzzle. The sense of camaraderie was effortless. Was this what he was made to be, a criminal? She remembered the night he was admitted to the hospital. How everyone had showed him an unwavering deceleration of loyalty. Had that meant nothing to him? Were their feelings so easily tossed aside for criminals? How could you? The soft whisper brought their interactions to a halt. Despite the eyes looking at her, she only focused on the mixed pair whispering in heartache. "How could you betray us, Naruto?" His brows furrowed. "What?" He glanced to the figures standing beside him and realization dawned. It wasn't as bad as it looked. "Kurenai-chan," Naruto searched for the right words to start. "However this may look, I'm telling you these guys are here to hell dash. This is what you've been doing." His shoulders sagged as she continued. "All this week you've been planning." She nodded her head to the trio. "This. You rather side with them than your own friends." Her gaze turned pleading. "This isn't you, Naruto. Having revenge isn't worth the price of falling so low to use them. I know you. But you don't know me." Kurenai was instantly silenced at the tone of his voice. Gaze turning cold, Naruto finally heard enough. "None of you know me. You think you do, but you don't. This is more than revenge or retribution. Much more." Her throat suddenly constricted as an overwhelming pressure filled the air. Vengeance. He couldn't explain it even if he tried. It was a prickling sensation, almost like an itch that couldn't be scratched. Something odd, supernatural even. Whatever it was, Naruto felt it. Like a force pulling him towards the source. The Hokage had to die. He hungered for it. An unsatisfied feeling that wouldn't stop till he watched the last signs of life drain from the old man's body. Only then would he have satisfaction, as if he was fulfilling a dying promise that even death had to obey. "Send him to me." Almost instinctively, his hand came to rest against his utility pouch, cradling against the special Oni mask inside. The old man would die, today. One way or another. He blinked and the heavy presence in the room disappeared. Only now did he realize the look of fear Kurenai was giving him, and his gaze softened. "Listen, Kurenai-chan, I'm honestly touched. Friends like you are hard to find and even harder to keep. That's why I'm doing this." He gestured to the black cloaks around him. "It isn't worth it to have all of us go down because of your feelings for me. The kiss that they almost shared was part of that. I'm prepared to be labeled as a criminal if it means my friends are safe." Despite the emotional night, he was already set on his plans. No amount of loyalty showing would affect his decision. He would admit he almost slipped. Of course, it was astonishing to see such support. But no matter how much he wanted to just accept their dedication, he had to harden his heart. Keep them at arm's length for their own survival. How ironic. He was finally shown how deeply they cared, only to have to leave them the next moment. I could never live with myself if anything happened to you. Something broke inside of her from the longing tone in his voice. The tears spilled as he smiled at her. She could do nothing but cry. You have to take care of Asuma for me, okay? Have a kid together and start a family like you always wanted. She was openly sobbing as he smiled at her. Goodbye, Ku. He trailed off, looking at her with his brow furrowed. Beside him, the three Akatsuki members stiffened. Kurenai frowned, seeing their expressions. Was something wrong? She took a hesitant step forward, mouth opening to dash. The only thing she saw before pain exploded from behind her was a flash of golden light. Naruto never willed his chains to shoot out of his arms so fast in his life. The golden chain attached to Kurenai just as the wall behind her exploded. Boom! Orochimaru shielded his face from the explosion, leaping backwards in time to avoid the impact of the blast. Beside him, Itachi and Kisame were unharmed as they heard the sound of shattering glass as Kurenai's unconscious form flew through the window. In his haste to save her, Naruto had pulled too hard, hands failing to grab her as she rocketed past him to fly out the window. No! Naruto's scream echoed above the chaos as Kurenai's body fell through the windows. Reacting quickly, Orochimaru threw his arm forward, letting snakes extend outwards to wrap around Kurenai's leg before her body could plummet. They're surrounding us, Kisame shouted, drawing his sword. The massive blade began to give an audible hum as numerous chakra signatures descended upon them. Unsheathing his sword, Naruto growled with a look of absolute murder in his eyes as Anbu crashed through the walls with swords drawn. Naruto and Kisame were immediately upon them, swords slashing as the Anbu were cut down. Shaved to ribbons in Kisame's case as his sword grinded an arm down to a stump. Naruto's sword whistled through the air as a body lost its head, and then rapidly extended, piercing an Anbu through his heart. With a snarl, Naruto flipped his sword upwards, causing the man's body to split cleanly up the middle before the two halves fell to the floor. It was over as quickly as it started. Too quick. They all shared a glance before movement appeared in the corner of their eyes. Looking through the window at Konoha's skyline, the sun and clouds became shadowed by millions of tiny little objects that rapidly began to fall towards them. It took them a few seconds to realize the objects were all kunai with explosive tags. Orochimaru quickly receded his snakes, pulling Kurenai into his arms just as Naruto blitzed through seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. A demonic-looking gate burst from the earth just as the kunai struck. The explosions that racked the apartment caused them to stumble as the gate blocked the attacks directly aiming for them. Naruto ran towards the gate, slapping his hands against it, reinforcing the demonic metal with his chakra as the gate began to shatter. When the last of the explosions stopped, he slowly lowered his hands. He stepped back from the gate, watching it sink back into the earth to reveal legions of Anbu on the surrounding buildings watching them. CC crack. That was the sound they all heard as the floor began to collapse under their feet. Kurenai's dress ripped as she slipped from Orochimaru's grasp as they began to slide downwards from the collapsing floor. Then they were all sent plummeting from over 50 stories high. Sharingan rapidly spinning as Kurenai's unmoving body began to fall. Naruto's heart clenched. Locking gazes with Orochimaru, the Sannin nodded as snakes slithered out of his arm and wrapped around Naruto's body. Spinning through the air, he used the momentum to slingshot Naruto downwards. Naruto kept his body vertical to build up speed as he tried desperately to reach the falling Kurenai. All he could hear was the sound of wind rushing past in his ears and his racing heartbeat as he willed himself to fall faster. Realizing she was too far away, he threw his arm forward, willing a chain to rocket outwards. Meter by meter, the golden chain closed in on her as their forms began to rapidly plummet to the ground. His Sharingan began to rapidly twirl till it evolved. Right there, Naruto could see it. His chain would reach in time, but the moment he pulled her, the whiplash would snap her body backwards and her head with the ground. In the seconds he had before impact, his mind raced a mile a minute. Think. His eyes widened. The Thunder God, anything that comes in contact with my chakra. But even if he did manage to teleport them, the speed at which they were falling would carry the momentum into the teleportation. That was one of the technique's major flaws of not being able to stop momentum, rather just bringing you from point A to B instantaneously, while carrying your momentum with you. That's why his father made use of his special kunai, using them as points of momentum so he could easily teleport himself to a moving marker. But that was also another flaw to the technique. Moving while using the jutsu also posed the risk of going either forwards or backwards through time. One had to manage a careful balance of equilibrium. The few that had experienced space-time ninjutsu would always stress the dangers because of the risk of easily sending oneself to another dimension or forever into the past or future at the slightest mistake. Naruto had learned that the hard way. Teleporting himself decades into the past made him give up the notion of ever using the flying thunder god like his father. That only left one choice. He focused every ounce of chakra in his body. Directing the surge of energy to his left eye, blood vessels appeared around sclera as the center pupil began to expand, at the same time, opening a black hole around Kurenai's form. With a roar of desperation he willed the building pressure to explode. Kamui. The distortion of time and space rapidly expanded, sucking her into another dimension before her body could hit the ground. Naruto snapped his eye shut, the distortion disappearing, as his eye began to bleed from the strain. A chain shot out from his back, swinging himself upwards to avoid hitting the ground. He swung through the village streets, hearing the sounds of combat as the 3 Akatsuki members engaged the Anbu squads. He came to a stop, attaching himself to the side of a building, panting as he kept a hand over his bleeding eye. His lone eye zeroed on the Hokage tower in the far distance, focusing on the white figure on top of the roof. Underneath his mask, his mouth curled into a sneer as he began to tremble in rage. Hiruzen could almost feel his gaze as his expression shifted into a smirk. The boy was good as dead. Naruto lowered his hand from his eye as he felt 4 chakra signatures surround him. He quickly leaned back to avoid the sword swipe that would have sliced his head off. He quickly retaliated with overhead swing that removed the arm of the offending Anbu, finishing with a kick that sent the man flying off the building. The other 3 Anbu closed in on him with a burst of speed, attacking in a surrounding triangle formation. Naruto gripped the handle of the kusanagi, willing the blade to extend, and swung in a wide arc, instantly chopping apart the rushing Anbu. Another chain shot out of his back to reduce the effect of gravity, as he looked down at about 4 squads of Anbu running up the building towards him. Piercing his sword into the building, he blitzed through hand seals before slamming his hands on the concrete. Earth release, shattering quake. As the Anbu ran up the building, the whole building began to tremble before it shattered under their feet. Naruto roared as he overloaded the jutsu as the entire side of the building broke apart, sending the squads of Anbu falling to the ground under tons of collapsing concrete. The crashing sound echoed through the entire village as a large plume of dust rose into the air. As the smoke cleared, signs of life stirred under the debris, showing some Anbu had still survived. Gaze looking towards the Hokage, Naruto held out his hands, palms open, spinning blue balls chakra beginning to rotate at high speeds in his hands. Hiruzen could only watch as the blonde dived off the side of the building, gaze locked onto his form as he crashed into the debris with a violent explosion. Rasengan. The echoing sound managed to travel to his ears as a large crater formed into the spot of impact. Another plume of smoke rose into the air, blanketing the area. His eyes squinted as he tried to see through the thick smoke as figures began to emerge. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Naruto emerged from the smoke, sword dripping with blood, as the 3 Akatsuki members flanked behind him. All equally unharmed save for the dust that accumulated on their cloaks from the dust cloud. Behind them the streets were littered with bodies of dead Anbu. Kisame flicked his massive sword, sending the blood off of the red bandages. Now that's what I call a warm-up. Rows of sharp teeth glinted as he grinned to himself. Beside him Orochimaru nodded in agreement, focusing on the figure watching them from the tower. Words can't describe how long I've waited to see that expression on his face. Itachi smirked, hearing the Sanin's words as the pattern in his eye morphed into 3 spiraling curves. He was patiently bidding his time for Dansu to appear. I'm coming for you, old man. Orochimaru smirked as he watched Naruto point his former sword in the Hokage's direction. His snake-like eyes widened as Naruto's chakra rapidly began to spike. The potent aura saturated the air, condensing on itself, making it almost hard to breathe. The Akatsuki members shifted their attention to the blonde as his chakra took on an ominous feeling. The snake Sanin had to take a step back at the sinister presence Naruto began to emit. Even Itachi was staring at his friend in worry as his chakra darkened to the likeness of one all too familiar. Orochimaru's eyes glowed as his grin became prominent, till the point it strained his cheeks. So this was why he wanted Naruto so badly. Despite the far distance in between them, Hiruzen could feel the weight of his killing intent. It was like a miasma of malice running over his body, reaching deep into his core like liquid flames. An image flashed before his eyes as he saw a mangled body. White robe stained with red, entrails and organs dangling from his carved stomach. Eyes carved out of their sockets with a mouth opened wide, in a frozen scream. His eyes widened, realizing the mangled body was his own. He was seeing his own death. KKILLH him. The words came out of his mouth in a jumbled stutter as he backpedaled to the safe walls of the tower. Run. Hide. Cower behind the walls you so foolishly believe will protect you. Kill him. Naruto will come for you. Kill him. At the sound of his voice the ground began to shake. A loud tremble ran through the village that began to grow in volume. Naruto narrowed his eye as he felt a large surge of chakra coming from the tower as the doors opened. A sea of green came rushing out as the Leaf's army charged with the force of a stampede. Calmly watching the charging army, Naruto reached into his utility pouch and pulled out a flare. He aimed it upwards, sending a flicker of chakra through it, causing a bright red ball to shoot up into the air. As the soldiers continued their charge, their eyes flickered to the skies, seeing a shadow pass over them. Some slowed down, and others came to a complete stop, seeing a white dot appear in the sky. What is that? The question went unanswered as the white dot seemingly multiplied as it began to descend towards the earth at rapid speeds. Soon enough, the visage of a winged, white creatures became clear as they dived towards the army with no intentions of stopping. Hovering in the skies above Konoha on a similar winged creature, clad in a matching black cloak and red clouds, a blonde-haired teenager grinned widely as he held up a hand sign. Katsu. Boom. The army was stopped dead in its tracks as the diving winged creatures exploded as they hit the ground, sending body parts flying from impact. A large plume of smoke erupted into the air, providing zero visibility as many began to cough from the suffocating dust. Those that had avoided the blast took a few moments to get to their feet, staring in horror at bodies of those that took the full extent of the damage. Limbs were laid out on the ground, blown off their respective bodies, some even unrecognizable. Watching the army shake off the effects of Naruto gestured to the Akatsuki members beside him. Kill at your discretion. A distinct hum grew in volume as a spinning orb formed in his hand. It took on a blue glow, sparking with lightning, as the sound of birds chirping began to echo. The old man is mine. He had honestly wanted to do this, avoiding as much death as possible. But now, there was only an army of green standing between him and the Hokage. His lips curled under his mask into a sneer as he gripped his sword in reverse with his other hand. His parents sacrificed themselves for this? No. They were murdered for this village, and it was time to find out why. With that in mind, he charged forward, the lightning release Rasengan sparking erratically. Standing in anticipation from his spot on the Hokage monument, Madara watched as Naruto charged the army. Underneath his mask, his lips curled upwards as his Akatsuki members flanked the charging Jounin, all racing towards the supposed most powerful army in the nations. An army that would soon be reduced to corpses. Everything was going according to plan. So begins his descent into darkness. Chapter 13, Descent into Darkness 2. Konohamaru shivered uncontrollably. The corrosive nature of the Kyuubi's chakra was beginning to eat away at his body, the skin of his flesh rapidly healing while being corroded at the same time. It was excruciating. It felt like liquid fire had been poured onto his weary body, and the pain of feeling his skin desperately trying to heal made it torture. He sat shackled to a chair, the strange chakra-reinforced chains making movement impossible. The hospital gown he wore had begun to burn away, leaving him with nothing much than scraps of cloth hanging limply off his weary body. The intense heat gave off steam, the temperature growing increasingly hot as more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra was forcefully drawn out. The only source of comfort for the young Sarutobi was the cold floor his bare feet rested on. Two tails of red chakra whipped uncontrollably behind him. Gah! His scream was loud and hard. The sound was unnaturally deep and guttural as a third tail suddenly bubbled into creation behind him. Make it stop. Please make it stop. Tears falling from his red-slitted eyes hissed as they evaporated into steam from the heat. It almost seemed impossible, but the burn seemed more intense as superheated bits of flesh actually began to fall from his body. This didn't make any sense. Where was his team? Sasuke? Sakura? Naruto-sensei. Where was Naruto-sensei? He could save him. He was the strongest shinobi in the village, in the entire world probably. If anyone could save him from this torment, it would be Naruto-sensei. Sensei! Konohamaru screamed desperately. Where are you? His eyes frantically searched, seeing nothing but his own reflection in glass walls surrounding him. He looked up and saw nothing but a white ceiling. He looked down, seeing a cold white floor. A prison. Cell. Container. A container with nothing but 4 glass walls. Sensei, he bellowed as he struggled against the chains. He jerked violently in a vain attempt to free himself, not even feeling as the chains cut deeper into his skin till the bone began to show, blindingly pure white among all the red. Crack. The sharp sound had come from his arm. He didn't even feel that the appendage had snapped in half. His mind was delirious. He began to chant Naruto's name in an incoherent mess, babbling with a mixture of snarls and whimpers. Save me, Sensei, it hurts, make it stop, please, no more, kill me. The pain was pushing him to the edge of insanity. He could feel the hemorrhage in his brain as his pain receptors gave out under the strain. He heard another sharp snap and realized something else had broken. Crack. Another one. Crack. Another. Crack. Konohamaru's blood began to spew out of his mouth. He finally looked down at his broken body and watched in horror as the bones began to heal, forcefully knitting themselves back together as fresh skin and muscle quickly formed over them. Crack. The process stared over again. Kill me. Death was the only escape. He began to struggle against the chains once more, this time with a relentless need for death. To make the pain go away. To make it all stop. Sir, he's killing himself. Voices. He heard voices. But that was impossible. He was in here by himself. It must have been his mind having gone off the deep end to begin hearing voices. Yes, sir. It was feminine. A woman. She almost sounded sad. Why was she sad? For what reason? For him. Nonsense. We should administer another sedative. Quickly. A man this time. Where the woman sounded sad, he sounded frantic. He's burned through all of them already. The woman screamed. Or it sounded like she had screamed. Her voice was definitely rising though. We should stop this. I need more. Whereas the other two voices were identifiable as a man and a woman, this voice was cold and flat, mechanical even, giving nothing away as to what gender the owner was. Utterly detached as if there was no life. More? This time it was the man who was screaming. How could you possibly want more? Not even you can handle dash. I was made for this. The chains glowed and Konohamaru let out a bestial roar as a fourth tail suddenly bubbled into existence. He screamed till his voice box broke and quickly repaired itself as the chakra began to eat away at his flesh, revealing a dark red, nearly black, layer of chakra underneath. His eyes vanished, replaced by white glowing holes of pure chakra. Ra! Behind the glass, protecting them from the deadly chakra, the two doctors watched the transformation in horror. The chains shackling the Jinchuriki began to glow an eerie red color, and with a rattle, the horrible chakra of the Kyuubi began to travel through the chains. On the receiving end, the chains emerged from the back of a tall armored figure. The black armor seemed to give off a red aura as more and more chakra steadily began to be absorbed. That's right, Jinchuriki. Give me more. For the first time a hint of inflection entered the faceless voice, as a black mask tilted towards the ceiling and basked in the unlimited power. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, his head turned slightly as he stared into the distance. Behind him, the steady line of people kept moving. Nothing but civilians and non-combatants making their way through Konoha's underground tunnels. The long trek was in relative silence, but he could have sworn he heard someone call his name. Keep moving, Genin. Sasuke turned his head forward, focusing on the Anbu who had shouted him. They were always there to make sure the crowd kept moving, like rats, showing up at every corner. I repeat, keep moving, Genin. The voice was definitely male. Move. Sasuke's only response was to activate his Sharingan and give the man a glare. Out of patience with the young man, the rat-masked Anbu slowly began to stalk forward, body language radiating danger. Another one appeared out of the shadows, stopping Rat in his tracks. This mask bared an eagle. Please keep moving, Genin, you're slowing down the others. Neutral and distinctively male, the eagle-masked Anbu stared the Uchiha down. Get moving, Genin, Uchiha Sasuke. This will be your final warning. Sasuke's glare didn't lessen. It took a hand on his shoulder and a look from worried green eyes for him to finally start moving. He could feel eyes on the back of his head from both the Anbu and civilian bystanders, but he ignored them, allowing Sakura's calming hand to guide him forward. Fucking Uchiha. Someone scoffed from the crowd. Sasuke stopped abruptly, but Sakura's hands remained firmly on his shoulder. With a firm push, she got him to put one shaky foot in front of the other. He grit his teeth and took deep, steady breaths to calm his emotions. Cool fingers rubbed his shoulders soothingly and he released a grateful sigh. You okay? Sasuke nodded, finally deactivating his Sharingan. Yeah. He was silent for a few moments. Thanks. Sakura gave a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She returned her attention to the front, continuing her walk silently. Sasuke glanced at her out of the corner of his eyes. He focused specifically on her nose, seeing it perfectly straight and centered, remembering how it had once been broken at a horrible angle from that traitorous whore. He refused to even call her a woman. He glanced down at Pink Shirt, seeing bandages peeking out from the ends. He remembered watching helplessly as her ribs were ruthlessly stomped on. Blow after blow rained down on her till a horrible snap indicated that the bones had finally broken. He had never felt so powerless. So weak. My ribs are fine. Sasuke blinked away the memory. What? Well, I know my shirt looks nice, but you've already seen plenty of them and I don't think you've stared at any of them that intensely before. He finally lifted his gaze to her face, seeing she still kept her attention forward. Her features were neutral but her tone held an underlying coyness to it. Well, it's a nice shirt. Sasuke admitted. Again, she gave him a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Thank you, Sasuke. Warm hands rubbed her side and Sakura almost flinched. It's just Sasuke, she told herself as she tried to calm her suddenly racing heartbeat. Her fingers slowly moved away from the kunai holster strapped against her thigh hidden by her blue skirt. If Sasuke noticed the action, he didn't comment on it. Do they hurt? The question was soft and filled with a hint of worry as he gently rubbed her side, unknowing that Sakura had to resist the urge to crush his fingers. She settled for gently prying his hands away, giving them a reassuring squeeze. I told you, my ribs are fine, Sasuke. And there it was once more. That fake smile. Sasuke watched as her hands released his and dropped back to her side, hovering over the kunai holster he knew she hid under her skirt. If the smile wasn't painful enough, it was the paranoia in her eyes and the tenseness of her shoulders that indicated readiness for any unseen threats. He wished Konohamaru was here. The Sarutobi always knew how to keep them smiling no matter the situation. But he wasn't here. It was all his fault. Brown eyes bore into his own. He could only watch in shocked silence as Konohamaru gave a bloody cough, staring mutely down at the knife that had pierced his heart, gaze traveling upwards to the pale fingers gripping the handle and finally, into the Sharingan eyes of his best friend. And again, Sasuke could only watch as his teammate stumbled backwards, giving one final shudder before finally falling to the ground. And then there was pain. He pushed away the burning sensation in his eyes. He refused to acknowledge this new power of his. The one thing he needed above all else to exact his revenge on Itachi. He didn't want it. Not if meant stabbing his best friend through the heart. Not if meant watching as doctors put him in a medically induced coma. Not if meant watching helplessly as he was carried away, the only thing left behind a headband that Sasuke kept stuffed into his pocket to this very day. This Mangekyo Sharingan was worthless in his eyes. Your best friend, you must kill him. Fuck that. The only person he would be killing was his brother. Believe it. He focused his attention back on his remaining teammate. Sakura. She wordlessly turned to him. Yes, Sasuke? She added after a few moments of silence. He didn't question why she stopped using the affectionate kun to his name. In his opinion, it was about time. You okay? She blinked at the question, raising an eyebrow. Yes. I'm fine. She gave him a dismissive wave. Don't worry about me. Are you sure? Green eyes gave him an annoyed look. Does it look like something is wrong with me? Yes. That made her stop and stare. Sasuke stopped as well, uncaring that crowd just gave the duo curious gazes and moved around them. Excuse me? Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Konohamaru wasn't here. Naruto was missing. Sakura was all he had left. He would be damned if he lost her as well. You aren't weak. What? Anger went to confusion and back again. Are you okay? She fired back. Sasuke just continued as if he hadn't heard her. I know that you think you're weak because of what happened. The way she used you against us. As leverage. The feeling of powerlessness she made you feel. The way you could do absolutely nothing but watch as she destroyed our team. Trust me when say I know exactly how you feel. He paused, taking a moment to quench the rising emotions. How do you think I feel? I could do nothing but watch as you got your ribs stomped in. I could do absolutely fucking nothing as I stabbed Konohamaru right through the heart. He swallowed thickly. The only thing I can do is make sure that nothing, and I mean nothing like that, ever happens again. He slowly lifted his hands to rest against her bandaged sides. So know that you aren't weak. You're strong. Very strong. Don't let a moment of weakness bring you down. Because she made us all weak, all of us. Sakura stared at him. His black unblinking eyes stared back, a small curve of a smile slowly beginning to form on his face. These new eyes do have some perks. There it was. A small upturn of the lips. Then, for the first time since that day, Sakura smiled. Even as her eyes watered and the tears began to fall, even as if she hugged Sasuke to the point she knew it hurt. Even if the both of them were standing in the middle of a crowded underground tunnel, she smiled. "Thank you," she whispered into his ear. He gave her something she didn't even know she needed. "Anytime," Sasuke whispered back. "Hey lovebirds, get moving." Someone from the crowd yelled. "You're blocking the line." Sasuke scowled, Sharingan quickly searching the crowd for the perpetrator, but many avoided his Sharingan-enhanced glare. Sakura ignored it, tugging on his arm to get him moving, and the both of them quickly fell back into line. They enjoyed the sweet sentimental moment in silence before Sasuke cleared his throat. "You can let go of my hand now, Sakura." She smiled sweetly up at him. "Nope. It's chilly down here and your hands are warm." Sasuke tried to remove his hand from hers, but her grip was too strong. "I want to put my hands in my pockets." Sakura almost giggled. "So go ahead." He did just that. It would be awkward for Sakura to walk around with her hand inside his shorts pocket. She let go of his hand, and Sasuke smirked in triumph. Only for the smirk to fall as she wrapped her arm around his, resting her head against his shoulder, making herself comfortable. Her hair smelled like cherries. Sasuke just sighed and accepted it. "Sasuke?" He hummed in acknowledgement. "Do you think Konohamaru-kun is okay?" Sasuke struggled to find an answer. He had absolutely no idea. Konohamaru was a fighter. Nothing could ever slow him down. He just bulldozed his way through all his obstacles. Being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki ensured his survival against any injury. Yet this time things were different. Anbu had been the guarding Konohamaru long before Team 7 even made it to the hospital on that day. Not the ones he was familiar with either. These Anbu didn't have the traditional animal mask the Black Ops force usually wore. "So you're Root?" Yes, that's what Konohamaru had called it. A secret Anbu force led by one Danzo Shimura. The same man who Itachi had warned him about on that day. "I don't know," Sasuke admitted. I should have gone with him." He felt Sakura nod against his shoulder. "I feel the same way." Granted, they both couldn't even walk straight at the time given their injuries, but at least being in close proximity with their comatose teammate would have given them some relief. He's the Hokage's grandson, so at least he should be receiving the best treatment. They both shared a glance at the same time, feeling unsure about such a statement. If anything happens to Konohamaru, or any of us, I'm pretty sure Naruto-sensei would skin them alive. There was no doubt in Sasuke's mind that Riha suffered a very violent death. "I'll cut you to pieces, you whore." Her death must have been a painful one. He shuddered briefly, remembering the look of absolute rage in the man's eyes. There was only one kind of eye that could hold such hate. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke had seen it. He was willing to bet his eyes that the man didn't gain it from killing his best friend. He wished his sensei was here right now, making light of this dark situation the splintered Team 7 found themselves in. But he was missing, gone without trace. No doubt reeling from the repercussions of Riha's betrayal. "So you're Root?" Wait. Riha was a Root agent, meaning she took orders from Dansu. Which meant, without a doubt, Dansu was responsible for everything. Sasuke stopped suddenly, almost causing Sakura to stumble. People walking behind them actually bumped into the pair from the sudden stop. Sakura ignored the onlookers, looking up at her teammate in confusion, seeing his wide eyes and open mouth. "Sasuke, you okay?" she asked with growing concern. When he didn't answer, she gently grabbed his face. "Sasuke?" He slowly turned to look at her with his bright red eyes glowing in the low light of the tunnels. "He's going after Dansu." "What?" "Naruto, he's going after Dansu." Sasuke repeated. Sakura's brow furrowed. "Dansu." She trailed off as she vaguely remembered hearing the name. Dansu. Konohamaru had uttered the name. The leader of Root. Riha was Root. Her eyes widened as she quickly caught on to his train of thought. Naruto had been missing for about a week, no doubt planning something. "You don't?" She swallowed thickly. "You don't think he's planning to attack?" Sasuke hesitated. "I'm going to kill your brother and make you watch as I torture him alive." He would never forget the look in his eyes. "This time I won't use genjutsu. No. I'm going to use my bare hands and tear you apart." The feel of his chakra as it darkened, steadily growing, colder. "You Root slut." "Yes." Sasuke answered finally with all the truth he could muster. If he was in his sensei's shoes, he would want revenge. He wouldn't stop until those responsible were dead. Sakura's face seemed to grow pale. So the evacuation orders. The talk of routine drills is all dash. A lie. Sasuke finished, staring up as the crowd parted, giving way to the two Anbu who they had encountered before. Team 7. The eagle mask responded as he neared. I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. The rat mask Anbu put a hand on his sword in a show of intimidation. Why? Sasuke said simply. Sakura stood beside him glaring down the two Black Ops soldiers as her hands hovered over her hidden kunai. Let's not make a scene. Eagle's voice was neutrally polite, but the stiff body language showed that the Anbu was ready to react at any moment. Tense moments went by as the standoff continued. The crowd began to give them space as more Anbu started to appear. Sasuke's eyes traced over the crowd, counting the masks and realizing with growing dread that they were being surrounded. If you want to see your mother again, come with us. Now. Sasuke's eyes instantly snapped to the rat mask. Uchiha Mikado, yes? Rat asked with a hint of mocking in the otherwise blank tone. Ninja rank, Jounin. Ninja registration, 005348. 162.6 centimeters. 48.9 kilograms. Long black hair, pale skin, housewife, single. Sasuke's expression grew increasingly more menacing as the man listed each word until a glare that looked like it burned the man right where he stood settled on his face. Beside him Sakura's eyes widened. I'm heading to the shelter with my teammate. Sasuke spoke with a deathly calm, completely opposed to the expression on his face. My other teammate is in the hospital, while my sensei's whereabouts are unknown. So, the only familiar face I'll expect to be seeing will be my mother. If she isn't there, I swear to Kami I will send you all to hell, screaming in agony as you're incinerated with the blackest of flames. He finished with a shout. Silence. The endless line of people slowly came to a halt as eyes focused on the seething Uchiha. The slow shriek of sliding metal pierced the silence as Rat drew his sword. Impressive speech. He replied blankly. I can't make any promises, but I can guarantee you'll never see her again if you don't dash. Rat stopped himself as Sasuke's Sharingan began to change. The Tomoe spun rapidly, gaining speed as the eye evolved, forming a new, strange, and dangerous-looking pattern. Amatera dash. Boom. Sasuke flinched, looking up at the ceiling as the lights began to flicker. What sounded like an explosion had come from the surface, one so powerful that it was felt from deep underground. A violent tremor suddenly rocked the tunnel and people screamed as they fell to ground. Sasuke lost his balance and fell to his knees with Sakura beside him as a small amount of dust and debris began to fall from the ceiling. The walls are going to collapse. Someone screamed. The reaction was instant. Thousands upon thousands of people packed in a small narrow tunnel all began to run for their lives, making a mad dash for the shelter. Sasuke jumped to his feet, narrowly avoiding being stepped on as he hoisted Sakura to her feet. Run. The two took off running, leaving behind the squad of Anbu who vainly tried to stop the suddenly rushing crowd. What the hell is going on? Rat shouted as he jumped out of the way of rushing civilians. I thought things were supposed to be finished on top by now? The squadron suddenly paused as their Anbu tattoos began to pulse in Morse code. Impossible. It was testament to the situation that Rat, an Anbu trained to hide his emotions, actually stuttered. How is this possible? Konoha's army was losing. That was putting it lightly, they were being destroyed. Another rumble coming from the surface only added fuel to the already explosive situation. Forget about the situation on top, get them. Eagle barked, pointing at the running Genin. Sasuke looked back, easily picking them out among the sea of people, realizing with alarm they were quickly gaining on them. Don't let go, Sakura. He ordered, feeling the girl tighten her grip. Not so much that it was painful, but enough to let him know she wouldn't be letting go anytime soon. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Heavenly eyes that see the truth of all of creation without obstruction. That's how the stone tablet had described this new power. With that in mind, Sasuke moved through the crowd as fluid as if he was moving through water. He just seemed to glide between the rushing bodies, making sure to keep Sakura close as he flowed around them. A particularly large chunk of rock tore away from the ceiling of the tunnel, clipping Sakura in her shoulder, causing the girl to stumble. To avoid bringing Sasuke down with her, she was forced to let go of his hand and prepare for the rushing people to trample her in their panic. Only for Sasuke to catch her, hoist her up in his arms, and keep on running without stopping or slowing down at all. How did he? Her thoughts trailed off as movement caught the corner of her eye and she turned to see Anbu running along the walls. They didn't seem to mind that the tunnels were collapsing around them as they weaved and dodged, skillfully avoiding debris and loose sections falling away to the tunnel's floor. Sasuke. Sakura began to warn him of the approaching ninja. I know. The Uchiha pumped more chakra into his legs until they started to burn. His legs blurred as he raced through the tunnels, making the civilians look like they were running backwards. The speed at which he was going caused Sakura's hair to flatten as the world seemed to blur in her eyes. The Anbu behind them struggled to keep up and soon enough, faded behind the sea of civilians. She didn't have time to wonder how the Uchiha had gotten so fast when a bright light came from the end of tunnel. There it was. The entrance to the Hokage monument shelter. Massive steel doors lay on opposite sides of the entrance as rushing civilians poured in. Almost there, Sasuke gasped, trying to keep his breathing steady. As soon as he got into the shelter, they would try to disappear among the rushing crowd. He could almost dash. Shoop. A hurricane. That was the only way to describe the sudden gale wind that knocked the Genin and everyone in the tunnels flat on their backs. Sakura's shout became an echo as she was ripped from his arms. Screams were silenced by the massive air pressure as the force was so strong, it deafened the thousands in the tunnels. Whoosh. As quickly as it appeared, it stopped. The violent winds died down suddenly into a gentle breeze. Sound slowly filtered back into the eardrums and loud groans and cries soon rang loud in the tunnels. Sasuke sat up with a groan, wincing as his ears ringed. He opened his eyes slowly, flinching as he could no longer sustain the mangekyo and cut off the flow of chakra to his eyes. His gaze widened as he looked around him. Literally thousands of people were on their backs. Faces were in the dirt, some struggling to even lift their bodies, and some not moving at all. You okay, Sakura? Sasuke asked as he massaged his temples. Sakura? He asked again, finally looking around and not seeing pink anywhere. Sakura. Sasuke became quickly alarmed. He tried to stand to his feet but fell back to ground on shaky legs. He had put too much chakra into them and was starting to feel the effects. His eyes searched the crowd of people frantically looking for anything resembling pink, feeling the sudden sting of tears. Essa. Sasuke. His eyes instantly snapped to the sound. There she was. A few meters behind him, lying on the ground. Sasuke immediately began crawling towards her on his hands and knees. When he neared her, he was alarmed to see a familiar rat-masked Anbu lying directly beside her. But by the way man's body was absolutely still and the bones sticking out of his neck, it would seem that he was in fact dead. Irony at its finest. I knew I hit something hard. He heard Sakura mumble. Sasuke shoved the dead body away, not even sparing it a glance as his eyes quickly surveyed his teammate. Fucking rat bastard. Sakura grinned softly, seeing man's broken neck roll awkwardly. Never knew you were a comedian. Sasuke muttered as he shifted himself closer to her, eyes still frantically searching for any signs of injury. He softly cradled her neck and put her head into his lap as he gave her another once-over. Did her ribs suffer any damage? Sasuke gave a small poke to check. Aside from dirt on her skin, there were no cuts or gashes. He brushed the dirt from her hair, checking to see if any rocks had gotten into it. Nope, her hair was rock-free. He moved his hands to feel her arms to see if anything was broken. I'm okay, Sasuke. I know, he said simply, lightly feeling her arms. He then made sure to individually check each finger, giving the digits a small squeeze. I'm okay, Sasuke. There was something in her tone that finally made him look at her and froze, seeing the expression on her face. She was softly smiling, tears glistening in her green eyes as looked up at him. A hand slowly stretched towards his face and wiped away the tears he didn't even know had begun to fall. He was stunned, realizing he was crying. Sasuke Uchiha was crying. He never cried. Not for anything. Not anymore since that day. I'm okay, she said once more, beginning to softly stroke his cheek. Sasuke leaned into the touch as his eyes closed and his shoulders shook. He swept up Sakura in his arms and made sure to hold her close and tight, knowing that she was alive and more importantly unharmed. There is no light at the end of the tunnel for you. A disembodied voice suddenly interrupted. Sasuke and Sakura broke apart as they turned towards the source, eyes widening at what they saw. Black mask tilted to one side ever so slightly, maroon cloak billowing in a gentle wind, the Anbu commander stared them down. The black armor seemed to give off a red glow before it faded away, vanishing before their eyes. Only darkness. There was a loud bang as massive steel doors suddenly slammed shut, blocking the passage to the shelter. With the entrance blocked, the light in the tunnels became horribly dark. I'll be taking the two of you now. The commander formed a hand seal and both Sakura and Sasuke's hands grasped at their throats as the oxygen was forcefully sucked from their lungs. Within seconds both Genin were unconscious, flopping to the ground. Appearing out of the shadows, white-masked Anbu came forward and hoisted the Genin over their shoulders, disappearing as quickly as they had come. With the Genin secured, the commander turned back towards the crowd, the gentle breeze in the tunnel suddenly turning cold. You've all been purposely assembled as the last to go through the tunnels simply because you are the bottom of Konoha, the poor, the weak, the dropouts, the useless and the garbage. You are all a cancer, a plague, a rot that has steadily been growing on the tree that is Konoha. No more will your presence be tolerated. These tremors were nothing more than seals placed on the ceiling to simulate an earthquake. It was a perfect trap to capture the unsuspecting Genin and be rid of Konoha's filth at the same time. The Anbu team were unfortunate but necessary losses. It was time for Root to be the true black operations of the village. Let the tunnels be your tomb. The commander's armor glowed red as armored fingers began forming hand seals. At first there were coughs. Coughs soon turned into gasps. They turned into wheezes. Soon enough, people were clutching their throats as the air in the tunnels was forcefully drained out. It wasn't long before people fell to the floor, gagging on nothing as their lungs slowly gave out. Slowly removing the black mask, red-slitted eyes surveyed the genocide. Ever so slowly, lips twitched into a cruel smile. Now to begin. Itachi didn't enjoy killing. Contrary to what many thought of him, he was a pacifist at heart. The condition had stemmed from his own father, the man that he had murdered in cold blood, wanting him to mature quickly, showing him mountains of bodies in the aftermath of a battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. At 4 years old, he had vowed to become strong enough to change the senseless, cruel fighting of this hateful shinobi world. And for the greater good, he became a shinobi, one of the best that Konoha had ever produced. Long days and nights spent tirelessly training, striving to reach perfection in all aspects of a shinobi. Dealing with the hardships of life without a single complaint or feeling of regret, taking the pain of suffering and using it to become better. Enduring it all, with the motivation of being useful to others. That's why he had killed them. All of them. Every single man, woman, and child. He didn't want to do it, Kami is his witness, he cried till his eyes bled at the thought of harming his family. Peace was all he ever wanted. But the answer was already clear. His clan's extermination would be the path with the least bloodshed, the lesser of two evils. And here he was, once again, choosing the lesser of two evils. He ducked the kunai that would have pierced his head, catching it by the handle and returning it back to its owner. A man screamed as the knife pierced his leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. 2 Chunin charged him with swords drawn, and he readied himself in response, Sharingan quickly analyzing their movements with razor-sharp precision, and before the blade could even be swung Itachi had already calculated how much speed and force would be necessary to disable the pair. Disable them, not kill them. An overhead swing. He quickly dodged it. Grabbed the handle and ducked the partner's swing for decapitation. He did just that, grabbing the blade's handle as the man overestimated the swing, and felt the rush of air as the other swing missed his head. Use momentum against them and disable. The man still held the blade in a vice grip and didn't let go until his own blade pierced the shoulder of his Chunin partner. Before the man could open his mouth to scream, the other sword was grabbed from his fallen partner's hands and the sharp stings to back of his legs signified the tendons had just been cut. And without a single wasted movement, Itachi was moving forward, slicing apart those unfortunate to fall within his gaze before the two men could hit the ground. Being such an accomplished shinobi allowed him to satisfy his peace-loving nature whenever he could. It also helped that he was just that damn good. There was a sudden massive buildup of chakra and horrible screeching sound that echoed throughout the battlefield. Itachi turned toward the source and had to squint his eyes as the chakra was almost blinding to look at. Naruto was surrounded. But it didn't matter as he held up his arm, in his palm a massive rotating bladed orb of chakra. Rasen Shuriken. From the name of the jutsu, Itachi had thought it would be thrown. This was Naruto however, and despite what he'd seen of his friend's new abilities so far, they only continued to surprise him. He released the spinning ball and let it hover, a yellow chain of chakra sliding out of his arm and attaching to the orb. Holy shit, someone yelled. Earth walls suddenly erupted as everyone guessed what was about to happen. 2 hands gripping the chain, Naruto started swinging his arms around his head, steadily building up speed as the Rasen Shuriken was used as wrecking ball. It was almost genius. In a wickedly twisted sort of way. That orb just went through bodies like nothing. Cutting them down on a cellular level with so many microscopic wind blades that Itachi had to lost count after 1,000. The earth walls were cut through like a scissors going through paper, those standing behind them being sliced apart. With a final swing of the chain, it disconnected from the orb, and Naruto let it fly with a roar. It mowed the army down as if they were grass. Not stopping or slowing down until it suddenly expanded, the central sphere detonating in a vortex of wind that just obliterated those in the nearby vicinity. Deidara would have called it art. Whereas Itachi avoided killing as much as he could, Naruto on the other hand didn't share the same mentality. He had been ruthless, cutting down all who stood in his way without any remorse or sentiment that these were former comrades. Since the battle had started, Itachi had felt his chakra steadily grow darker till the point it just felt cold. It gave off a feeling of icy dread, no longer warm as it had once been. "Form up," Naruto shouted. Obeying the command, Itachi's form dissolved into crows that quickly moved across the battlefield, flying over the army before solidifying beside Naruto. His black armor was spotless, only the blood dripping from the Kusanagi blade in his hand showed any sign that Naruto had been in combat. Itachi heard a hiss, and soon enough, Orochimaru appeared, long boa constrictors emerging from his sleeves as he grinned maliciously. What looked like a water bomb exploded somewhere in the distance, sending bodies flying, and a black figure leapt into the air. Kicking up dirt as he landed beside the trio, Kisame's shark-like grin was terrifying as he hoisted his massive blade over his shoulder, the scales dripping with blood. There was a sound of flapping of wings as Deidara, the youngest of the five, descended from the skies on a clay creature that resembled a bird, grinning wide all the while. With Naruto in the middle, Itachi to his right, Orochimaru to his left, and Kisame and Deidara finishing on either side, the gang of S-class shinobi stared down the army in front of them. It was an intimidating sight for any shinobi, made even more so by the trail of destruction left visible in their wake. Behind them, littering the streets of Konoha, were bodies of the dead. The dirt ground had become red from the blood covering the ground. Buildings in the distance began to collapse, suffering under barrage after barrage of jutsu. Konoha was on fire, the heavy smoke rising up into the air as the conflict took its toll. What had begun as ambush had turned into a full-scale war, the Leaf Army drastically outclassed despite the numbers being in their favor. The strongest shinobi force in the land, consisting of 17,000 strong, had been nearly halved by a mere 5 missing nin. They had yet to break a sweat. Now that was quite the exercise. Kisame's loud voice broke the silent stare down, his razor-sharp teeth glinting as he turned his round eyes on the snake Sannin. "For an old man, Orochimaru, I must say you still got the moves." The Sannin scoffed at him. "HN. You younger gentlemen could learn a thing or two from me. I am the most experienced one here after all. But not the strongest, you snake face HN." Deidara stuck his tongue out at him, smirking as the Sannin bristled. "Our fearless leader here can make a snakeskin wallet out of you, right, Naruto-senpai?" The grin turned into a pout as he was ignored. "Didn't know you were such a fanboy, Deidara." Kisame retorted dismissively. "Right, Naruto-senpai?" He mocked in Deidara voice, grinning as the teenager turned red. "You sound like a little girl. Come say that my face, you shark-looking, blue-skinned, round-eyed, motherfucker, HN." Kisame's grin turned dangerous as he gripped his sword's handle tightly. "Care to repeat that, brat?" "You heard me, you freak, HN," Deidara shouted back as the mouth on his palm began to eat some clay. "Did your daddy fuck a shark to make you look like that, or did you just come from Atlantis? HN." Orochimaru actually began to chuckle seeing Kisame's blue skin turn purple in anger. "My oh my, I believe that's what you lads call a burn, yes?" Itachi just sighed as resisted the urge to massage his temples. Here they all were in the middle of a battlefield with an army in front of them, and these two just had to begin arguing. Orochimaru's comments weren't helping either. "You're calling me a freak?" Kisame thundered. "You're the one who has mouths on his hands. I bet you give yourself a blowjob when you're lonely." Despite the situation, Itachi had to hide the twitch of his lips behind his high collar. Beside him, Orochimaru's composure broke and the Sannin's shoulders began to shake. "That's it, HN." Deidara's face was either red from embarrassment or anger as he began to hold up a hand seal. "I'm going to make shark soup out of you, HN." Kisame readied Seimata. "Bring it on, you midget." Enough. The sharp shout and flare of chakra instantly turned all attention to Naruto as his Sharingan glared at the two. "Cut that shit out, now," he warned, making sure they got the message. Kisame gave a scoff as he turned away, muttering an apology under his breath as Deidara did the same. Returning his attention back to army in front of him, Naruto's Sharingan zeroed in on each face he could identify. There were a range of emotions dancing on each face, but most eyes held a lingering amount of fear from watching comrades fall so easily. Despite the carnage, some faces still held grim resolve. There were even some shouts of the will of fire. If they wanted to die fighting, then so be it, but he'd had enough of small fry. It was time to get to the Hokage. Ah, I can see it now. Naruto spoke up, gaining their attention. The army is in a defense formation. They must think I'm actually going to charge right at them heading for the tower. Wasn't that the plan? Kisame questioned. I thought we were just going to steamroll them into the dirt. You three will be. Naruto answered, eyeing Kisame, Deidara and Orochimaru specifically. Itachi and I will be handling some personal matters. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in realization. Wanting the elders for yourself now, Naruto? He asked with his ever-present smirk. Leaving nothing but the fodder for us. Hey. I'm confused. Deidara spoke up. Oi. Naruto-senpai, what are you and the pretty boy, he made a face at Itachi, going to do, and who do I get to blow up, HN? He questioned a little too eagerly. Seeing that the Hokage ran like a little bitch as soon as I looked at him, he and the other elders are waiting it out underground. Naruto answered as he began to flex his fingers. Guess I'm going to have to dig him out. Oh, do tell how you plan on reaching them underground, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru stated with interest. Do you have some jutsu that lets you burrow underground? The smirk on Naruto's face was visible through his mask. Something like that. Although I'm missing out on the chance to fight some super strong old people, this army should suffice. Otherwise, I would have gotten bored. Kisame's sharp teeth glinted dangerously. Seimata is hungry. The sentient sword scales twitched in response. Deidara mirrored the expression. Look at them. All these willing people waiting to see my beautiful art. The mouths on his hands started eating an alarming amount of clay. I'll give them my magnum opus, HN, he whispered with a wicked grin. Orochimaru stepped forward, eyes shining with malice as snakes began to emerge from his sleeves. Come now, lads, let's give these Konoha shinobi a performance they'll never forget. You three keep them occupied. Naruto ordered. Kill at your discretion. Deidara Claybird took to the skies as the teenager began to cackle madly. Orochimaru spat out some snakes from his mouth that slithered forward like a rushing river. Kisame just charged with a massive grin, Seimata cocked over his shoulder. Watching what would be the final moments for Konoha's army, Itachi gave a small sigh. I think letting Kisame join them was too much. You should have made him come with us. His Sharingan slowly turned to Naruto, watching as he continued to flex his hand. Feeling regret are you now, Itachi? Naruto questioned, meeting his gaze. Konoha will be defenseless. He replied. So? The retort made him blink, his Sharingan searching Naruto's visible features and seeing nothing but utter detachment at the prospect of Konoha being defenseless against enemies. You don't care at all? You were always smarter than I am, Itachi. Naruto started as he began to focus a significant amount of chakra to his arm. I'm sure you can figure out how many fucks I give at this point. Itachi slowly turned away, watching as the three Akatsuki began to lay waste to the army. HN. Stand back, pretty boy. Naruto warned as he reached into his pouch and placed his black metal mask over his face. This is a new jutsu and I'm a little sloppy with it. Itachi jumped a good distance away, Sharingan widening as he finally took in just how much chakra Naruto was building up. Remarkable. His reserves compare to Kisame's. A Rasengan formed in Naruto's outstretched hand that quickly turned a brown muddy-looking color as nature manipulation was added to it. Naruto grabbed his wrist as the sound of grinding began to echo off the jutsu. Itachi watched in amazement as the bits of rock formed inside the spinning sphere, being compressed, grinded down, and finally solidifying into the shape of a cone. Arm vibrating rather violently, Naruto knew that this was all he could achieve for now. With a shout, he slammed the spinning cone into the ground, grinding into the earth like a drill. Earth release, rosin drill. The ground immediately broke apart under the drill, a hole opening up under the enormous force. Dust and debris kicked up under the spinning force, little bits of rock hitting against Naruto's mask as he lowered his arm. Despite being a good distance away, Itachi had to use his sleeve to shield his face from the amount of dust and debris that was flying through the air. He had to steady his feet with chakra as the ground began to vibrate as if there was an earthquake. What did he call it? Spiraling drill. What a remarkable technique. True to its name, the powerful earth drill bore a hole through the ground, digging deeper by the second as the powerful vibrations shook Konoha to the core. Naruto's form disappeared into the hole he made, going deeper and deeper, grinding away at the earth. He sunk low, making his way into Konoha's underground. Ding. The drill began to grind against metal. He had hit the tunnels. Since the Anbu ambush back at his apartment, he hadn't seen a single civilian soul, meaning that they had already been evacuated. This attack had been planned. Sarutobi was a clever little monkey. Too bad the old man didn't count on him having Akatsuki as backup. The rosin drill bore through the protective metal layer lining the tunnels, and with the hole made, Naruto cut off the flow of chakra to the jutsu, the spinning cone crumbling to dust in his hands. He dropped through the hole and landed on the ground, wincing at the sudden sting in his shoulder. Ah, shit. It had dislocated. The feedback from the jutsu was deadly. With a crack, he snapped the joint back into place and rolled his shoulder a few times, receiving satisfying cracks as he removed his metal mask. Itachi, he yelled up towards his hole, placing the mask back into his pouch. Did you run away or did you fall asleep? Hurry it up, you slowpoke. His shouts echoed through the quiet tunnels. He received a poke to the back of the head. Twirling around with a hiss, Naruto watched Itachi's retreating back. Coming? The Uchiha asked, looking over his shoulder, a smirk on his face. Naruto watched him go with a frown before his face eased itself into a smirk. He wouldn't let the smug bastard have the last laugh. You've been away too long, genius. You're heading in the wrong direction. He snickered as Itachi stopped mid-step. That's the way to the Hokage Monument Shelter. Smoothly turning around, Itachi headed in the other direction, face as blank as the walls surrounding him. Let's go. He replied tonelessly, the only crack in his mask the slight twitch of his eye. Naruto threw an arm around his shoulder, ruffling Itachi's long hair. Aw, don't be like that. This is just like old times, remember? Just the two of us going on adventures. Hey, remember when we stole Hana's panties? Yes, don't remind me. Itachi's face turned sour. I was so ashamed that day. I can't believe you talked me into it. Oh shush. You were always the little criminal. Pretending to be a good little boy but really being a panty-stealing pervert on the inside. Itachi was silent for a few moments. I'm going to kill you. You're breaking my heart. I'll shove my kunai through it. Ouch. What got your panties in a twist? He received a Sharingan-enhanced glare. Fine, Naruto relented, removing his arm. The playful tone immediately vanished as two became serious, the ease of which their emotions changed showing just how dangerous the two men were. Unless one knew the layout of Konoha's underground tunnels, it would be very easy to get lost along the maze of intersecting paths and obstacles. Arranged in a way to make intruders spend a lifetime trying to find an escape. Naruto Namikaze. The voice made Naruto and Itachi pause, both back to back as they looked for the source. And Itachi Uchiha. A chilling breeze blew through the tunnels carrying the disembodied voice. A peculiar jutsu, Itachi noted, sharp eyes looking for a chakra source. A long-distance relay message using wind chakra. Naruto sniffed the air, narrowing his eyes. This wind carries the scent of death. I find it interesting to see that you had this attack of yours so thoroughly planned out. The breeze made the voice echo throughout the tunnels. To think you would have help from missing Nin. You really are deplorable. I've been called worse. Naruto quipped. You should come say it to my face. Commander. You must feel so secure in your strength. What arrogance. Look at what you have wrought, the destruction you have caused, and the deaths of the people you once called comrades. Why make others suffer for your mistakes? Why make your friends die? Naruto's gaze narrowed. What have you done? I gave them what they deserved, Naruto, nothing but a swift and brutal death for serving beside a trait dash. Bastard. Naruto screamed as he began to shake with rage. Come out and face me. Be calm, Naruto. Itachi tried to reason. The commander is just trying to dash. I always wondered why you spared your mother and brother, Itachi. Itachi suddenly went very still before his face schooled of emotion. You kill every single man, woman, and child. Yet you spare them. Why? The commander's voice echoed with the wind. Surely you wouldn't mind if I finished the job for you. His expression didn't change, but the mangekyo glowing in the dark was all the emotion Itachi needed. Naruto meanwhile bore a visage of rage. This wasn't supposed to happen. He had sent dash. If you're wondering how Naruto, that little Hashirama clone of yours, was caught long before he could reach them. A terrible shame I had to kill him. Of course I mean your little Team 7 when I say them. Naruto's head lowered as he let out a shudder. All your friends are dead. Your Genin will soon share the same fate. All for what? Revenge? Can you say now that it was worth it? Live with the reality that you've lost everything. All that you hold dear is gone. If only you had remained a good little soldier. You could eventually have had the thing that you yearned for most. Naruto's breathing grew heavy, the turmoil in his chest becoming unbearable. Family. Itachi's composure finally broke as anger entered his eyes. His eyes followed the direction of the chakra in the wind, searching for the source. Isn't this the reason you started this war? Because you lost your precious family. A sudden gust hit Naruto like a punch in the face, it barely made him turn his head. It's pathetic really. Behind the emulated gestures of the copy ninja, behind all the fame and power, behind that mask that covers your face, you're nothing but a little boy. A little boy who couldn't deal with the loss of his parents. A little boy crying out for mommy and daddy. Naruto snapped his eyes open, the Mangekyo Sharingan burning an angry red as he took off in a burst of speed, forcing Itachi to follow. His rage was palpable. Itachi could feel it. Even if he knew they were most definitely running straight into a trap, something made him keep his silence as he followed Naruto's lead. There was a sudden chakra signature in front of them and both slid to halt at what they saw. There were hundreds of people. Civilians by the look of them. Eyes all rolled up into their sockets as they slowly limped towards the pair, groaning and making noises that brought a chill up the spine. They're all dead. Itachi observed, peering into their chakra flow. But there's chakra still flowing through them. Pumping their hearts. He had seen this jutsu before. The dead soul jutsu. A technique not considered forbidden, but terribly taboo for its nature as it reanimated the dead. Help us. The voices of the dead chanted. Release us from this. Naruto and Itachi ignored the provoking sound, moving around the corpses without touching them. Big brother. The voice made Itachi pause, Sharingan instantly locking onto the sound. A boy limped forward, his skin pale and dark hair covered in dirt. Save me, Itachi. Don't let him kill me. The voice was Sasuke's. Itachi grit his teeth as he forced his gaze from the boy, avoiding the undead hands that made a grab for him. Naruto-sensei. A boy and girl chanted, siblings by the looks of it. Why didn't you save us? Their voices were a perfect imitation of Konohamaru and Sakura. Why did you let him kill us? Naruto stumbled at the sound. A mangled body that looked like it was crushed to death grabbed onto his arm. You let me die, sensei. Konohamaru's voice whispered into his ear. You abandoned me. Shut up, Naruto snapped, throwing the corpse off him. The body barreled into a crowd of corpses, knocking them over. Eyes pained, Naruto made to move, but something grabbed onto his leg. He looked down, eyes widening as he saw a man with half his head missing looking up at him. You're scum, it said as Sasuke's voice. Worse than scum. Trash. One echoed beside him, latching on to Naruto's other leg. Trash. 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 They all began to chant as Naruto was surrounded. He couldn't move as cold hands grabbed onto him, the stink of rotting corpses filling his nostrils. You failed, Kakashi. You killed us, sensei. You let your friends die. The voices hit him like a tidal wave, his eyes beginning to burn with threatening tears as the voices of his students rattled his eardrums. Stop. Naruto screamed, shaking his arm free. He drew his sword and began to swing wildly, slicing apart those closest to him. Stay back. His sword cut a woman in half, an overhead swing lopping the head off another. But there were so many of them, for each one he cut down 5 more would replace them. Itachi was faring no better. The boy that could have been Sasuke's twin was chasing after him, holding up a kunai as he swiped viciously at him. You killed everyone, Itachi. You killed uncle, auntie, our cousins, and our father. Itachi backed away from the quickly approaching child, grunting as hands grabbed him from behind. You killed them all. The boy charged forward with a stab and Itachi dissolved into crows that sailed over the bodies, hovering in the air as he looked towards Naruto. The corpses were piling on him, trying to bury him underneath the bodies of the dead. Naruto. They're just trying to get inside your head. Don't let them dash. Itachi. Itachi's breath left him at the sound of the voice, his eyes slowly turning towards a woman who walked out of the crowd of bodies. Her death must have been peaceful, for she was virtual untouched, the beauty of her body still lasting even in death. Long black hair, pale skin, a warm motherly smile. Mother, Itachi whispered, his form solidifying as he lowered to the ground. It's good to see you, son. His moat, it greeted. The undead eyes stared into his very soul. My, how you've grown. This was nothing but a corpse, an illusion creating the image of his mother. Yet she looked so real. So genuine. Hearing the voice that used to lull him to sleep when he was a child slowly began to crack through the carefully crafted blank mask. Mother. For the first time since he had massacred his clan, tears threatened to spill from his emotionless eyes. Shh, I'm here for you, son. She hushed, slowly walking forward holding out her arms. I know how much you've suffered, Itachi. It's time to let it all go. Ever so slowly, icy hands gently touched his shoulders before wrapping around him, cocooning him in a cold hug. Her corpse had yet to begin rotting. The smell of her perfume, still strong as a vanilla scent, flooded his nose. His mother had always smelled like vanilla. It felt so very wrong, his body wanting to put distance between himself and this abomination. His fingers twitched to push it away, fire off a jutsu, stab it, do anything to rid this thing from his sight. Yet he couldn't. Just like he couldn't bring himself to kill his mother on that night. Underneath the long sleeves the woman wore, a hand slowly pulled out a kunai. Everything is going to be all right, Itachi. Slim fingers gripped the handle. I promise. Rah! The scream came with an explosion of lighting. Bodies were suddenly disintegrated from the electricity. The scream came from Naruto, the Reikiri in his palm surging around him, filling the air with electric energy. The electricity traveled into the kunai, the woman releasing it as it shocked her fingers. Itachi caught the knife before it could hit the ground. His eyes didn't move from the woman as she untangled herself, slowly beginning to back away. Itachi, please don't, the kunai buried into her head with a thump, sinking to the handle. The woman's body hit the ground seconds after. As expected, she slowly rose after a few moments with a wide grin. What a rude little boy you are. With the crazed smile, dead eyes, and a kunai sticking out of her head, she now looked like a zombie. How about mommy gives you a spanking, you dash? Amaterasu. The world erupted into black flames. Itachi blitzed through some hand seals, inhaling deeply before spewing out wind that fueled the fires from hell. The black flames spread quickly, incinerating all that laid before its path. As quickly as they had appeared, the flames disappeared as Itachi closed his bleeding right eye, ending the visual jutsu. Reikiri stream. The shout made Itachi turn towards Naruto, witnessing the last of the corpses be vaporized by the deadly electricity as it surged in all directions. When nothing but ashes remained, Naruto ended his jutsu, the lightning crackling around him before it vanished. You okay? Itachi asked, walking towards him, drying the blood with his sleeve. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before mumbling out, I'm good. He held up his hand and Kusanagi levitated into his waiting palm with a dismembered hand attached to the sword. Naruto's hand sparked with lightning and the hand was vaporized as he sheathed the blade with a twirl. They stood staring at each other in tense silence. They have my brother and mother. Itachi broke the silence first. They have my team. Naruto replied shortly. We better go save them then. Kill the elders in the process. And the commander as well. Definitely. No more words were needed as the two utilized a shunshine to maximize their speed. They moved as blurs, crisscrossing through tunnel after tunnel like shadows as they quickly neared their destination. The root base. Not much further, Itachi whispered, having memorized the location when he had served under Dansu. It wasn't long before the duo entered a steep tunnel, the passage steadily narrowing with a sudden temperature drop. Something stirred at the edge of his senses and Naruto stopped suddenly, sliding to a halt with wide eyes. Itachi slid to a stop as well, a question on his tongue before he suddenly felt it. A terrible chakra source suddenly flooded the tunnels. A raw feeling of hate made the hairs on their arms stand on end as a terrible roar was heard. There was no mistaking such a terrible chakra. It was the Kyuubi's. Konohamaru, Naruto whispered in shock. Itachi's mind raced as he thought over what he had just felt before coming to one possible conclusion. It could be just a diversion. He spoke up, gaining Naruto's attention. To separate us. Together, they were unstoppable. It wasn't a boast or statement of pride, it was just cold hard fact. That, Naruto pointed in the direction that he felt the chakra, was no fake. That was the real deal, his chakra network was going haywire at the feel. He looked back at Itachi, then towards the direction of the root base and finally back at the tunnel. There's no time, Itachi insisted. Go Naruto. If I find your team in there, you know I will save them. Naruto hesitated as he looked back at Itachi one last time before extending his fist. Itachi smiled as he extended his own and the two friends bumped knuckles. See you other side. Nothing needed to be said as both of them split apart, Naruto rushing towards the source of the Kyuubi's chakra and Itachi towards the root base entrance. It was time to end this. It was hard to believe a base of such magnitude was built so deep underground. The root base was massive. The sheer size and scale of the hidden fortress a genius work of architecture and earth manipulation to be built so deep underground. The temperature was cold, but not entirely unpleasant as Itachi slowly walked across a long narrow bride, idly glancing down over the edge. The inner megastructure consisted of intersecting metal bridges crisscrossing over one another going in a downward spiral disappearing into the depths of the darkness. At the ends of each bridge were doors, leading to places unknown to him. He was apparently on the uppermost level as he had an entire view of the base. Roughly in the center were 4 massive pillars that stretched upwards towards the ceiling, each layered with tags that held a strange symbol he didn't recognize. "So you've come." Itachi halted at the voice, looking forward across the bridge as a figure emerged out of the darkness. Clad in his black battle armor, the third Hokage gave him a sad smile in greeting. "It's good to see you, Itachi." "Sandaime-sama." Itachi bowed before the man, showing some respect despite the situation. Hiruzen's smile turned a little sadder at the action, watching as the Uchiha stared him down with blank apathy. "I almost couldn't believe it was you, Itachi. You stood beside Naruto as he laid waste to Konoha's shinobi. It broke my heart seeing that." The third whispered in hurt. Despite his appearance remaining relatively unchanged, this wasn't the same man that had promised to keep his mother and brother safe all those years ago. Gone was the look of a powerful leader, the god of shinobi that had once been called the Professor. All that was left was a tired old man with a visible glint of shame in his eyes. "It isn't too late, son." The third tried to reason. "There can still be a happy ending for you and your family. Imagine your name wiped from the bingo book, your status as a missing nin erased, and retirement from the shinobi life. With the mark of a pen I can make it all happen." The third smiled at him. "I can make it all disappear." Itachi stared back, unblinking. "What does the name Madara Uchiha mean to you?" The Hokage couldn't hide his flinch. Nor the naked fear that entered his eyes. Seeing his reaction was all Itachi needed. "I almost wanted to believe my conclusions were just wild speculation." His gaze slowly narrowed as his mangekyo glowed with anger, "But I can see now that your roots are more rotten than Dansu's." The smile fell from Hiruzen's face, replaced with a frown. He sighed regrettably as he shook his head. "You were always a genius, Itachi, even from a young age. You could have made a fine Hokage one day." Itachi's gaze didn't waver as 2 figures emerged from the darkness behind the third. "I see the look in those eyes of yours hasn't changed, Itachi." Dansu noted as he stood beside the third, throwing away his cane as he undid his robes, revealing his right arm. It was encased in a metal gauntlet layered with seals. Holding up a hand sign, the seals began to glow, and with a hiss they vanished and the gauntlet fell away. Itachi's eyes widened. The variety of chakra signatures present in Dansu's arm were clear to his Sharingan eyes. Watching as Dansu slowly undid the bandages, his gaze went from surprise to murderous before he quickly regained composure, blank mask once again in place. "I take back what I said, Hokage-sama," Itachi said without emotion. "The both of you are just fucked." A scoff of amusement came from the final figure. Standing tall and imposing, the Anbu commander's black mask tidled dangerously towards him. "How arrogant of you to walk right into an obvious trap." Hearing the disembodied voice clearly now for the first time, Itachi wasn't impressed. "And they said you were called a genius." The commander slowly drew a ninjato attached to the back, and Dansu flexed the fingers of his transplanted arm, the 10 implanted Sharingan glowing in the dark. On his shoulder what looked like a human face could be seen. The third looked at Itachi regrettably before he slowly began to go through hand seals. It was time to once and for all be done with this troubling situation. "Naruto?" the Hokage asked, looking towards the commander. "Taken care of." That show of the Kyuubi's chakra was bound to lead him on a wild goose chase through the tunnels. By the time he realized it was just a diversion, his precious friend would already be dead. Finished stretching his arm, Dansu lightly rolled his shoulder. "Let's make this quick." All 3 stilled as a superior, Uchiha-like, smirk crossed Itachi's lips as his shadow suddenly changed. For the first time, Dansu. An ultra-thin body peeled out of the shadow, rapidly expanding and gaining thickness as he released the breath he had been holding. "I agree with you." Itachi's Sharingan would forever memorize the root commander, the third Hokage, and Dansu flinch at the same time as Naruto casually walked forward to stand beside him. "Smell that, Itachi?" Naruto inhaled cool fresh air as he shook off the effects of the shadow manipulation jutsu. Nothing like the smell of fear to get the blood pumping. The smirk on his face was vicious, his gleaming Sharingan fixing on the 3 leaders with rage. How fortunate he had imbued Itachi's chakra with his own when they bumped fist. The only sound that pierced the still silence was the slow shriek of the kusanagi being drawn from its sheath, the blade glinting as it elongated to its full, deadly, length. Naruto let the Mangekyo Sharingan spin into existence, his gaze shifting from one face to another before settling on the black mask. "Where's my team?" Naruto demanded with a hiss. The commander held out a hand, 2 fingers beckoning Naruto mockingly. "Come and find out." "Wrong answer." "Ping." The commander's ninjato blocked the swipe that was aiming for the head as Naruto blurred forward in a burst of speed. Beside him, the Hokage blitzed through hand seals preparing to spit fire at Naruto's unguarded back but was too slow as Naruto's foot shot out and kicked him right in his jaw, the flames spewing out at Danzo who had to leap out of the way. Danzo barely managed to duck the kunai that was aimed at his head as Itachi appeared and a flock of crows kicking him backward sending him over the bridge. A wide bridge was there to catch him. Danzo landed on his feet just as a fireball sped towards him. He quickly went through hand seals and blew out pressurized wind that caused the flame to vanish as the oxygen sustaining them was quickly sucked out. Danzo held up his right arm to block the strike from behind staring into Itachi's narrowed gaze. "I see old age hasn't dulled your skills," Itachi praised. Danzo didn't reply, too focused on molding chakra in his transplanted arm, and Itachi was forced to leap back or be skewered by the sudden emergence of wooden spikes from the arm. Expecting something like this, Itachi's only reaction was to slowly shake his head. "Both the powers of the Uchiha and Senju. You really are the shinobi of darkness." He was silent for a few moments. "You were planning on controlling the Kyuubi?" Danzo finally answered with frown, shifting into a battle stance as he readied himself. "All that I do, no matter how questionable or violent, is for the greater good of Konoha. Both you and Naruto failed to see dash." Danzo ducked the stab that would have scalped his head. He didn't have time to wonder how Itachi had gotten a shadow clone behind him as he quickly turned, retaliating with an uppercut that the Uchiha avoided, grunting as a kick sent him backwards towards the real Itachi. Danzo quickly became alarmed as Itachi charged him. His eyes widened realizing that this was the shadow clone just as it exploded. Boom! Itachi watched on as the exploding shadow clone blew a hole in the bridge. He jumped from the bridge just as it began to collapse, leaping onto another platform, eyes already searching for Danzo. Slick! Itachi coughed out blood as a kunai coated in wind chakra pierced through his chest. He slowly turned behind him to see Danzo frowning down at him. "Come now, Itachi, let's end the genjutsu. You know it's pointless." Itachi didn't reply. Reality only changed and Danzo found himself back on the bride he had landed on, with Itachi staring right at him. "I'm surprised you didn't use that Tsukuyomi of yours yet, Itachi," Danzo stated, seeing as Itachi wasn't going to speak. "Just trying to get a feel of my abilities, I see?" On the outside, Danzo was trying to keep up an air of superiority. Internally he knew that if this battle dragged on he would die. Itachi was a true heir to the Uchiha bloodline. Since this battle started, Danzo had been toyed with. It had taken all 10 of the implanted Sharingan to finally break the multiple layers of genjutsu Itachi had snared him in. "I realize now that it was wise for me to not battle you alone." There it was, an almost unnoticeable shift to Itachi's eyes as his gaze narrowed a tad. "Why don't you come out, my dear boy, and meet the man who ruined your life?" The sound of footsteps came from behind him, Itachi pivoting around to see a figure emerge out of the shadows. A white mask was visible first, followed by the standard root attire. A young boy by the looks of it. But peering into that chakra flow was enough for Itachi to finally snap. "Damn you, Danzo," he shouted as the boy removed his mask, revealing the cold Sharingan eyes of his little brother. Sasuke lips curled into a smile in greeting. "Big brother, it's so good to see you again." No. 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 This could not be happening. His heart began to hammer in his chest as Sasuke slowly drew a tanto from his back, the ever-present smile on his face as he stared into his eyes. "I'm here to kill you, big brother." Itachi spotted what was wrong quickly. Peering into Sasuke's chakra flow showed that it was disturbed, his network in haywire as Danzo's chakra forcefully controlled it. He heard a muffled scream and looked up towards the ceiling. On a platform, bound and gagged, was Mikoto Uchiha. Her tearful eyes stared into his and Itachi felt his heart skip a beat. Behind her was a man wearing a high-collared all-black attire. "Torune, one of my best." Itachi slowly turned bloodshot eyes towards Danzo. "All I need to do is give the signal, and with a simple touch, your mother will be eaten alive by nano-insects." At this the man called Torune removed his gloved hand and made it hover over the delicate skin of Mikito's cheeks. "I'll kill you." Itachi's eyes were wide, the veins and the sclera visible as the mangekyo glowed an unnatural red. "Before you could have," Danzo smirked. "But now, I'm confident you can't." With a mere nod of his head, Sasuke charged forward, rushing towards Itachi with a smile. Itachi dodged the swipes aiming to cut him, his face in turmoil as Sasuke's swipes edged ever closer to him. "Let's play a game, brother." Sasuke stabbed forward with Itachi avoiding it. "Who can survive the longest?" Sasuke shouted with glee as the ferocity of his attacks increased, Itachi doing nothing but avoiding them. A hail of kunai came rushing forward and Itachi turned into crows to avoid them, not before witnessing one nick Sasuke's shoulder drawing blood. "Oops," Dansu said impassively. "My eyesight has become quite bad, you see." A snarl of fury erupted out of Itachi's throat as he descended upon Dansu in a burst of speed. The man rapidly backpedaled to make distance between himself and the furious Uchiha, quickly going through hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Itachi stopped himself mid-stride, disappearing in a burst of speed and appearing beside Sasuke, knocking him out of the way to avoid the wind attack. Despite being saved by Itachi, Sasuke swiped at him, forcing Itachi to palm a kunai to block the attack. Itachi parried each blow, kicking Sasuke backwards just as another wind attack reached him. He jumped out of the way, narrowly avoiding being made mincemeat by wind blades, landing on a bridge as he stared down at the duo. Above him he heard another muffled scream, and he looked upwards to see his mother crying. Something inside of him broke as he watched her tears fall. "I'm sorry," he whispered as his shoulders began to shake. "I'm so sorry. Big brother." Sasuke's voice called sweetly. Itachi looked up to see Sasuke attached to wall above him, smiling down at him with his Sharingan gleaming in the dark. "Wanna play?" Sasuke dropped down with a shout, his tanto aimed downwards for a stab. "Die!" Just as he reached him, Itachi's hand shot out and grabbed Sasuke mid-fall, stopping him cold. Face in turmoil, Itachi's eyes met Sasuke's. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Itachi blocked the fist, aiming for his face. His other hand wrestling the tanto from Sasuke's grip and tossing the blade away as his free hand gently lifted to stroke Sasuke's face. He had grown up from the little boy Itachi remembered leaving on those bloody streets all those years ago. Hardening his heart, he grabbed Sasuke's face, forcing him to make eye contact. "Tsukui dash." "No." Sasuke screamed as he stared into Itachi's eyes. "Please no, not again." The terrified scream was enough to shock Itachi, Sasuke beginning to desperately try and wrestle himself free. "Don't, Itachi, please." Itachi's composure broke as Sasuke began to cry, relinquishing his hold. Seeing Sasuke in tears had cost him. His little brother palmed a kunai and stabbed it towards his face, Itachi leaping back to only suffer a minor cut to his cheek. Still crying, Sasuke charged forward with a desperate cry as threw the knife towards Itachi. Utilizing a replacement, Dansu switched places with the knife appearing before Itachi with a cruel smirk. Itachi couldn't react in time as Dansu's transplanted fist punched him across the face, sending him crashing down to another bridge below. He hit the ground hard, quickly jumping to his feet to avoid Dansu's fist slamming into the ground, denting the metal of the bridge. Itachi quickly began to go through hand seals before he froze. He grunted as black markings started to appear over his body. Dansu's binding seal. But when did he? Itachi suddenly frowned, feeling his cheek start to bruise. That wasn't just a mere punch. "I must say I'm disappointed, Itachi," Dansu commented as Sasuke landed beside him. "To think you still hold such feelings toward your brother. Pathetic." Dansu scoffed. He turned to Sasuke, seeing the youth begin to twitch. Even now, the boy was resisting him. Dansu was impressed. Sasuke would be a powerful shinobi one day. He held up a hand seal and Sasuke's twitching stopped. "Finish him off," he ordered, ignoring the muffled screams coming from above. After Itachi was dead, he would order Torune to make his insects devour that annoying woman alive. Sasuke began to walk forwards with a kunai in hand. "Big brother." Sasuke was no longer smiling, his face as emotionless as his tone. "I'm going to kill you now." Itachi struggled against the seal in a vain attempt to break free, his chakra network now undisturbed as the seal solidified over his body. He couldn't move. Sasuke stopped directly in front of him, staring up into the eyes that haunted his sleep at night. His pale fingers gripped the blade's handle tightly, enough for Itachi to hear the strain as his hand began to shake. "Finish him, Sasuke." "Now," Dansu urged. Sasuke's body began to twitch. Above him, Mikoto's muffled screams of desperation rang loud before Torune hovered his hand over her face to silence her. Itachi remained silent, eyes tearing up as he watched Sasuke struggle over whatever control Dansu had placed him under. "Kill him," Dansu shouted. Badly twitching, Sasuke's other hand slowly raised up towards Itachi's headband and poked him in the forehead. "Goodbye, brother." With that he plunged the knife downwards. On the upper levels, Naruto was engaging the commander in a fierce kenjutsu battle. With a snarl, Naruto twirled, the kusanagi humming through the air, only managing to scrape against the black mask as the commander narrowly avoided it. The Anbu leader retaliated with an overhead swing that Naruto parried to side, spinning with the momentum and using his elbow to slam right against the mask, hearing an audible grunt as the commander's head snapped backwards. Naruto lunged forward with a stab, only for his sword to be knocked off course with a well-thrown shuriken. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Naruto gripped his sword tightly, Sharingan tracing every shuriken as they approached. With a show of great precision and speed, he spun rapidly, knocking every single star up into the air, leaving them momentarily suspended. Coming out of his spin with a hand seal held up, Naruto blew out a gust of wind, propelling them all right back at the third. Hiruzen almost couldn't believe what he had just witnessed as he hit the ground, avoiding being turned into a pincushion by the shuriken, hearing the sharp sound they made as they embedded themselves into metal behind him. He rolled out of the way, barely escaping the sword that pierced the spot his head had been, leaping to his feet and holding up a gauntlet-clad arm to block the sword swing from Naruto. The chakra-infused metal began to dent heavily as swing after swing rained down on him as he struggled to block. A kick to his chest dropped him on his back, and he instinctively held up his gauntlet to block the stab aimed at his eye. A struggle ensued as Hiruzen used all his strength to keep the sword from piercing his eye. A one-handed grip on his sword, Naruto began to use both hands, pressing down with his gaze narrowing viciously. Gah! Hiruzen hissed out in pain as the sword began to slide, piercing through his gauntlet, cutting into skin beneath, and beginning to edge closer to his eye. There was the sudden rush of air, and Naruto grunted as a strong wind blasted into him from the back. He lost his grip on his sword as the attack sent him flying off the bridge. He quickly recovered, chakra chains shooting out of his arm and attaching to the bridge. He swung himself under it, using his momentum to come around over the top and slam his feet against the commander's mask. Oof! The commander was sent careening off the bride from the force, hitting the walls of the root base with a loud clunk of dented metal. Lighting sparked in Naruto's hand, and he wasted no time rushing forward with the Reikiri crackling dangerously. Using the blood from his arm, Hiruzen slammed his palm against the ground just as Naruto neared him. Summoning Jutsu. A large muscled fist slammed into Naruto with the force of a train, getting him to stain his mask with spittle as he flew back from the hit. He rolled across the bridge before stabbing his lighting-covered hand into the metal, forcing himself to slide to screeching halt. So it's come to this, eh? Long white tail twitching agitatedly behind him, the Monkey King, Enma crossed his large muscle arms, giving Naruto a fierce glare. First Orochimaru and now this brat. Why does it always have to be the most promising? Naruto stood to his feet, quickly shaking off the blow. He raised his hand and the kusanagi flew into his waiting palm, causing Enma to frown. Sorry Toby, that blade the brat has. He warned, getting the third to nod. I know, Enma. The monkey nodded as he wordlessly transformed into the adamantine staff. The Hokage plucked it from the air, twirling the black and gold staff once before he held it at the ready. Naruto's Sharingan analyzed the staff, seeing the chakra of the Monkey King flowing through it. It was a transformation, so it could possibly dash. Hiruzen thrusted the staff forward and confirmed Naruto's guess by rapidly extending. He narrowly avoided it with a sidestep, raising his sword up to block as Hiruzen swung the elongated staff at him. There was a sharp clang as the staff and blade clashed together. Without warning, a large hand appeared out of the staff and grabbed Naruto by the throat. He could do nothing but choke as he was lifted off his feet, finally noticing the large yellow eye that glared up at him from the staff. I'll snap you like a twig, brat. Enma squeezed, and with a snap, Naruto's neck broke. Poof! The lightning clone exploded, sending electricity into the staff. Enma gave a gasp of pain, his arm twitching violently as he was electrocuted. The electricity raced along the staff towards Hiruzen, who was forced to drop it from the shock to his hand. The real Naruto appeared behind him, sword poised for decapitation. He swung only for the commander to appear in a burst of speed, mask cracked, blocking the attack and returning the previous blow from earlier with a punch to the face. Naruto's head merely snapped backwards, the commander's sword aimed downwards with a stab, but grunted as Naruto flipped, his feet clipping the mask and sending the commander barreling into the Hokage. Mid-flip, a chain shot out of Naruto's hand, snagging the old man, and with a snarl he pulled Hiruzen towards him, sword already poised to skewer him. The commander recovered in time, grabbing onto the Hokage before he could be pulled. Using the ninjato, the Commodore stabbed it through one of the chain links, pinning it to the ground. Naruto simply leapt of the bridge, using his weight to pull the chain free and send the Hokage over the edge with him. Having finally recovered from the lightning, Enma's hand grabbed onto the chain, stopping his summoner from being pulled over the edge. Letting the chain extend, Naruto swung under the bridge, coming back around again and releasing the chain, letting it break apart as he landed on the bridge. With the chakra no longer sustaining it, the golden chain shattered before it vanished, freeing Hiruzen from its hold. Three sets of eyes warily stared at Naruto, watching as he regarded them with his Sharingan gleaming in the darkness. "I'll admit the brat is dangerous." Enma grunted. The commander wordlessly turned towards Hiruzen and received a hesitant nod. The commander's armor began to glow red and Naruto quickly turned, alarmed at feeling the Kyuubi's chakra. The distinctive mask cracked further to the point of nearly shattering under the Kyuubi's chakra. "I won't need this anyway." The commander's hand grabbed the cracked mask and with one swift motion threw it off to the side. Naruto saw long red hair and his sword dropped from his now limp hands. If it wasn't for the whisker-like lines on the distinctly feminine face in front of him, he would have mistaken the now confirmed woman under the mask as his own mother. As the Kyuubi's chakra began to glow off the woman's armor, violet eyes slowly turned a slitted, burning red. "You seem surprised," she said simply, her voice light, yet still emotionless to his ears even without a filter. Red hair so much like his mother's spilled down past her shoulders, matching the new color of her eyes. What is this?" Naruto managed to shout. His voice thick with emotion, eyes red as he took a hesitant step back. All he could stare at was the surprisingly beautiful face watching the way red eyes stared back at him blankly. "I thought you would be happy to finally meet your sister, Naruto," Hiruzen whispered. Naruto went absolutely still. Eyes impossibly wide, he stared at the woman in front of him as he managed to stutter out a name only the two of them could hear. "And Narumi." Ever so slowly a smirk tugged at her lips, the only emotion on an otherwise flawless facade. "Clone 18 is my name, sole survivor of the first batch, me being the 18th. Something inside of Naruto finally snapped. Something more than simple rage. Hiruzen gasped as he watched Naruto openly begin to weep. He had expected anger and overbearing fury at the discovery. But not this. Not watching Naruto lower his head and letting his soft cries be heard in the uncomfortable silence. Narumi frowned as she watched her ultimate enemy begin to cry before slowly turning to Hiruzen, one eyebrow raised with open confusion. "Hokage-sama?" she questioned. Hiruzen couldn't provide an answer. He openly showed the shame on his face as just readied his staff over his shoulder. Still bearing confusion, she readied her ninjato. A large yellow eye opened on the adamantine staff, fixating on Naruto before a gasp was heard. Hiruzen, Enma couldn't warn his summoner in time as overbearing pressure suddenly filled the root base. A feeling of dread could be felt as Naruto's dense powerful chakra began to saturate the air. It was cold, a miasma of darkness that sent a chill down the spine of the two leaders. Just like that, the weeping stopped, replaced by something far more primal. And far more frightening. Slowly lifting his head, Naruto fixated the duo with an absolutely murderous glare. Orange pigmentation formed around his eyes, his irises turning a toad-like yellow that glowed in the dark. A horizontal bar replaced the pupil of each eye, the left bearing a slight difference as the tomoe of the Sharingan now circled the black bar. Naruto looked into Narumi's red eyes, seeing nothing but a cold, emotionless gaze staring right back. In response to the sudden change, a red chakra cloak bubbled around her, two tails of chakra whipping behind her as she prepared herself. Narumi held out her arms, letting two red chains of chakra slither out, the metal glowing red from the Kyuubi's chakra as she began to whip them through the air. Their only warning was the Kusanagi levitating into Naruto's palm. "Sarutobi, get back," Enma shouted. There was a sudden blur of speed and a loud crash as Narumi was sent flying across the root base with the speed of a shooting star. All Hiruzen could do was watch as she crashed into a wall before a sword descended down upon him. He held up his staff, preparing to block the strike, grunting as the force smashed him into the ground. Slick. Gah! The Kusanagi cut right through the staff. Enma reverted back to normal, his body bisected in two. Blood quickly pooled on the bridge as Hiruzen jumped away, watching in horror as his personal summon and longtime friend was hauled into the air by his hair. "You want a piece of me? You want a pie?" Enma gasped as Naruto grabbed both his arms and with sage-enhanced strength pulled. "No, I want two," Naruto snarled. There was a horrible squelch as Enma was ripped in half. His arms were pulled apart, his upper chest and face following suit. Naruto threw away the two pieces of flesh, sending them careening into the metal walls, leaving dents. When glowing yellow eyes turned towards him, Hiruzen knew that this was the end. Naruto rushed forward and Hiruzen closed his eyes, awaiting a painful death. There was a loud grunt and Hiruzen opened his eyes before flinching, seeing the Kusanagi less than an inch away from his right eye. The only thing that saved his life were the red chains constricting around Naruto's arm, holding him steady. Hiruzen ducked just as the Kusanagi rapidly extended, clipping his helmet, leaving a deep groove. On the far side of the root base, with a third tail now flowing behind her, Narumi grabbed the chains and pulled with all her strength. she only succeeding in making Naruto slide a few meters before he started to resist. Wrapping the chain around his fist further, he gave a roar and he pulled back. Once again, Narumi was sent flying, the pull from the chain sending her rocketing towards Naruto. She released them, letting them break apart just as she neared him, narrowly avoiding the fist thrown at her face. She grunted as her cheek suddenly caved in and she was sent crashing through 2 steel bridges before slamming into the metal walls, leaving a large indentation. Impossible, I dodged, she gave a gasp as Naruto's fist slammed into her stomach, forcing her deeper into the wall. He didn't stop there. Blow after blow rained down on her, slamming her further and further into the metal and sending tremors through the root base. Naruto raised his sword to finish her off and prepared to stab the blade forward. But as he stared into her rapidly healing face, his arm refused to move. The murderous glare slowly fell from his eyes as a deep sadness replaced it. Again, Narumi could only watch in confusion as Naruto's hand slowly lifted to stroke her face. He couldn't help himself. He was staring into the face of the sister he never had. The resemblance to his mother brought back the Kami-forsaken sting of tears. He looked into her eyes, desperately searching for something, anything to show that this being in front of him held some spark of life. That beneath that cold gaze was a soul. "You have beautiful red hair," Naruto whispered forlornly. The most private and sacred words he had only said to one woman in his whole life. There was a flicker of emotion before it was gone with the blink of an eye. "You should have killed me when you had the chance," Narumi whispered to him. "Naruto." His grip slackened as he gasped, and that was all she needed to kick him with all her strength. He flew back, landing on a nearby bridge, watching as the Kyuubi's chakra receded around her. Then, she simply jumped over the edge and fell down into the darkness. Naruto watched the action in confusion before he felt the briefest flicker of chakra. A summoning jutsu? Ra! The roar shook the root base to its core. In the depths of the darkness, slowly beginning to crawl upwards, a massive red claw tore into the metal. Large red eyes glowed in the darkness and Naruto gasped as 7 swirling red tails slowly emerged. "You stupid bitch," Naruto hissed. The transformation was the largest Naruto had seen. Drastically smaller in size compared to the Kyuubi, it was still massive as the metal bridges buckled under its weight, breaking apart as the beast began to climb. On the head of Konohamaru's 7-tailed state was Narumi, a red chakra chain coming out of her arm and wrapped around the beast's neck like a collar. "Behold, your precious student. You should have killed me when you had the chance." Naruto wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Holding up his hand, a sage-enhanced Rasengan formed quickly, growing in size as it glowed with white energy. Gripping the Kusanagi, Naruto jumped off the bridge and plunged into the darkness, holding up the giant Rasengan at the ready. Konohamaru's transformation roared and Naruto's mind instantly thought back on his promise given what seemed like a lifetime ago. Brown eyes stared up at him in worry and Naruto made a vow at that very moment: Konohamaru would live. He would make sure of it. "Rasengan!" Naruto screamed, slamming into the transformation.